Assalamu alaykum hörmətli görürmənlər. Berivatqanlar Erkin Asiya Radiosu Uyghur biliminin naq meydan taqtışı. Biz hazır huzurunlarga ئەنگلىيەنىڭ پايتەختى لوندوندىكى ئۇيغۇر سوت كوللېگىيەسىنىڭ نەق مەيدان تاقتىشىنى بېغىشلايمىز. Undaq bolsa diqqətinizlər ekranımızda bolsun.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Sabi, will you make the usual and appropriate inquiry about presence of the People's Republic of China?
Good morning, everyone. Is anyone representing the People's Republic of China, its government, or any government-controlled entity? Thank you. No one.
Thank you, Mr. Sabi. This starts the second four-day hearing of evidence by the Uyghur Tribunal. A recapitulation for those who attended tribunal hearings in June, a summary for those attending for the first time, and something of an update. The tribunal is investigating allegations that genocide and crimes against humanity have been committed and are being committed by the People's Republic of China, PRC for short, against the Uyghur, Kazakh, and other Turkic Muslim populations in Xinjiang. It was set up in response to a request from the World Uyghur Congress, from which it has acted throughout with complete independence. This is a people's tribunal, dealing as other such people's tribunals have done with a question that needs answering, but that is not being dealt with by nation-states or international organizations through courts or otherwise in a public, evidence-based way. All members of the panel of the tribunal, counsel to the tribunal, head of research Aldo Zamit Borda, and others work entirely pro bono without benefit of any kind. Junior members are paid at very modest rates. Participants in the tribunal are not permitted to make any financial contribution to it. None of those working for the tribunal has any particular interest in the Uyghurs or other Muslims in the PRC beyond the interest they may have in others around the world said to have suffered injustice at the hands of a state. No one in the tribunal has any interest in the tribunal's judgment beyond ensuring that it is correct and just. Had any formal or official body, national or international, been prepared to do an exercise of the kind that we are doing in order properly to inform itself of what duties arise, especially if they were found likely to be duties under the Genocide Convention, and to inform the public, had that happened, then there would have been no need for us to act as we have done, and indeed we would have ceased our work. No such nation or body, national or international, has shown any inclination to do that which this tribunal is doing. At the end of the June hearing, it was explained generally, but for the PRC in particular, how corrections to the evidence could have been the subject of evidence at these hearings. No corrections have been received. The PRC has been written to specifically asking if it would like to contribute to these proceedings on many occasions, including between the last hearings and this. It has never responded. It has, on occasions, including yesterday and I think today, organized press conferences by ambassadors or similar level officials denouncing the tribunal in the most vituperative terms, but never with detail to which responding might have been considered appropriate. And the tribunal has concluded and concludes that there is no need to react to these outbursts. The PRC did organize a press conference a few days after the June hearings with several people speaking who had been said by witnesses here at the tribunal to have disappeared without trace. Those people spoke in highly favorable terms of China and in particular, I think, of the Communist Party. They expressed no sympathy for those acknowledged relations who had spoken of their distress because the people now at a press conference had been completely untraceable. Mindful of the possibility that the people in the press conference were not speaking entirely freely, the PRC was asked to allow those witnesses to travel to London to explain how inaccurate had been the evidence given of their disappearing. No response of any kind has been received, and nothing more has been heard of or from the people appearing at the press conference by the tribunal or by those who gave evidence about their disappearance. In these circumstances, and given the breadth and overall consistency of accounts given by fact witnesses who spoke of Uyghur life, detention camps, abortions, and so on in the June hearings, it was decided that the focus this time should be on other, including expert witnesses, and less on fact witnesses. Those fact witnesses selected for these hearings may add things material to what we have already heard of in oral testimony in June or read about in the very large number of witness statements which will all be available to the public online. But evidence of these witnesses will be taken swiftly. It is no discourtesy to those witnesses that their evidence will indeed be taken in the most compact way possible in order to allow time for as much other evidence as possible. What will that other evidence, those other witnesses, deal with? They will be dealing with how the PRC functions in order to find out how decisions are made and who is responsible for whatever may be found to have happened to Uyghurs. Law will have to be dealt with: genocide, crimes against humanity, torture. It may, I think, become apparent, perhaps contrary to general understanding, that genocide does not necessarily involve mass killings, nor is it necessarily the most serious of criminal things that can be done by person to person. One other point about that. Genocide where there are no mass killings has not, I understand and believe, ever been dealt with to conclusion in a formal court anywhere in the world. Accordingly, you and we may find that those dealing with the law do so with great caution, given that there is, in legal terms, no precedent for what is happening to conclusion here. It is possible that there may be one further day of hearings, this hasn't been decided yet, which will be online but of course available to the public, if at the end of these 4 days it is decided that there may be further assistance we require to deal with the not inconsiderable issues arising from the combination of law and fact. The principles of this tribunal from the start have been that everything should be in public, clearly understood, without terminology that excludes understanding by any who are not lawyers or human rights specialists. And the law, which is most going to come on Monday, and a little bit probably between now and then, the law, it is intended, and I'm sure will happen, will come in common sense language that can be understood properly by us and indeed by everyone else. Just a few other things. This year, several parliaments around the world have declared that genocide has been committed against the Uyghurs. Those decisions are not decisions on which we can rely in any way. They are opinions reached in a parliamentary process, very different from this. But the fact that parliaments went so far as to have discussions and to have votes on this subject demonstrates how great is the worldwide interest in and concern for the allegations with which this tribunal is dealing. Since the June hearings, and of course before, the tribunal has been doing everything to obtain evidence that may be of value and created an enormous library or archive of material that will indeed be available to the public either now or in due course. Some things believed to exist that may help the tribunal have not been forthcoming. A few examples. The United States government, through Secretary of State Pompeo, in the last days of the Trump administration, announced as a government decision or opinion that genocide was committed. Unhappily, the analysis that led to that judgment, the reasoning and the evidence upon which the judgment was based, is not available to us, despite the fact that what Pompeo said was adopted by Secretary of State Blinken under the present administration. The tribunal believes that the following Japanese, Australian, and United Kingdom governments may have material that could assist the tribunal in its work and may have material that could help in particular with the state of mind, as it were, of the PRC, its motivation, its intentions in doing that which in due course may be found to have been done to the Uyghurs. Media outlets may have material of value to these proceedings, the BBC, for example, and the New York Times. Given the nature of this tribunal, which I outlined at the beginning, and that it is the only process by which these matters are being considered in a public, evidence-based way, it may be thought that it must be difficult for governments or organizations to justify holding back from us material that can be of value in our deliberations, and we continue to encourage them to consider further provision to us of the material in which they know we have an interest. Neither the vituperative remarks in the press conference by the PRC nor the imposition of sanctions against individuals, sanctions by the PRC against individuals and against this very tribunal, will affect the way the tribunal works in any way. China, as appropriate, will be treated with respect, and the strictest rules of what is understood, certainly in this country, as fairness in proceedings will be adopted throughout. A last point, perhaps personal and not therefore to be attributed to all my colleagues, but that's a matter for them. The law that will be explained to us and to the public, most or all, comes from instruments, legal instruments, that came into being after the Second World War, the purpose of which was to save all citizens of the world from suffering again the unbelievable, tragic consequences of the sort of things that happened in those two world wars, and also to stop ever happening again the attempted annihilation of the Jews in Germany, Austria, Poland, and so on, elsewhere. And the PRC is, of course, a signatory to these instruments, and the law of the instruments applies to them. The very first of those instruments that is not binding is the 1948 Declaration of Universal Human Rights. For a right to be universal, it is a right that has to be enjoyed anywhere in the world. And a right always involves a duty. Your right is my duty. My right, it is your duty to uphold. And therefore, it can be argued that if there are rights on the far side of this globe that are being deprived from people, and it's possible for people anywhere to do something, to discharge a duty to return those rights to them, then something must be done, and maybe should be done, by individuals. Individuals are not powerless. In democracies, they vote in the people who make foreign policy decisions. But the individual also has other power in respect of what things it buys. How, if it has an institution under control, like a university or a school, what exchanges it does or does not make with other parts of the world. Similar considerations apply to commercial enterprises and so on. And I mention this conception of human rights and human rights duties owed by all to all, because in a modern age, it may be that a recognition of this worldwide duty is what explains the very great interest that has been shown by the public, not by interest groups, by the public in parliaments, as I've described, the United Kingdom Parliament, representing the citizens who elected the parliamentarians. The Parliament unanimously voted that genocide was happening, following long, serious, and passionate debates. Does all this interest reflect properly a recognition of the citizen's duty to act in the general interest? If it does, then the function of this tribunal is an important one, and one we will now get on with the first witness to be called today. Mr. Sabi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, distinguished members of the tribunal. We open the second hearing of the Uyghur Tribunal by calling 27 expert witnesses and 8 fact witnesses. Our first witness today is Mehrai Mezentsev, who's joining us from Australia. Good morning or good evening, Mehrai. I understand you speak perfect English and you don't need any translation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Mehrai Mezentsev is a female Australian national of Uyghur ethnicity. She gives evidence in respect of her husband, Mirza Tahir, a male Chinese national and ethnic Uyghur from Xinjiang. Mr. Tahir was incarcerated in a detention facility, then a re-education camp over a period of 2 years, and then briefly released. He was detained in September 2020 for alleged separatism and was apparently sentenced to 25 years in prison. Mr. Tahir, the witness says, was originally detained by plainclothes officers in 2017 because of his travels and stay in Turkey. During interrogation and detention, Mr. Tahir was repeatedly placed in tiger chairs, deprived of sleep, sanitation, and food, and was psychologically abused. He began to suffer repeated seizures due to his treatment. The witness described the detention setup and the procedure in considerable detail, which is the first document in your bundle, and all the other details of the torture and suffering of her husband. Ms. Mezentsev, you stated that your husband was forced to wear a green-colored vest, and that denoted he was not dangerous. Do you know what colors detainees were forced to wear and what those colors indicated?
Well, good morning, everyone, and I'm really honoured to be here today, but also I'm deeply saddened that I have to be here to give my witness testimony on behalf of my husband. Thank you to everyone, all the council members and the honourable guests and everyone who is joining us on the live stream. Thank you for coming to listen. Yes, I mentioned in my testimony that my husband had to wear a green vest. The only other colour that I did know of was orange, and orange was used for political prisoners. That's the only other colour I'm aware of besides green. I'm not 100% sure exactly what it was. Just kind of a general health examination. From what I know, he made it sound like it was just like, you know, when like when you apply for like a visa and you have to get like a general health examination done. he said it was just that. It was just like a blood test, urine analysis, kind of like, I think they did ultrasounds as well, that sort of thing. It didn't take long, probably about half an hour.
Statement you mentioned that in 2019 there was a release of the prisoners being graduated or just sent back home. Do you know why this happened and why they were rearrested later?
To be honest, I have no idea why that happened. Prior to 2019, there weren't many like release of prisoners at all. And I don't know, for some reason, just in that year, prisoners were being released and allowed to come back home. And those who were working in factories were allowed to come home every week. So they were allowed to come home once a week and visit their family. And then at the start of the week, they'd be taken back to the factories to work. But I have no idea why that happened in that year.
You personally traveled a number of times to Urumqi during this period from 2016 onward. And to my understanding, you did not have any trouble because of your husband's background. Is that correct?
That's correct. I'd never had any trouble.
Thank you. The panel may have some further questions for you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Shall I carry on? Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for your statement. Could I just follow our counsel with one or two questions? Why did your husband go to Turkey in the first place, the first time?
First time he went, it was for a holiday. Before going to Turkey, he was actually on holiday in Malaysia, and he was in Malaysia for 2 weeks. And then he just decided, you know, I want to make a trip to Turkey as well. And then so he got the tourist visa, applied for it in Malaysia, and then went to Turkey and just holidayed there for about a month.
You're Australian, so where did you meet your husband?
I met him online. So we were introduced to each other by our mums. That's how we met.
Okay, thank you. So just going on to various other things, Council mentioned the tiger chair. Did your husband describe exactly what happened? What was the chair like?
He didn't go into much detail exactly how it was, but he said that any time that he was taken out for questioning, he was subjected to sit on that chair.
Did he describe, I mean, I understand that the feet and the hands were shackled, basically. What about the body? Was there anything over the body?
No, there wasn't, I mean, we've seen photos of the tiger chair. So there was nothing over the body. So he was just the hands and the feet were shackled in the chair. Yeah.
You had the opportunity of visiting your husband twice in hospital. Could you just describe what the conditions were? Were there adequate facilities? And also who tended him? Were there nurses or doctors?
The hospitals that he was taken to, they were well-known large hospitals in Urumqi, so the facilities were adequate. He was cared for by the doctors and nurses over there. But as I mentioned in my testimony, at all times there were policemen present with us. So we were never left alone without police. There was always police presence.
Right, no, thank you. You described that there were 4 policemen looking after him. 2 were Uyghurs and 2 were Han Chinese. Were the instructions given by the Han Chinese to the Uyghurs, or were they on equal terms?
From what I know, they were on equal terms. So, they also they were just in charge, I guess, of just looking after him, making sure he doesn't run away. From what we knew from speaking with them, they didn't make it sound like, unless they were lying to us, they didn't make it sound like they knew anything at all about my husband's case. They were just there to make sure that he didn't run away.
Right, okay, thank you. When he was in the detention centre, your in-laws were taking him clothes and money, but it wasn't given to him. Do you know what the money was for? Was it for buying food or for, I don't know?
Yeah, so when he was in the detention centre, we got told by the policeman that they have a kind of a little canteen there where you can buy food and you can buy supplies, they sold socks and undergarments and clothing and stuff. So that was what the money was for, so that he can buy some extra food for himself and some clothing if he needed anything.
Yes, did he, later on, did he tell you whether he actually received the money or was it confiscated beforehand?
Yes, so he did say that every time that we gave him the money, he did actually receive the money.
Thank you. At one stage, you were getting photographs from your husband and also letters. Were these from the police or were they from your contacts?
This was from the policeman inside the detention centre.
Right. And on one occasion, I think you did get something via a contact. How did they manage to get the letter to you?
So I got taken a photo of the letter and then it was sent to me via WeChat, because at that time I was actually in Australia. I wasn't in Urumqi.
Okay, and the contact didn't get into trouble, did he? No, as far as you know. Thank you. And then, tragically, your husband was in, and then he was released, and then detained a couple of times. And they were from police from different cities. Do you know who was giving the orders, or how what was the connection?
Until now, I have no idea who was giving the orders. At that time, when I was in Urumqi, his family did try and find out by going to various different places and speaking with different police officials as to where these orders were coming from and to who we can speak to, to talk to about this situation. And we never got anywhere. We never actually found out exactly where these orders were coming from and who was giving them.
Right. Thank you very much. You said that they were just picking up anybody because of quotas, and they'd sort of not quite reached the quotas. Who were the quotas? Who actually gave the quotas? Who told you how many they had to arrest?
From what I'm presuming, again, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was the district police who would give out the quotas to the neighbourhood police, and then so the neighbourhood police would then, the lower level police would then come and arrest the people who were on that list.
Okay, thank you. Your husband suffered a lot of psychological damage. What was he like when he got home, mentally?
He was...
I'm sorry,
he was just
it's a difficult question for you. Apologise.
Obviously, he was in shock, really, to be home. Even though he was released, even though they let him go, they said, that he had graduated, that he can go back into society. He always felt this unease. So he never exactly felt safe. Obviously, he was so happy to be home, but he just always had this like thought at the back of his head that, you know, like maybe this isn't over. So he was even though he was out, even though he was free, even though I was there with him, he was still like constantly looking over his shoulder, like he was constantly having to live in fear. Like he just couldn't, you know, be like 100% like content. He was just always really, really afraid and just constantly looking over his shoulder.
Was he able to sleep adequately, or was he having nightmares?
From time to time, he did have nightmares. Yeah, but after a while, you know, as the time went on, he was able to get, you know, adequate sleep, and the nightmares kind of slowly, you know, stopped as well after some time.
Sorry to ask you all that. Just one last question. You heard when you were in Australia that he was to stay in prison for 25 years. Do you know how that decision was reached?
So until now, just because I heard this news, it was relayed from a contact that I've had, and since then I've lost contact as well with this person. So from my understanding, there seemed to be some sort of court proceeding that was carried out. Whether this was carried out in an actual court or if it was just like made up, I'm not 100% sure. But they had a court proceeding, and a judge had actually presented the charges and then gave the sentencing. Again, I'm not 100% sure if this was an actual official judge or if it was just someone just stepping in and I guess just, you know, pretending, or again, like I'm not 100% sure exactly. But my contact said that there was a court proceeding and the judge was the one who gave out the sentencing.
Thank you very much. I'll hand you back to the chairman.
Mr. Sabi, I wasn't looking at the clock when we started. How many more minutes have we got?
We've got another 25 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony so far. You describe in your statement ill treatment of your husband. It seems to, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, it seems to center around any display of his identity as Uyghur. So, for instance, you say he accidentally spoke to a police officer in Uyghur and was punished by being strung up for a day. He was refused food when he was singing. Did he express any, unless he sung, did he express any views to you as to why he was being ill-treated?
Not really. Pretty much everyone was treated that way. It wasn't like my husband was specifically being targeted. It's just that everyone who was there, they were all treated the same way, and everyone had to speak in Mandarin, whether you knew the language or not. So he said there were a lot of people who actually didn't know how to speak Mandarin, so they just weren't allowed to speak at all, and they had really like a lot of difficulty communicating because they couldn't speak in Uyghur.
Thank you. Since you've had no contact with him for some time now, I'm sure you have made inquiries. How have you made those inquiries, and have you had any response in any way at all?
So since April of this year, I've been making inquiries through the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. So DFAT has been inquiring about my husband on my behalf. And until now, we have received absolutely no response at all from the Chinese embassy regarding anything about my husband's whereabouts and his current situation.
Thank you. And in regard to yourself, I appreciate you're in Australia, and so, you know, have you been intimidated in any way? Have you had any contact from any of the authorities, either in or out of China?
Since I've been back and since I've gone public with my husband's case, I actually haven't been intimidated, or I haven't received kind of any contact at all from China.
Thank you. Thank you, John.
Thank you for your testimony. So your husband was arrested 3 times, and it was only on the 3rd occasion that he was charged with separatism. What is your understanding of why he was charged the 3rd time he was arrested and not earlier?
My understanding is, as I mentioned, that each time when he was arrested, it was from police officials in a different district. So I'm not 100% sure how or why that this 3rd time when he was taken by the police officers in Hami, that they charged him with separatism, even though during the first 2 arrests, you know, when they had questioned him thoroughly and interrogated him, there was obviously they had like the suspicion that he was kind of involved in those, but at the end they always found they always said, oh, okay, so nothing actually happened, you can go home now. And then that's when he was released. So I have, like, till now, I am baffled as to how, like, he can be innocent, like, in 2 districts, and then 1 district just comes up and says, no, you're not innocent. Actually, you were involved in these kind of activities. So I have no idea what forced them to make this decision.
And you say in your statement that he wasn't physically tortured, only psychologically. But the 3rd time he was arrested, did you hear anything or have any evidence as to his physical torture?
Since my husband was arrested, so since last year, apart from knowing where he's being held, I have absolutely no idea about his well-being, and I have no idea if he has been tortured or ill-treated. I have absolutely no information on that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Do you think that the timing of your husband's first arrest was significant?
I think so, yes. A part of me thinks maybe yes, just because right before his arrest, that was when my husband's Australian visa was granted. So his visa has been granted and we were actually getting ready to leave. So a part of me thinks that, you know, did someone find out? Is that why they came to arrest him, because he was about to leave the country? You know, a part of me is a little bit suspicious just of the timing of the whole thing, that it wasn't before, it was exactly right after he had just been granted the Australian visa.
Thank you. Given that he appears to have been sentenced for separatist activity, why do you think he was, that decisions were made before that to release him? He wasn't held permanently from the first detention. He was released. Why do you think he may have been released on those occasions?
From what I think as to why he was released was because he did everything that they asked him to. You know, that the first time that he was detained, my husband said that he was interrogated for 6 months. So they carried out the investigation for 6 months, and after that 6 months, they realized, you know, through asking him questions and through the investigation, that my husband has actually never been involved in any kind of, you know, whether it's a criminal activity or political activity. So, you know, from then pretty much he said that, you know, it's like they knew he was innocent, but they didn't want to let him go anyway, even though the questioning had, you know, finished, even though the investigation had been done. It wasn't enough that they, you know, even though they didn't have anything on him, they felt for some reason that he still needed to be re-educated, which is then why afterwards from the detention centre, then he was transferred to a re-education school. So yeah, just the way that they do things and the way they make decisions, I feel like their whole purpose is to kind of just drive us mad, because no one knows exactly what the intention is and why one person does it this way and then the other person does it like that. There's absolutely no reasoning really behind what they're doing and why they're doing it in that way, even though there's absolutely no evidence against my husband.
And finally, I imagine you've had discussions with your husband given the allegations about his time in Turkey. And are there any reasons that you can think of that the allegation of separatism might have been made against him?
I can't think of any reason at all. And that's because, and as I mentioned in my testimony as well, although the time amounted to being about a year that my husband was in Istanbul, he had travelled like 5-6 times in between. So he was constantly going back and forth between Istanbul and Urumqi, you know, to visit his family, to come back for a wedding, and, you know, for other personal reasons. And any time that he was in Turkey, it was either he was studying, and after he had completed his studies, it was that he was working. So he used to work as a tour guide. And my husband actually used to take Chinese tourists around, you know, Turkey, and he used to translate for them. So I can't think of any kind of reason as to why they would think that my husband was ever involved in anything like that. He didn't have time for that. He wasn't thinking of that. Like, he was a young guy, just enjoying his life, working, making money, you know, just enjoying himself. I can't, like, it just makes me like really upset to how they can just say that about my husband when he's never done anything like that before.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just ask you one question, which is about your husband's family, which I think is still in Xinjiang. Do you have any communication with them, and do you know how they have been treated during the time of your husband's detention and subsequent imprisonment?
I lost contact with them quite a while ago, so it's been since last year. I haven't spoken to any of his family members, but since I went public through one of my contacts, I do know that they're doing okay, but they were, you know, on occasion harassed by police officers and asked questions about me, and like why we're not in contact anymore and stuff like that. So they were just kind of you know, questioned. They were never like, they weren't detained or anything like that. From my knowledge, they're still in Urumqi. But yeah, they were asked about me and why we're not in contact anymore.
Can I just ask you one question in regard to the statement you made about there being no evident reason or reasoning why the authorities behaved in the way they did? In either your or your husband's opinion, was there anything systematic in your view about the behaviour, about the actions of the authorities? And do you have any sense as to whether that behaviour emanated locally or was derived from somewhere more central, including maybe Beijing?
Definitely, I think that it was central. It's quite obvious that they were targeting him because he's Uyghur, and to them, being Uyghur and having travelled overseas, especially to a country like Turkey, when at that time, after in 2017, China said that they released this list of sensitive countries that if you had travelled to, you were automatically seen as suspicious. So I feel like, and from what he said as well, he made it seem like because they had travelled overseas, they had been to a different country, they had seen kind of how life was over there and how things were over there. So he made it seem like, he said that the police officers made it seem like they were brainwashed, by going to these countries. So they needed to be re-educated. They needed to have their thoughts changed. So I don't think it was a local thing. It was definitely, I feel like it's a central thing. It's a target because of, who he is essentially, because he's an Uyghur. It's a target of his ethnicity. And I guess because, they want to, keep us secluded from the outside world, because they're afraid for some reason that, these people, especially because at the start, pretty much everyone who had, anyone who had travelled overseas, they were being targeted. They were automatically seen as the #1 suspect because, they travelled somewhere else and, got to see how everything was over there. So they were immediately kind of just seemed as a threat, really.
Am I out of time?
No, sir, you have got another 10 minutes time.
And anybody else? It would help, by the way, am I looking at you now or now? Where's the camera? There? There. So I'll look there, and then I'll look there. Right. When your husband was detained, did you speak to others who had relations who had been detained? If so, did you come to any view about what the overall objective of detention was?
Yes, I did speak to other people who were detained and who were in similar situations to my husband. And from what I got from them, and also what I got from my husband, it was pretty much, it was like their goal was to have, them denounce, I guess, their identities, to be stripped of their identities, like their culture and their religion. And to really, they wanted to, it was like they wanted to transform them into, I guess they wanted them to be more Han Chinese than Uyghur. So, they were forced to denounce their religion, say that they don't, they don't follow Islam, they don't believe in God and stuff like that, and say that, they're not going to do anything that goes against, the Communist Party, and they're going to try and live their lives more like the Chinese than, you know, like than how the Uyghurs used to before. So I feel like, you know, from anyone, from the people who I spoke to who were there, it was all kind of just a similar thing. They wanted essentially to brainwash them, to completely change their identities and change who they were as people before, and to you know, make them into whatever they wanted them to be.
You've used the word brainwashing, and I was going to ask you about that in any event. On his return, or one of them, did he or you think he had been brainwashed?
No, not at all. I never got that from my husband at all. He's really, really strong. So he did whatever he had to do to get through. That, but he never lost who he was at all. He remained the same.
Well, I apologize for distressing you, and your answer is helpful because, among other things, and I can have this discussion with you because your English is perfect and you're able to discuss things in a completely easy way. One of the things that may interest the tribunal is whether brainwashing can ever be genuinely effective. Not in your husband's case, he was the same. Did you or he form any view about whether brainwashing of others in your general community was successful?
I don't think it ever was. No matter how they try to brainwash us, you can't just erase someone's identity, you know. And at that time, you know, my husband was like over 25. Like, you can't just get rid of 25 years of who he was. And we heard of even like the youngest being like 14, 15 years old, people, you know, teenagers being detained as well. You know, still like 14 years, that's a long time. You know, they've essentially, I don't think it was possible, and I don't think I saw it as well while I was there from anyone that they had been successful at all. Like, you can't just erase a whole person's identity just by, you know, re-educating them or whatever. I don't think it was ever possible with it, and I never saw it as well with anyone.
Because it would be easy to infer that the intention of the authorities would be that brainwashing should be successful, because only if it was successful would they let people out of detention back into society. Do you think that the authorities were deceived into thinking that brainwashing was working?
I think so, probably. Like I said, in that situation, like my husband said, he did and said whatever he had to. If it meant that he, you know, he had a chance of, you know, coming back home, he said and did whatever. And I guess, you know, if you're put in a situation like that, you know, you're able to, I guess, you can convince anyone. Like, if you put your thought to it, all he thought about was coming home to us. You know, that was the only thing on his mind. So I guess for him and anyone else in there, they will do whatever they have to do. And I guess, you know, they were able to convince, you know, the police officers then to let them go.
Two questions about conditions, and I think that's all, Mr. Sabi, if I've got time. Was the detention centre in which he was held new build, purpose built?
So the first time he was arrested, when he was taken to a detention center, that was old. And then at that time, we got told that because there were no re-education camps in that district, that my husband would be re-educated in the detention center. But then obviously they lied to us, and at that time they were building a new facility. So my husband was taken to that new concentration camp, and that was newly built.
Now the new build, did he tell you about the cells, and in particular, did he tell you about whether the cells had modern lavatory facilities or whether they were required to use buckets in the corner, as we have heard from other witnesses?
So it was both, just because my husband was held in, I guess, multiple facilities, just because he wasn't arrested once, he was arrested like 3 times. So in the newer built facilities, he said that the lavatory was actually in the cell. So he said there are about 7, 8 detainees in one cell, and then in one corner of the room, they had the lavatory, and he said it was new since the facility was newly built. In some of the other places that he was in, another place that he was held at, it was fairly old, and the conditions were much worse. So he did say that they had to use a bucket.
So even in a new build, where the state had the facility to build proper facilities for human beings, lavatory facilities were all in the same cell with the same human beings present.
Yes, the place. So, from what my husband told me, the facility that he was in, it was built like that. From what I've heard from other people whilst I was there, I guess depending on the place where you were, it was built in a different way. So other places, the lavatories were in a separate room, but with my husband, he said that it was in the same room where they had to eat, sleep, everything was done in that one room with 7, 8 other people watching you.
And one question from your statement, just so that the image of what you heard of can be provided graphically, and I can't find it, but I can remember it. Did he tell you that in order to get food, which was passed through a hatch in the door, the inmates had to kneel on the ground first and sing a song in praise of China? That was what was required of them to be fed.
Yeah, they had to. It was compulsory for every one of them to do that, and if they refused to do that, then they were refused that meal for the day. So he said that they were given 3 meals, so 3 times a day they had to do that. Everyone had to do that.
Kneel and praise China or starve. Mr. Sabi, do you have a question? Mr. Sabi, does Council's desk have any questions?
No further questions.
Thank you very much for making the time to be available for this tribunal and to give us the evidence you have. You are, of course, free to leave us, both in the physical sense that your image will go and so on. But if you want to carry on watching the proceedings, they will be, of course, available to you online. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next witness, Mr. Chairman, is Mr. Helmut Rosa-Khan, and Mr. Abraham would be directing the witness.
Chinese national from Xinjiang of Uyghur ethnicity. He studied as a postgraduate in Japan and stayed in 2019 given the deteriorating situation in Xinjiang. He was repeatedly video called by his older brother in Xinjiang, who on one call looked to have been beaten by Chinese national security officials. The officials were present on one call asking the witness not to take part in activist or protest activities in Japan, and threats were intimated against his brother and mother, who are both in Xinjiang. In a later recorded video call, where the witness obtained assistance from Japanese journalists, the witness gleaned information about the National Security Bureau officials on the call. The officials knew intimate details about the activities of the Uyghur Association of Japan and prominent members of the Uyghur diaspora. The witness states he has come forward with his story so that he might act as a protective cover for his relatives being targeted by the Chinese state. Mr. Rosahun, we have your witness statement, which the panel members have read and council have read. I have a handful of questions for you, and then I'll pass you over to the panel.
Assalamu alaikum Rozahun efendim. Hazır sizinki bayanatınızın kısaca məzmununu sözləb ötdük. Sizinki bayanatınız bizning qo'limizda bor. Biz sizden bir qancha savollarimiz bor. Shu savollarni so'ramoqchi.
Bo'ladi. Rahmat.
Thank you. Anladınızmı mening gapimni?
Anlandımı meniki?
Sizning anlanyaptı. Meniki anlandımı?
Anlandı. Benim ismim Muhammed Rozahun. Hazır Yaponiyada turgan. Özüm Sharq Turkistonning Cho'chak shahridan kelgan.
Yeah, he can hear me. I can hear you. I'm in Japan. Yeah, my name is Muhammed Rozahun.
Thank you, Madam Interpreter. My first question, Mr. Rozahun, I'd like to ask you about the video call with the National Security Bureau official. Can you confirm whether Japanese media verified the authenticity or identity of the official you have identified in the video, or whether that video underwent any verification process?
Mening birinci sualım, siz bayanatınızda Xitay saqçılar bilen, yani devlet security gobaninki saqçılar bilen video söhbət bo'ldi. Buni Yaponiyaninki media buni xabar qilibdi. Bular mushu davlat saqchilarining haqiqiy shular yoki shular emasligini buni aniqladimi? Aniqlagan bir ahvol bo'ldimi?
Endi mening videom, mesela taqlangan videoda 5. ayning 10-dagi videoni men o'zim topgan. Andaki 6. ayının 7. videonu ben bile Yaponiyanın dağınlık televizyon stansiyası İKKİ bir tatkan. Müşahede bir tercüme kılalım.
So there are two videos. First one, which I recorded in May, on the 10th of May, and the second one was actually recorded by the media. That was in June the 7th. 6. ayın 7.
media.
There's a very big media company recorded it.
And şu medyada NHK'de takkan çağda 22 muhbir vardı. Tam biz aldı bilen bu memnun kırışakan şu Xitayning rasmi alaka koca ançancının adımı mı emmes madetçi. Başta şunu sorduk bundan. Sorsak bu çıkıp aşağıdan özünün konuşuyoruz deyimiz hizmet kinişkisine. NHK'nin koca ançan diyen aşağı bir kinişkini bile Goan diyen kinişkini kösetti. Bunun resmi detası NHK televizyon stansiyası var.
Yes, during the second time that when we had the video call, when I asked their ID and they have shown their proper state security police ID on the screen. And I am having a bit difficulty because of the the echo. I don't know whether it is better if I have the headphone.
Ondan keyin yani çıkıp kettim, akamın ağzıdımı enik şu gap çıkıdı. Aşı Allah koça ançancının adamları edapçı.
Also, my brother have confirmed that they were the state security police.
Thank you. You've stated that the Chinese national security agents initiated the video calls with you through your family. Are you able to tell us why you might have been targeted?
Can you just repeat that question?
Yes. You've stated that the Chinese national security officials initiated the video calls with you through your family in Xinjiang. Are you able to tell us why you might have been targeted?
Siz şu hükümetin saqçıları, yani devlet saqçısı sizge telefon qildi, yani aileniz arqılıq. Sizce nima uchun ular sizni asosliq ko'zladi, yani asosli?
Bu 2018 yılda buradan 18 yıl 8. aydan tartib 2019 yılı 12. aygacha mening oilam bilan aloqam bir qurbiroq uzilgan. Telefonu ishlimi bilinmay qolgancha arliqda. Shu arliq mushagicha bir tarjima qilasiz?
Yeah, from 2018 to the end of 2019, I lost contact completely with my family.
Ondan keyin shu arliqda 2019 yilda 12 ayning 3 kuni deymi, Amerikada Uyg'urlar to'g'ri qonun chiqdi. Shuning oqibatini tartib men bilan yo'qsiz ayolim orqali, ayolimning telefoni orqali aloqalash boshlandi.
Then suddenly on the 3rd of December 2019, they contacted my wife asking to speak to me.
Bu arlıqlardan ben 2018 yıldan tartib hazırki Uyg'urlarda bo'layotgan bu qirg'inchilikni Yapon hukumatiga, Yapon medialarga anlatishga eng oldida hareket qilib kelgandim.
So from the 2018, I was one of the very active members in Japan to expose what is happening to the Uyghurs, the genocidal policies.
Andaki ondan başka Japonya Uyghur cemiyetinden daimi azalarına şu 2019 yıl kirgendim.
Siz, şunaq mı? 2019 kirgen. So I became the executive member of the Japan Uyghur Association in 2019.
Onunla bularla asaslık detalarını egallash uchun men bilan aloqa qildimikin deb o'ylayman.
In my opinion, that they might the reason they targeted me because I am their executive member, so they can obtain information from me.
You've stated that after the second call with your relatives, you ignored your older brother's calls. Was the reason for that your political activities in Japan?
Siz ikkinchi qېتىملىق ko'rish bo'lgandan keyin akangizninki sizga telefon qilgan vaqtida siz pisand qilmadingiz, ya'ni telefonni olmabsiz. Buningki asosliq sababi shu Yaponiyadagi sizning faoliyatlaringizning sababidan olmadingizmi?
Tushunmadim, savolni yana bir so'rang. Qachon telefon olmabdimi? Oldida olmabdimi yo orqada?
İkinci qېتىملىق telefon paranglashib bo'lgandan keyin bayonotınız debsiz keyin bir qancha qېتىم siz bilan paranglashaman degan vaqtida siz bu telefonni olmabsiz yo qaytarmabsiz. Buning sababi shu sizning o'zingizninki Yaponiyadagi qilayotgan faoliyatlaringizninki sababidanmi?
Bular akamlar tuyuqsiz men bilan aloqa qildi. ata-anamni, ayolimni, nima sing'illarimni ko'rishtirdi-ku menga. Ko'rishtirib bo'lib, oqidan akam ayrim men bilan so'zlashman deb necha qitim talab qildi meni. Shu chog'da men bu iliqqa hozir bizda ashtaq iliqqa aqllarini yavons urib ishlatdi, besim so'rayotgan ishlar ko'p bo'lg'achqa telefonni olmagandim.
Well, when I had the phone call and when I spoke to my brother, and I knew that he was under pressure, and I also heard that there were widespread situation among the Uyghurs in Japan, that the security police or the family members were put under pressure to communicate with them and provide information. And I knew the purpose of their call, that's why I ignored the call.
Thank you. Subsequent to that episode, of course, Mr. Razahon, you spoke to the Japanese media, and your story has been prominently covered there. Is there any, I guess there are two questions here. First, what was the reason for that? And second, has there been any indication of retaliation against your family?
Siz mushu besimlarni bilib turib, siz Yaponyadagi mediani qo'llanibsiz va sizningki naq maydon video so'zlashganingizni Yaponiya xabarda yeyilibdi. Buning sababi birinchisi, buning sababi nima? Ikkinchisi, bu xabar berilgandan keyin boshqa yana texmo ig'ir besimlar bo'ldimi sizga?
Avu birinchi qitim so'zlashganda buni men qo'limga rasm ko'rdinglar, buni akamning chiroyi. Men akamning chiroyi bo'lsa, xuddi men ostidagi yuzi ishib ketgan birinchi qitimlar. Yo'q, ko'ra baxsanglar bo'ladi. Chiroyi ishib ketgan birinchi qitimda ham po'poda o'tgan chog'da bunday yonda o'tirib turolmaydi. Ba'dili birinchi qitimlik videoda. Şunun bilan men bu zodi nemish bo'ldi deb chinroq tursam, bu akam qo'l yuydigan suvni ko'targan chog'da belimni qayrib oldim-da, o'zini chamdamidi-ku. O'shaga bir tarjima qiling.
Well, on the first video call, you can see from this photograph that my brother's neck was swollen. And so when I asked him, it was because of the incident with water. Tamam. Su töküp aldım dediniz mi?
Nimine yüz yılgan suyunu kötülen çağda belimni kayrıp aldım dedi çok.
Okay. So, yeah, when I was carrying water, I had an incident and hurt my back. That's what he said, what he told me.
That trauma kalantı. Şunun bilen birden ki karşınız bana ma videoda akta yine de fayda buldu. Ma takçı. Tıkla mayakının bulup çıktı bu yerde.
Bu video I think I need a headphone.
Arrange for headphones, please.
Yes. Apparently there's a difficulty in getting them before the break, but we'll try our best.
Yeah.
Madam Interpreter,
I'm happy to go back to there if it is easier then.
Sure, that's fine. If that's better.
Let me do it from
Thank you.
Yeah.
Şunun bilen benim maqsadım bu birinchi qitimda
kechirsiz kechirsiz men ma bu quloqliqni ishlatmasam ma ovoz bek qaytib yaxshi anglayolmayapman. Shuningga sal to'xtab tursiz. Men quloqliqni ishlatgandan keyin siz bilan aloqalashman. Rahmat.
Bo'ladi.
So it will just be a couple of minutes, I think, yes?
Yes. I only have 2 questions. So.
Thank you.
Salam, beni aldınız mı?
Anladım.
Madam
Interpreter,
if it assists, perhaps I can just remind the witness of the question. So my question was why you decided to take your story to the Japanese media, and whether there's been, as a result of that, any indication of retaliation against your family.
Bayamqı sualını yana qaytadan sizge xatırlatay dedim. Birincisi, nima uchun siz Yaponiyanınki mediada bunu aşkarlash qarar berdiniz? İkincisi, bu aşkarlagandan keyin qandaq yana başqa zorluqlar, besimlar bo'ldi?
Abaytın nimede degandek, birinci ketim şu aka shundoq qilib qiynalgan holatda meni oldimda yuz berdi-ku, maish. Berivatlar, anida oqidanlar ma Xitoy tang videoning ichida chiqdi bundaq. Mana bunday tang chiqdi. Tang chiqib akamni bundaq silkib birashlar bor, Allohda ilqay. Men ko'rgan so'zlashgan. Ular bu Xitoy bilan ayrim so'zlashgan chaqda bundaq qattiqlik bilan shundoq bo'lishdi. Mishayich bir tarjima etamsiz.
Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, when I spoke to my brother the first time on the video, I could see it's visible that he was abused. And then I also caught the police with him. And later, then the policeman, or the official, when he spoke to me, he was very rude. Intimidated me.
Andaki bu videonu başta satgan çağda men fakat avazını tatay degan şu başta en beshida. Biroq ki qasam akamning chiroyi shundoq qiynalgan chiroy bo'lgan ekan, bir tatib olay deb tatsam bundaq ish aloqa 40 minutlik video qo'limga tushib qoldi o'sha.
Initially my plan was to just record the audio, the conversation. However, seeing my brother, the state of my brother, I decided to take video, which lasted about 40 minutes.
Unda bu shu ko'rgan ekan, meni o'zimning qallamda bir xil jam bo'ldi. Endi bu akamni qanday qilsam bo'lar? Tutdan bo'ladi.
After seeing the state of my brother, I had a fight in my head. I've been thinking, what can I do? What can I do to help my brother?
Bunun bilan anda akamni qutqizish uchun ya shpionlik qilma, shpionlik qilsam bularni shart kunni ig'rilshavasa, men bunga javob qaytara olaman men bilasizlar. Onunla aksici bu akamla texnik bir yılını paçak koyuttan çıkıysam da ya olmazsa putunu sındırıysam da diye bir oylanış yüz verdirildi.
Then thinking about how to rescue and save my brother's life, I had to make some decision. Either I work for them and spying for my people, spying and help them provide information. But I also know that situation, the demand from them might become even more, it will increase. So also I worried about my brother, whether they will torture him, break his neck or his leg. And that was an extremely difficult decision for me.
Bunun bilan andiki bu anda o'ylig'inim yana bir qallamda bu dunyoning egisi bordir. Buningga bir taqobil turgan kuch bordir deb bu Xitoycha. Shuning boshqa bir shu medianing kuchidan foydalanib boshqa bir dunyoga oshkor qilib baqsam, o Xitoy ish bo'lganda akamlarning boshini to'xtatib bo'lganda degan bir xiyol ko'zimga keldi-ku. Buning bilan
Then I thought there must be justice in the world. If I can expose exactly what is happening, and the suffering of my brother, then the Chinese government might stop and there might be some kind of justice.
Şunun bilen meni deydiğim bu yerda Xitayning bu quvvatini bu aqamni görüp var. Terörist quvvatıdır. Mağaylıqda terörçüler xuddi sen pul төлеп bilsem, ma o adam qoyap vermemiz degende bu aqamga görüp alıp şpiyon qılmasan sen öldüklerimizde qıytımız degendikin bunu dünyanın saqçısı bolgan. Şu dünyanın bir nimisi bolgan şu dünyaga bir şenrey saqçıları bolsun mesela dünyanın saqçı desek şu medialarni nimler. Bulan küçü arqılıq akamlarını öldüklerini qutuldurup alaydı şu mediaga haber koydu.
Well, in my opinion, what the Chinese government is doing is the state terror against me. It's like taking hostage, the terrorists taking hostage of people and demand the money. And this is exactly what is happening. They are taking hostage of my brother and putting pressure and forcing me to do things against my will. And that's why I thought it is important for me to expose this to the world through media.
Thank you, Mr. Razahan. I'm going to hand over the questions to the panel, who may have some further questions of you.
Әмді яны башқылар сіздің суал sorushi mumkin. Mening suolim hozircha mishadi tugidi.
Abay sualning ikkinchisi shundan keyin meni hozirgacha men oilam bilan bir telefon, bir el-xat yo bo'lmasa bir ko'rishish hozirgacha yo'q. Uydagilarim ota-onam oyatni qanday hozirgacha bilmayman.
Regarding your question about if there is any retaliation after what happened, my answer is that I lost contact completely. I have no information regarding my family, my siblings.
Thank you.
Rahmat.
Well, good morning, and thank you for joining us this morning. Can I go back a bit? I think by my calculations, you've been away from Xinjiang for about 20 years now. Can you just tell us how easy was it for you to leave, to obtain a passport and to go to Japan when you left?
Әмді баянатыңыз қарғанда сіз Шинжаңдан айрылғаны 20 жылдан ешіпті. Шинжаңдан айрылыш үшін паспорт иліш қолай мүдде? Қандақ мұшы тоғырлық азырақ бір түшендіріш бәген болсыңыз?
Мен 2005 yılı yapım gelgen şu 16 yıl kaldı bu yıl. Uçaklarda bana siyaset mandatçım bulmagan diken pasportlarını pul hazırsak ağır bulaktı. Pasportları şu sel köprek verip yatıkla çıkıvar.
I left my country in 2005. It has been 16 years now. At that time, the situation wasn't so severe like now, and also if we pay extra money when we applied passport, we could get it.
And
the purpose of my visit to Japan was to study, to do postgraduate degree.
Right, and if one looks at the period between the time you went to Japan up until the first of the two phone calls in the summer of 2018, what communications did you have with your family during that time? Was it relatively easy to contact your family back home in Xinjiang at that stage, up to the two phone calls?
Siz muşu 2018 yıl en ahırkı 2018 yıllarçılık paranlaşattım depsiz aylığınız bilen. O vakitte aylığınız bilen alaklaşış ve sözleşiş kolay mı değil?
Ben o burunlarda bunda siyasetlerden nikabban soğuduklattım. Özlemli şirketim battı. Uçağlarda ma yaptığımdaki bize köpeğiyle okuğucu bulup gelgeçke yurtdagilar bilan undiylarda ko'rsatdik. Biroq shu chog'da az ko'rsatdik. Endi bularni 2016dan keyin endi bir oyda bir ko'rsatdim yo ishga chiqib ko'rsatdim. Undan burun tabii yaxshi.
Well, I had my own business, my own company, and I didn't involve in any political movements. And therefore, my situation was slightly better. From 2016 to 2018, I could contact my family about once a month or twice a month using WeChat app.
And during this period, the period up to that first phone call with your brother in May 2018, had you ever been contacted in Japan by anybody who you thought was or might have been a state, government, Chinese Communist Party official?
Muşu 2018 yılı en ahırkı qitim akınız bilen paranlaşkandan keyin başkalar siz bilen sizni izlep baktımı? Şu birinci telefondan keyin. Yani hükümetin, Xitay hükümetininki xadimleri yoki Xitay hükümetiga ishlaydiganlar siz bilen aloqa qilib baktımı?
2018 yılı 8. ayda aşı meni ufkam. Hazır rahmetli olub ketdi, o rakçılığı bilen tügep ketdi 11. ayda, 12. ayda. Bunun bilen sözleşken, ufkam ağırlık boğaşqa korkmayı bunun bilen sözleşetti. Bu çağlarda mı akamlar bilen sözleşemligen. Bunun akıdın 2019 yılı 12. aygacha işkim bilen sözleşmedim. Hem telefonumdan ündidar kadarlı softlarını öçürüp ettim.
Up until August 2018, I was able to speak to my younger brother as he had a cancer at that time, so he was brave enough to contact me. That was the last contact at the time that I spoke to him was in August 2018. And then between 2018 to December 2019, I lost contact. I didn't have any direct contact with anyone. Also, because of the situation, I was aware of the deteriorating situation, I deleted a WeChat app from my phone. So I didn't have any communication in between.
You said in your statement that the security officials clearly knew a considerable amount about you. Can you give us some indication of the depth of knowledge they had about you and your activities in Japan?
Siz bayanatınızda şu sakçılarınki, sizin Yaponiyadaki faaliyetlerinizden özünüzünki nurgun işlerinizden xəbəriniz bağlılığını dəpsiz. Sizce bu qançılıq ular xəbərlərini bilgən, yani muşu doğruluq biraz üçüncü berələmsiz?
Onların birinci qېتىملىق videoda ancha xabarlarni yaxshi bilmagandi. İkinci qېتىملىق televiziyadan algan videoda ularning aşıdan özleri toplagan xabarlarni akagan. Shuningda qarsak bizning aşı jamiyatning kishidagi doim a'zolarning ismlari deymiz, qiladigan ba'zi bir faoliyatlarni deymiz, hammani biladigan.
Well, during the first video call, it didn't come across that they knew anything. But during the second video call, when the media recorded that conversation, and I realized that they knew so much about the association, the Uyghur Association in Japan, including the names of the executive members and also some of the activities that we have carried out there.
And onların annemisi Mesela bizning o daimi a'zolar 7 adam var, daimi a'zolar. Şu 7 a'zonning ishida içilmoqchi bo'lgan umumiy yig'inning xabari deqa 6-nın 7'si biraz en pişiklangandı bu yerda. Şu xabarlarni açlab bilib bo'pti. Deqa bizning ishimiz daimi a'zolarning ichida bo'layotgan gaplarning ba'zilarini Xitoy bilib bo'lib shu gapni mendan so'raydi.
So what surprised me most was that we planned a meeting on the 24th of June. That was only discussed among the 7 executive members. However, they already knew about it, and that was kind of miss, in my opinion.
No, it's clear from your statement that the security officials had a considerable amount of information about the Japanese association, and I just wanted to ask, what extra did they expect you to give? Were you another source from inside the association? Because they seem to be very well informed already.
Mening demekçi boğunum, bula siz ulağı işlemesinizmi? Ula şu Yaponiya Uyghur cemiyetideki asaslıq uçurlarını qoluğa düşürüp boptu. Ondaq bolğandan keyin nima üçün yəni sizni, siz ulağı işlesiniz, sizdən nima kütməkçi?
Bazı işini, mesela bu televizyon, 6-nın 7'si televizyon qağanətini 6-nın 24 mü bədi, ya enişkili bədi bu xəbərini. Bunu daimada və başqa adamlara heç kim xəbər qılmadıq. Bunu işyançilik degen bir 3-4 adamның qoludan çıktı bunu. Artık bu ahirde televizyonda kokmaya koyuldu. Bazı bir işlerini keyin bu şu 3-4 adamdırlar bazı bir pek mühim iş bulup kalsa başta langı taşlamay turup başta əməldə aşıdığan bir qədəm kərgiç boğanlıqda işkin deməyən alət çıqqan bazı bir işler battı. Bunlarını sürüştürüş için məndən qıldım iki dəf oylayım.
Well, the video when it was released, I believe it was around the 24th of June, and we didn't inform all 7 members of the executive committee. Instead, we only shared this information amongst 4 of us, because we did have some suspicion. And I wondered whether they, because they couldn't get any more information, and therefore they expected to target me.
Because when you look at the transcripts of the call and the offer that the security services made as an inducement to help you with Japanese residency or citizenship, which I think from the transcript was one of your ambitions, there didn't appear to be pressure on you to return to China, but rather to stay in Japan, presumably, and to help the security officials with information about the association. Is that right?
Yani birisi, siz bayanatınızı depsiz, eğer de siz ola bilen hemkarlaşsınız, sizin Yaponiyadaki Yapon vatandaşlığı erişimi ola yardım berdiğanlığını depti. Bununla qaraganda sizni Jongoga qaytib ketishga hech qanday bir besim bo'lmagandek turdi. Sizce bularning maqsadi sizni shu Yaponiyada vatandaşlık ilib o'ziga ishlab berish shundaq maqsadmi? Ya'ni Xitoy hukumatiga ishlash shu maqsad qilganmi?
Endi o maqsadini raslatni qilsam men bilmadim. Endi bular rasmi bo'lmaydi. Biroq shu onun gibi de iniq degini sen hazır Xitoy pasportu kelsa, Yapon o'zimizning grajanı almoqsa, shunga biz adam avataleymiz, hem müşahideki Yaponda turuşluq yapılıqlar orqali sana grajan qapiraleymiz. Sen bizga hamkorlashsan, nurg'un tarafdan sana yardım qilamiz. Andın onundan beklediğini, aşı ailenin amanlıqını saqlab berimiz dedi çok hayada.
Well, I don't really know what is their purpose. I have to be truthful. I only revealed what exactly what they said. And they said, we knew that you don't have a residency, a permanent residency in Japan. And if you collaborate with us, we can provide that. In addition, we can help you with many other things to make your life easy. And most importantly, we can guarantee the safety of your family members.
Because later on in the second call, I think your brother asks you not only to cooperate with the security officials, but also to contribute to China not to believe anti-Chinese stories and to return to Xinjiang. Sorry. Was that, do you think, him talking for family reasons, or do you think that security officials were asking him to say to you that you should return? Because that was slightly different, obviously, from working on a residency for you in Japan.
Akınız bilen sözleşkende yani bayanatınızı depsiz, akınızın ki sizge Xi Jinping'nin siyasetinin ki yaxşılıqını əmcəddə yaxşı bir rahat yaşavatqanlığını sizin ki Yaponiyada ulağa qarşı heç qandaq bir sözləməslikinizni və qayıtıb kelişinizni degəndək şu tələblərini qoyubdu sizge. Sizningçe bu özünün içidən çıxırıb degan sözmü yoki saqçılarninki hökumət xadimlərinin Xitay hökumətininki besimi bilan degan so'zlarmi? Siz shuni tushuntirasizmi?
Bu videoda aniq ko'rinib turdi-ku, besimda so'z olayotgani. Qo'qab qaraydi, ne chiqdimi atrofga, sen nima qilyapsan, nima deyman degandek-ku, beshidagi vaqtni ko'rsanglar biladi. Bunda qo'qlish bor akamda. Aniki degan yerida sen o'zing bilsan bu deb qo'ydi-ku menga. To'g'ri tushunsan bo'ldi debchi. Başka gaplar bo'lg'achqa bu cho'qim aşıq Xitoyning besim ostida.
I firmly believe that he said all that under pressure, because on the video, if you look at it, you can see that he was looking around and as if he was seeking answer what he should say next. And also the hints that he say, you should understand. He used language like, you know it, you should understand. So that is all indicate that he didn't speak freely. He was speaking under pressure.
Andaki masalan aşağın videonun birinci qېتىملىقida munda qarsa, akamning munda ishtirib chiqqan yeri bor, shunda silkib turibdi. Yaxshilab qarab bassa.
And if you really watch the video carefully, you can see there is one incident there that they kind of pushed my brother very rudely.
Thank you. Just one last question, which at the end of your statement, you refer to a Uyghur woman returning from Japan to see her father and then her body being returned home. Could you say a bit more about what happened in this incident?
Siz bayanatınızda bir Uyghur yaş hanımninki Yaponiyadan vatanga qaytqandan keyin ölüp ketganligi va o'likini oilasiga qaytganligi to'g'risida so'zlabsiz. Mushu to'g'riliq biroz tushuncha bera olamsiz?
Meni nimamni deganda Mehray deb bir singlim bordi. Bu Yaponiyada Tokyo universitetining magistrlikni bitirgan. Bu 2019-yili 8-oyda yurtga qaytdi. Buning dadisini chiqarilib ekan buni. Şunun bilan bu kız bala nemish istasam bo'ladi deb qaytadimchadi-ku.
The person that I mentioned, the young lady, her name is Mehray, and she was studying in Tokyo University. And in August 2019, she returned home after learning that her father was detained.
Bu qizchaq bilan biz mana shunday hammaylar tanishimiz, shunday yaqin o'tgan. Bu qiz bola qaytdi. Shu 1 yildan keyinlar 2020 12-oyda bu qizning o'lgan qabrini biz topshirib oldik. Bunun bilan buni darhol biz shu aloqalashgan medialar bilan aloqalashib, ham Arkanasiyaning xabarini buni berdik. Bu teqa 30 yoshga kirmagan qiz bola edi. Shunday yaxshi o'qigan.
We had a very close relationship with Mekrai, knew her very well. Then after she returned home, 1 year later, December 2020, we learned that she died in detention. And so we contacted the Japanese media to report what happened to her. And also Radio Free Asia reported this, what happened to her as well.
Okay.
So the Radio Free Asia reported that she was detained in a camp where she died.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for your testimony. You talk about the officials being from the National Security Bureau. Is this the same as the Xinjiang Public Security Bureau, or is it another branch based in Beijing?
Sizga ko'p rahmat bayonotingizga va hozirgacha bergan javoblaringizga. Bayonotingizda shu saqchi deb olibsiz. Bu Xitoy saqchisi Beijingdagi saqchimi yoki shu o'zingizningki turayotgan yerlik saqchilarmi?
Bu bayonotga bu saqchi deganimiz shu Goja Anjanjini keçib. Goja Anjanji. Bu aşta bo'ladi, Xitoy mana Xitoy. Bu o'zimi deydi Goja Anjanji deb. Bu iliq bevosita Jongyang qaraydi Xitoyning shu nimasiga. Yerlik hukumat boshqarmaydi deydi.
Okay. As I have stated in my statement, the person who spoke to me is from the state security or national security police. They are directly operated or controlled by the central government, not the local government or provincial government.
So, and do you know who is in charge of the XPSB, this bureau, this security bureau?
Pardon?
Do you know who is in charge of the National Security Bureau mentioned in the report?
Thank you. Mushu yani devlet bexatarlik saqchilarni kim boshqaradi Xitoyniki?
Endi bunun o'zining kepib qaraganda bu Xitoyning bu nimaning bizni asli Jongyang boshqaradi deydi-chi, Jongyang hukumati boshqaradi. Her qaysi davlatdagi nimalar elchixonaning boshliqlariga bevosita telefon qila olamiz deb asli o'zining deb bergan gapi bormish.
Well, based on what he said, this state security policeman, he said we are directly controlled by the central government, and we can call any embassies around the world and have direct communication with them.
Mr. Vetch, please.
Quick one.
Catherine.
Could you please let us know whether any of your colleagues in the Uyghur Association in Japan have had similar approaches to seek information from them from Chinese authorities? Thank you.
Endi mushu Yaponiyadagi Uyg'ur jamiyatidagi siz bilan o'xshash o'rindagi do'stlaringiz ularningmi o'xshash siz mushu Xitoy hukumatiningki besimiga Xitoy hukumati tarafidan ular bilan aloqa qilib ulardan uchur egallaydigan mushtaq besimlar bo'ldimi? Bilamsiz?
Avu menikidan burun, bunu hozir Maun reisimiz Ahmetcan Litip Efendi'nin dadısının aşı.
Ahmet Litip, and he also experienced the similar situation. They pressured him after holding his father, the police holding his father, detaining his father, and pressurizing him to provide information.
Andaki gazete reisimiz Abdülkerim Perintişimizin mu aşı atanısını avılıp görgavap aşı bazı faaliyetlerini toktat degandek besimler kevatıdır.
Also, there is ongoing pressure against Abdülkerim, who is the president now of the Japan Uyghur Association. They are continuing pressurizing him to stop his activities. So there are similar situations that other people are facing.
Mr. Sabi, we're out of time, but Professor Kumar might like to ask one question. Can we permit her?
We'll make the break shorter, sir.
Okay. Any questions from Council?
No further questions.
Thank you very much for coming to the tribunal, or attending the tribunal to give your evidence, which is now concluded.
Sizge mushu Uyghur sotiga chiqib bayonot berganligingiz uchun sizga tashakkur etamiz. Ko'p rahmat. Hozir sizningki berishingiz oxirlashdi.
Men bir yıl gap qo'ysam.
Can I say a few words?
Well, start, but I may stop you. What do you want to say?
Bo'ldi, agarda uzun bo'lib ketsa balkim sizni to'xtatib qo'yman.
Endi mushu sotqa men o'zim chiqish qilib, bo'lsa, mening aşı urug' tuqqanlarimga ega chiqishini, bizning Uyg'urlarning mushu ezilayotgan mushu ahvolini dunyo bilsa, sizlardek uzoq so'zchilar orqali bo'lsa, Xitoyga bir qattiqroq besib bersanglar, bizning Uyg'urlarning beshi kelayotgan.
Right, that's enough. Sorry, I'm going to stop you now. Interpreter, please.
Yeah, I just would like to say that, through giving this evidence, and I would like the world to learn what is happening, and so more pressure to the Chinese communist government, and to relieve my people from the atrocities that they are facing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sabi, how long do we have for a break?
20 minutes.
20 minutes? No. Before we break, ladies and gentlemen, for 20 minutes and no more, I received notification there's some problems with being heard here. Just say, please, by raising your hand, if you can't hear the proceedings down there. Are there any problems in the hall? Thank you very much. 20 minutes. Next witness.
Our next witness, our expert witness, is a senior program officer for the research and advocacy at the Uyghur Human Rights Project. Her report on the significance of the Caracas list, a database detailing personal information about 311 detainees in a subject of Caracas County, Hotan, explores this spreadsheet and also the links between this spreadsheet and other leaked documents such as the AXU list. The Caracas list contains detailed information in Mandarin about the family, social and religious ties of a subset of camp detainees from throughout the Caracas County. An analysis of that list suggests evidence that the PRC effectively criminalized everyday activities of Uyghur society. The list sheds light on the policies being implemented across the region, which utilize sophisticated surveillance technologies alongside clumsier human surveillance to gather and store massive amounts of data on Uyghur society. This allows Chinese authorities to recast normal, everyday cultural and religious activities as being suspicious and even criminal. Dr. Anderson, could I now invite you to briefly present your report to the members? However, I could remind you that members and council have already received and read a copy of your report. So could I please ask you to be brief and no longer than 10 minutes? And permit me to interject and to stop you if you do go over that time frame. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. In my oral remarks, I'm going to share a brief overview. In addition to
you may need to be closer to the microphone, I think. And I'm just going to check at all around the hall. Hands up, anybody who couldn't hear the witness when she started speaking. It's okay, but please stay close to the microphone.
All right. Is this better?
Yeah,
yes,
that's fine.
Thank you. Okay. So some parts of what I'm presenting will repeat information from the short submission that I sent to you, but I'm also going to highlight some other details that weren't in there that might be of potential interest to this panel. So slide. The Caracas list, shown here in a redacted version prepared by UHRP, where I work, is a spreadsheet containing 677 rows of detailed information about 311 detainees under the management of Bostan subdistrict in the county seat of Caracas County, Hotan Prefecture. The purpose of the document, which is titled Internees Related to Unreturned Persons, appears to have been to track the social and religious relations, as well as the re-education progress of these detainees, and eventually to determine or assess whether they should be released.
Dr. Anderson, forgive my being bossy, but it might be that because you're reading, it's a bit fast. I can't ask people whether it's a bit fast, but okay. If you could bear in mind that although we've read your report, they haven't. And I'm sure Mr. Sabi is now going to give you back another minute.
Thank you. Noted. I will slow down. The detainees share several things in common. One, they are all Uyghurs, appear all to be Uyghurs. Number two, they are all under the jurisdiction and administration of the Bostan subdistrict. And three, they are all apparently related to unreturned people, which refers to people who have gone abroad and not come back to the Uyghur region. Slide. The spreadsheet contains 12 columns which detail various kinds of information. Could you please advance the slide? Right, so here I have zoomed in views of the different columns. The first 10 are in the top view, and then the next 2 are on the bottom. So number 1, column 1, is entry numbers 1 through 677. The second, facility of detention. The third, the date of internment or date of detention. Those entries stretch from April and May of 2017 to October 28th, 2018, although updates continued to be made to this document through March of 2019. Number 4, the detainee name. So there's a first and last name transliterated into Chinese characters. There are characteristics of these names that make it immediately obvious that these individuals are Uyghur. Number 5, the ID number. So each internee's 18-digit national Chinese ID number, and all of the IDs here show that the individuals were born in Qaraqash County. Number 6, the responsible sub-district office, Bostan. 7, a responsible neighborhood office. There are 8 of them in Bostan. Number 8, detainee address. It's uncertain whether this is the address of household registration. Number 9, the reason or reasons for detention. And number 10, management level. So normal, strict, or maximum management. On the bottom image, you see number 11, the 3 circles. This is the most extensive and substantial cell in the document. And then number 12, the evaluation of the people who compiled this document, should someone remain in detention or not. So in my organization, we conducted a close reading and a textual analysis of this document, as well as a translation and redaction of an excerpt as part of our work to discern what the data was telling us. Slide. We were struck immediately by the detail in this column number 11, the 3 circles. So entries in this column include detailed information about individuals associated with each of the 311 detainees. So we see names, ethnicity, sex, ID number, age, employment place and status, and or their behavior status. Other information that is included in some but not all of the entries might include their detention status, if that's relevant, and any prior criminal charges and perhaps sentence lengths. Many entries also make note of the use of what we have translated as the 3 circles and 6 diagrams collision analysis, which appears to be a novel form of analysis the authorities use to run some of this information. Slide. This is the same cell in English, just showing, I zoomed in on the religious, well, if you zoom in on the religious circle on the bottom, this was some of the most intriguing information to us. So in this particular man's entry, his name is Tursun Tokhti. It was found that before being sent to a re-education center, he occasionally performed namaz at home. On Fridays, he occasionally visited the mosque to perform Juman namaz. After eating, he performed dua and occasionally celebrated the 2 holidays. This religious knowledge originated from his grandfather, Turdi, deceased 1994. This is the kind of detail recorded here. Now, when including all individuals who are mentioned in this 3 circles cell, the total number of people mentioned in the document, according to figures calculated by Dr. Adrian Zenz, is 2,802 adults and hundreds of minors, totaling more than 3,000 people. 656 of them are or were at one point in time interned or imprisoned. 137 in actual prisons, 42 in detention centers, 477 in re-education. Slide. In our analysis at UHRP, one key part of the document's significance was the way it provided confirmation of other policies and tools in use in the region since 2016, 2017, approximately. So the Qaraqash list mentions the Integrated Joint Operations Platform, or IJOP, a predictive policing app. Per our count, there were approximately 106 references to the IJOP in this document. Slide.
It might help, I think, if you because those watching may not know what IJOP is, and if you could just pause, we'll give you another 30 seconds or a minute to just explain that so that we can all understand it, and that indeed those of us here would benefit for a reminder.
Thank you. Okay, so the IJOP is, as I just said, a predictive policing app whereby auxiliary police and representatives of the police input a variety of information into this app. So we know from reporting from Human Rights Watch and other organizations that the kind of information they're recording is, has someone been abroad? Have they been to one of the countries on a list of 26 sensitive countries? Do they go out the back door of their house versus their front door? What is their gasoline usage? It's just a wide-ranging scope of data that authorities are entering into this app, which then assigns people scores And those scores, as best we know, are one of the ways of determining who is to be sent to some form of state custody. All right, so that's the IJOP. 106, roughly, mentions of it in this spreadsheet. Another significant point about the Qaraqash list is that it provides confirmation of the implementation of a government program of intense monitoring inside the home. So here I've noted it as confirmation of the Becoming Family program. More broadly, we could see this as confirmation of state-appointed work groups inside Uyghur homes. There have been multiple sort of programs of this kind of home-based monitoring. So the document, the Qaraqash list, contains 3 references to community-level cadres living inside the home. That's what's highlighted in yellow here. And a total of 28 references to community-level cadres more generally as the people who conducted this work. Slide. We also calculated some limited demographic statistics, so we found that 94% of the main detainees, of the 311, right, were men, and 6% of them were women. Slide. We found and calculated the detention by facility. I could go over these numbers later if they are of particular interest to people. Dr. Adrian Zenz calculated an even broader range of statistics than we did in his own report on the Qaraqash list. He found that the main age range of interned individuals for all 2,802 adult persons was 25 to 49 years old. Half of all people were interned from April to June of 2017. 2/3 of the people were interned in 2017, and then another third in 2018. Evidence suggesting links to forced labor also appears on the list, though I do not have time to go into that right now, but I'm happy to answer questions about it. Slide. So these are some aerial images taken in screenshot form from Google Earth in February 2020, showing the locations, and in the case of camp number 2, suspected location of the 4 camp facilities or centers mentioned in this list. Slide. And we checked these against work done by Sean Zhong, a PRC national based in Canada who has done extensive work documenting centers around the Uyghur region. Slide. Potentially also of interest is the information describing reasons for detention. So I won't read the entire list here, just to note that of the 311 detainees mentioned in this list, 115 of them were interned for family planning violations. Then the next largest number was 91 who were classified as unsafe or untrustworthy post-1980s, 1990s, or 2000s persons. And then the next highest category was violations involving religious practice in some form or another. Slide. These are just images of an appendix from the UHRP report that details in even more granular detail those different reasons for detention. Slide. Also of interest is the final judgments of the sub-district and community officials who appear to have compiled this document. So final judgments by officials showed us that many detainees were remaining in detention or under some form of close monitoring and control even when they were let out. So for example, 98 of the 311 were released into community management and control. 77 were marked finished or safe. 43 were noted as needing to continue training and finish after 1 full year. 41 were noted as working in the industrial park and more. Right? And so to wrap up, I want to mention some of the implications. Slide. At the time that this document was published by UHRP, by Dr. Adrian Zenz, and by representatives in the international press, it was the 3rd high-profile leak of Chinese government documents related to the campaign in the Uyghur region. And it was significant for the way it provided a granular look into the system of repression as it operates on the local level. And the document has several important implications, as you've already heard a bit in the description of my testimony. Evidence for linkages between the IJOP and information gathered and stored on individual Uyghurs at the local level of geopolitical administration in the region. Linkages between this information and other government policies and tools, including programs such as Becoming Family and the program of forced labor. It raises implications about the scope and intent of data gathering and the relationships between that data and repression. It also has important implications for the role of guilt by association in the repression of Uyghurs. And finally, evidence that the party state has effectively criminalized everyday life as it restructures Uyghur society from the ground up. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Dr. Anderson. And the presentation focused on the camps, and I'm sure members will have several questions about the Caracas list and the actions in the camps. However, my few questions are going to relate to surveillance outside the camps, which you also cover in your report. For instance, in your report, you describe a system of intense, intrusive, extensive, and high-tech surveillance comprised of high-tech systems such as the IJOP, which you refer to, together with human surveillance. And in fact, you referred towards the end of your presentation to the Becoming Family program, where more than 1 million individuals, mainly Han Chinese, are paired off with Uyghurs in order to spy on them and report on Uyghur families. And my question, therefore, relating to this kind of surveillance outside the camps is, for those Uyghurs who are free, supposedly, for those Uyghurs who are outside the camps, how closely are they monitored by Chinese authorities? Or put another way, to what extent are those Uyghurs who are free, who are outside the camps, placed under almost total and continual surveillance by Chinese authorities?
Thank you. Given what we know about the surveillance and monitoring system, even Uyghurs who are free, as in outside some form of detention or other state custody, are constantly subjected to monitoring and checks at checkpoints located throughout the different jurisdictions where they might live, right? Where they have to, in some cases, plug their phones into tools that the police there use to scan the phones. They go through facial recognition systems, body scanners, and other forms of scanning and checking, right, at these checkpoints. In addition to that, you know, it is the free Uyghurs, in fact, who are visited by representatives of the state in, for example, the Becoming Family program, right? It's not people who are already inside some form of detention who are visited by those people. And so accounts in the secondary literature, right, that mention this Becoming Family program have detailed the ways that, you know, Uyghurs reportedly do not feel free to speak in the Uyghur language, for example, or to perhaps cook the food that they want to cook, or in instances where they might be cooking with the Becoming family member who has joined them, they can't ask, for instance, what kind of meat is in that food you are preparing, because that might be a sign of religious extremism. The family members are reportedly tasked with coming in and documenting, you know, what happens inside the family home, asking children about their parents, asking about daily life, daily habits, daily practices. So, you know, that technological surveillance, and then through checkpoints, through facial recognition cameras, through scanners that people go through, and then also what I've characterized as this more clumsy human element where there's a little more room for error, right? Those two things combine to mean that effectively, in my opinion, Uyghurs are not free, even when they are, quote, free.
Thank you for that. And to the extent of your knowledge, to what extent is this same kind of intrusive, extensive surveillance accorded to, for instance, Han Chinese people?
To the best of my knowledge, this same kind of surveillance is not used on Han Chinese people in the region. Now, I was last in the region in 2018, and when I was there, I saw that, for instance, at checkpoints, there are separate lines, or there at least were in 2018, separate lines that Uyghurs and other non-Han peoples had to go through than for Han people. So there was very different treatment. Even though Han people had to go through those lines as well, they didn't have to go, or had to go through the checkpoints as well, they did not have to go through the same lines. And all evidence that I have reviewed in the secondary literature suggests that the Becoming Family program, the program of cadres entering local people's homes, is only targeted at Uyghurs, at Kazakhs, and at other non-Han peoples.
Thank you for that. And my final question, and I hand over to the members, but my final question now relates to what activities are considered criminal as emerges, for example, from the Caracas list. Because we often hear Chinese authorities state that individuals who are detained or imprisoned this is done because they are engaging in criminal activities. However, in your report, you state that activities that can be flagged as suspicious or criminal include things such as following Uyghur customs or practicing Uyghur religion. Is that correct? Is following Uyghur customs or practicing Uyghur religion a potentially criminal or suspicious activity in Xinjiang?
Yes, given the way that I and other researchers at my organization understand both the Caracas list and the broader context in which it was assembled and used, effectively many, if not all, expressions of sort of distinct religious and cultural identity are at the very least suspicious, if not outright criminalized. So, for instance, in the excerpt I read to you in English translation from the Three Circles entry for Tursun Tohte, Mr. Tursun Tohte, right? The note that, you know, he performed dua, which is a kind of prayer that happens, for instance, after eating, or that he occasionally celebrated the two holidays, referring to Ramadan and Qurban, Eid al-Adha and Eid al-Fitr. Those are practices that are as much cultural as they are religious, right? The lines between religion and culture are not always immediately obvious. I think also, you know, evidence that criminality is all-encompassing and broad-sweeping also comes from the fact that, you know, the second highest cited reason for detention, with 91 different instances in this document, was someone being an untrustworthy or unsafe post-80s, post-90s, post-2000s person. That's just a mere fact of when someone was born being a reason for them being suspicious. Another particularly memorable example for myself is that there are some people in this document who were noted as suspicious and thus recommended for detention because they had applied for a passport and then never gone abroad. Whereas sometimes people apply for a passport and that is what makes them suspicious. So this is all-encompassing, wide-ranging, broad, sweeping.
Thank you for those answers. I'll pass you on to the members. Thank you.
Thank you.
The use of this document has to start with it being assessed as genuine. When the document came to you and your team, had it already been assessed as genuine, or did you approach it starting with an open mind as to whether it was genuine or not?
Thank you. Yes, we did approach it with an open mind and attempted, as best we could, to the best of our ability, to assess the degree to which we thought it was genuine. And ultimately, we did conclude that it was genuine in our eyes. So I can tell you a little bit about how we did that.
Well, I've read a bit about that.
Okay.
And we've all got that. But before I come to that, I want this. As you went through the process, did you at any stage, or any of you, have doubts? Or was it more a question of finding, in the ways that you're going to tell us in summary, confirmation of what you might have expected or indeed hoped that it would be genuine? Any doubts?
Well, I know that for me personally, there were instances in which it appeared that some ID numbers had been recorded incorrectly. They didn't have the proper length or the proper string of numbers. There were names that were recorded inconsistently. There were people who seemed very obviously to be male recorded as female. And those kinds of things made me and made several of us on our team pause and take note. But ultimately, we came down on the side of understanding these things as likely to be a result of human error, because there are very clear references to individual people, right, who have been collecting this information and recording it down throughout the document itself.
And from looking at the original document, or the copy of the original, is it possible to say how many different people may have contributed to the entries? Or would it have been a single scribe or typist, as it were?
It is not possible to say from the data that we have in the document itself how many people contributed to it. My suspicion is that it is not a single scribe, just based on the sheer number of people who are recorded there.
Okay, so the PRC's obviously challenged the genuineness of this document, and could you just very briefly summarize in public the basis upon which you and your team concluded it was genuine?
Right, so we found linguistic cues in the document, including naming conventions that are particular to this region, as strong evidence that it originated from this region. We also, found that factual information corroborating details such as the IJOP and the Becoming Family program as evidence that it was likely. And as an important note, it wasn't that every single entry included references to those, right? There were more limited numbers of references to them than you might expect if someone was perhaps trying to make this just fit a predetermined narrative, right? The third was the personal information in the database, including Chinese identification numbers. We did not have access to databases of ID numbers to run analyses, sophisticated analyses that could check whether they're authentic or not. But Dr. Adrian Zenz, with whom we were in contact in the process of preparing this report, was able to use documents and databases from his own cache of documents to run numbers and find that many of those ID numbers were authentic, which he details in his own report. Then additionally, in comparison to other government documents, which we have reviewed before, this struck us as genuine, and I already touched on it to an extent, but the final point I'll make is that in discussion with other experts, including Dr. Zenz, including other people, right, that we reached out to and talked to in the process of doing this research, we all determined that the document appeared authentic, it appeared genuine.
Was there some incident involving a bit of a giveaway by an individual in the People's Republic of China?
Yes, thank you for asking that. So in the days that followed the publication of our report, Dr. Zenz's report, and media reports, including by CNN, Chinese state media very predictably claimed that it was inauthentic. And so the China Daily, it was not the Global Times, but it was China Daily, inadvertently confirmed the authenticity of the document in an article that featured an individual whose information was recorded on the list, but that was not this particular individual's information had not been made public in the redacted document that we made public when our reports went live. So on February 23rd, China Daily produced a video, published a video featuring a woman named Bultaji Barat, who is featured in rows 298 and 590 of the Qaraqash list. And in this video, Ms. Bultaji claims that she was never interned. She notes her age, which is the same as the age that is given in the Qaraqash list in the rows concerning her. And then, just as a note, the final entry for her, the second entry, number 590, notes that it was recommended that she could continue her release. So she had been released by the time of that entry. It noted that she could continue her release from detention on account of good behavior or good cooperation with local authorities. So that would explain why she was able to be in the video, perhaps more easily than other people might have been. And the video appears to have been filmed at her home, which might also be a relevant detail.
So is this a video trying to show that the document was false, proving that it was genuine?
Yes, that is what the video is attempting to show, and Ms. Bultaji says things like, "Don't interfere with my good life. I am living a good life." This bears some features of other kinds of videos that are essentially akin to forced confession style videos.
Is there any non-Chinese academic opinion that is critical of the assessment of this document being genuine?
I have not seen any of this particular document, no.
Does your answer suggest that there is some non-Chinese academic opinion that is critical of the other leaked documents being genuine?
Yes.
Which document?
I have not in any published source as of yet, but I have heard from some people who are doing work with primary sources related to the Shanghai list that was leaked earlier this year, that there are some doubts as to the authenticity of that list.
And if necessary, you can point us later, if we need it, to the academics who have doubts about that document.
Yes.
Sticking with this document, has the PRC published any criticisms of detail about the list, or have they only just simply said it is a forgery?
They have published, between China Daily and Global Times, there have been several other reports bringing out people who are mentioned on the list to do similar things as Ms. Bultaji, whose video I was just describing to you. So I believe I have a name here. A February 24th article in the China Daily, for instance, brought out someone named Khabar Mahsoud, and who was mentioned in the family circle for a detainee in row 346 of the document, right? And they quote him as saying that this is untrue, right? And he doesn't understand why he is in this document. But it's the attempts at refutation and questioning of the document have mainly been in this form.
And has the refutation always been out of the mouth or in the words of a person, rather than by reference to inaccuracy of the statistical or other details?
Correct. I have not seen, I am unaware of any references to sort of inaccuracy of statistics or other details.
And your evidence suggests already that in the PRC, people may say things that are not accurate at the behest of the government in some form.
Yes.
If anything is known about the person who leaked this document that would expose anyone to risk, don't answer this question, but is anything known about the person or possible category of person who would have leaked this document?
So we do describe in our report the chain by which it came to us, because several individuals were willing to be public about that. So we received the document from linguist, and activist Abdulveli Ayub, who currently lives in Norway, and he received it from Asya Abdulahed, who is currently in the Netherlands, if my memory serves me correctly. And Ms. Asya says that she received the document from an official in Qaraqash County, and it was part of the same leak from which we got the China cables published by the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists in November 2019.
The China cables, same question as before, are they subject to non-Chinese criticism, academic or otherwise, of which you're aware?
Not that I am aware of.
The likely source, then, is an official in the department that either constructed this document or had access to it.
Yes, correct.
And given your broader evidence of the state of affairs in the area concerned, this is, of course, indicative of at least one person not being persuaded by the philosophy that lies behind the control of the Uyghurs.
Correct. There has been at least one other instance of that's been reported on of a relatively high-ranking official on a county level disagreeing, with the policies and openly doing so. So, yes.
The document itself has this extraordinary detail of reasoning for people being detained. Does that suggest the presence in the community of unknown spies, and spies who are working without the population generally knowing about it?
It could. I don't think there's ironclad evidence of it, but we do know, and this sort of predates the current campaign, right? That dates to about 2016 or 17. But neighbors have often been recruited to spy on one another through relatively formalized, everyday, forms of social organization, such as the 10 household system, right, where people have to be on the lookout for one another. Dr. Darren Byler has also, written based on evidence he gathered that the authorities have offered some people rewards for spying and informing on one another. So, yes.
The family program, you refer to that, I think. Can you just explain again, because people in the audience may not know exactly what that is, or at all what that is?
Right, so the Becoming Family program grew out of, it was established, if memory serves me correctly, in 2016, and it grew directly out of a 2014 program called Fang Huiju that was instituted across the Uyghur Autonomous Region to dispatch cadres down to the township and village levels so that they could work alongside, but also monitor and understand the daily lives of individuals who were living there. So that was 2014, and it was planned to go into 2016. But then after Chen Quanguo assumed his position as party secretary of the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, they kind of revived this program into a new iteration called Becoming Family, whereby primarily Han cadres or government workers, representatives of the government or the state, are dispatched to be family members to local Uyghurs, to local Kazakhs, and other people. So what they can do is just drop in unannounced for visits like a family member might, live alongside the family, spend the night with them, be part of cooking, be part of their everyday activities. But as scholars like Darren Byler have written about extensively, the real intent of this program appears to be monitoring, surveillance, and thus ultimately a form of control.
And of course, we'll hear more about this and more about how bad behavior is frequently reported as happening. But in general, it is, of course, another way of providing information sufficient to justify detention.
Yes.
Let's turn to the significance of the document, and I must leave time for my colleagues and will. The column that allows for the possibility of release or the possibility of further detention, does that necessarily imply that there is detailed monitoring of people in detention? For those entries to be made?
So your question is, does that column imply that there is detailed monitoring?
Elsewhere, for example, in the detention center.
I mean, the column itself does not.
But, well, how could a decision be made that somebody's behavior is improved or not in detention without the behavior in detention being itself monitored and recorded?
That is a fair point, yes.
I'm sorry, it was my hopeless question, but that's the point. And that detail is not in this document.
Right, details about, correct, details about how they were being monitored or how it was determined that their behavior was good are not here.
So if we move away from your document with that understanding, when people are in detention, when they're put into the tiger chair, when on some evidence they're put into the tiger chair and left for a week without being allowed to go to the lavatory, there may be or must be records available to the PRC of the treatment of the detainees in order that the information could come available for outcome that's referred to in this list.
I would imagine so, yes, though I have not seen any such records myself. But we know from firsthand survivor testimony that these detention centers are equipped with cameras, with screens, with many of the same monitoring and surveillance tools that exist outside the camp system. And so I would imagine those are at least one way of generating data, generating records about behavior and other details about these detainees.
So insofar as we've heard or may hear of torture and similar happening in these detention centers, is it likely or stronger, inevitable, that there must be records planning the program for a particular detainee as well as recording on the detainee's progress in order that this column of your document can be, not your document, this document can be prepared?
I would say that it's likely that there are, but again, I have seen no such thing, and yeah.
I think I've only got two more questions. Okay. One, you're entitled to answer and to give it with whatever strength of confidence or otherwise. What's the purpose behind what they're doing to the Uyghurs?
So this is obviously going to be at least a bit interpretive. I know
of course.
Much of what we're after today is facts, but if you might allow me some interpretation, I see the relationship between the party state, so the Chinese Communist Party, and the state of the PRC, and the Uyghur region as a fundamentally colonial relationship. I also believe that the leadership, the entire governing structure of the PRC is deeply anxious about the legitimacy of its governance and of its rule in this region, particularly because Uyghurs, Kazakhs, and others have resisted assimilation for many decades now. This region sits atop vast natural resources. It is a major part of the Belt and Road Initiative, right? So there are also economic, alongside those more obviously power-based reasons that what is happening is happening. This is a place that the party state wants to exploit economically, wants to finally fully integrate into the People's Republic of China, and I believe that it wants to eliminate other sources of loyalty that people like Uyghurs express, right? Religion is another form of loyalty. Loyalty to your people, right, is another form of loyalty. I think these things are very terrifying to the party state.
My last question is general. It is said that by some that there is an effort to eliminate the Uyghur culture, language, identity, and ultimately to lead to a merging of nations and ethnicities with the Han. Two parts. First, has the PRC ever acknowledged that that's its true goal? But the second and important part of this question is, has the PRC ever said anything that it wants to maintain the Uyghur identity, the Uyghur culture, the Uyghur religion?
Thank you. These are very important but somewhat complicated questions. So the PRC has never come out and said in those words, right, we intend to eliminate Uyghur culture, Uyghur religion, Uyghur identity, language, and so forth. But I think when faced with evidence, if we just look at, for example, what is happening with language in schooling, all it takes to eliminate a language is to cut off education in that language, which is what we see happening, right? That in the course of a generation really begins to impact.
Forgive me for cutting you short, but I'm running out of time. And we've got evidence of that from elsewhere. The question is whether it has done that which it might have done if it had any genuine intentions to maintain the identity, in the way that, for example, in our rather small country, it would now be uncomfortable for any politician not to say she or he wished to see the Scottish identity and the Welsh identity maintained. Whether they meant it or not, they'd certainly have to say it. Does the PRC even say it wants to maintain the Uyghur identity, language, history, culture?
It does not say it wants to maintain them. So the PRC will pay lip service to the distinctness of, for example, Uyghur culture by saying, look, we love this music. Look, we love Uyghur dance. Many state representatives have tweeted out things on Twitter showing examples of that. And so they don't come out and say, we want to maintain this, but they'll bring up music and dances as only two examples to say, but look at the support that we do give.
Thank you. Professor Kumar.
Thank you very much. It's all been very interesting. Can I just, following my chairman's lead, ask a sort of reflective question? And that is, why are they worried about letting people go abroad when clearly they're actually encouraging other Chinese to go abroad and get knowledge or whatever they want?
Right. Thank you for the question. The way I understand the evidence, right, for everything that is happening is that the authorities are worried about letting people go abroad because they're less monitorable and less controllable in that way, right? And so a number of policies over the past decade or so, including the People's Convenience Card policy that I mentioned in my written testimony, were really about bringing people back to the places that they were born, right? Back to their home locales, so they could be more easily monitored, surveilled, controlled. And I think that sort of motivation, as I read it, extends outward and upward to all parts of this system. There is a desire to control, and that's what's happening here.
You don't think it's because they might bring Western ideas back and therefore change the culture within China or Xinjiang?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I couldn't quite hear.
I just wondered whether it might be because going abroad would bring back Western ideas of liberation or whatever, freedom, and that would actually unsettle their program.
That is potentially another element of it as well, right? If I may, in the period when I lived in the region, some Uyghurs would say things to me like, we want to go abroad, but we have trouble getting passports, and we want to go abroad because we want to expand our minds, we want to see the world, but the authorities here, they don't want our minds opened. Right.
Thank you. Just one other question. Again, our chairman asked about the reaction of PRC to the report. What was the reaction of the Uyghur population on the data you presented? Were these data a surprise to them, or did they think that that's what was being collected anyway?
In one sense, right, it was confirmation for Uyghurs outside the PRC who felt, in my best understanding, like they were screaming from the mountaintops and no one was listening. So it was confirmation of things many people had been saying already. But then, in another sense, I think it was shocking to see these details, to get, limited as they were, kind of composite pictures of real individuals down on the local level. And so one good example of that is that CNN, in their reporting on this list, found the sister of one of the detainees. And this sister was living in Turkey, and broke down crying in the interview, saying she never imagined that her sister, right, would have been taken away. She had received no information about her for years after they'd lost contact. And so, actually receiving confirmation, even as it was confirmation of something that she already knew, was still shocking and traumatizing.
Professor Manji.
May I ask you just to return to this notion of those detained and then those that are free. May I ask you to just reflect for us briefly on notions of trust. So what does the existence of lists such as this one and others mean for wider society? What has happened, in your assessment, what has happened to social solidarity amongst Uyghurs as a result of the existence of these sorts of spreadsheets?
Right. So from the literature, the reporting on this region and this crisis more broadly, there is strong evidence that the policies and practices in the region have eroded trust between Uyghurs. That sometimes happens on the family level, and also on the social level with neighbors, with friends. And I think one good bit of writing on this that you might consult if interested is Dr. Joanne Smith-Finley's "Now We Don't Talk Anymore," which details that erosion of social bonds and the way that many Uyghurs, as she spoke to them in 2018, that at least some Uyghurs she spoke to in 2018 expressed that they were simply afraid to even speak anymore because they could not trust one another.
Ms. Rowe.
just to continue on the chairman's theme around verification of evidence, you referred a number of times to Dr. Zentz's work on the Karakash list. Obviously, there's also a wide body of other work. What does your organisation do to satisfy itself about his methodology and so on?
It's a great question. Well, right, part of that comes through us, reviewing, right, Dr. Zentz's work and, assessing, following the paper trail, right, to the government documents that he examines. And it is that fact that so much of his research is based in government documents themselves, right, in Chinese, originating from the local, regional, and so forth level that makes us satisfied that his data and his methodology are sound.
Thank you. And just one more question. Can you conclude anything from the Karakash list or from your wider work about the notion that officials need to fulfill quotas for the numbers they detain or arrest?
The Karakash list itself contains no evidence suggesting that officials are simply trying to meet quotas. However, there are details in the China cables, if I am not mistaken, as well as in the Urumqi police files, which were published about by The Intercept in January of 2021, suggesting that officials have been trying to meet quotas, and that is why they have detained certain people.
Mr. Rich.
So the common conception of prison is walls, but with the advance of surveillance equipment, Xinjiang has been described as an open-air prison. Firstly, do you recognize that? I appreciate you haven't been there for 3 or so years. And secondly, if that is the case, what is the purpose, in your view, of the detention and education and other penal establishments?
Right. So the first, could you repeat the first part of your question? My apologies.
Yes. So the common conception of prisons is confining people within walls, but you can do that another way through the surveillance equipment, the IJOP, for instance. So, A, do you recognize Xinjiang as essentially as an open-air prison? And B, if that is the case, and you can therefore control people by that means of confinement, if I can describe it in those terms, what is the point of the physical prisons, detention centers and education centers?
So yes, I do recognize the region as an open-air prison, and I would just add that the process of it becoming that began before 2016, right? It was well underway already. And to the second part of your question, I think the point is power. The point is intimidation. The point is sending a message that if you do not behave, then you can be here as well. And to me, that is fundamentally about a display of power.
And my last question, we've only got 2 minutes, is in your experience and knowledge, is it possible for these really quite profound strategies deployed by the PRC to be done without the direction of the central authorities, one assumes from Beijing or wherever?
In my opinion, no. It would be impossible for these policies to be enacted without the approval of the central authorities.
Mr. Clark, 1.5 minutes for question and answer.
I got the message. 2 very quick, I hope, questions. One is, the last column in the list is the decision-making. And do we know from the list who it is who is actually making those decisions? And all of them seem to say approved, so there doesn't seem to be much dispute on the recommendations. And the second thing, this category of unsafe 80s, 90s, or 2000s, which is sort of 20 to 40-year-old people. Why is that? Is that because they grew up in a more liberal time, if that's the right description? Or is there some other underlying? I mean, it's 91 people. That is a very big group in the list.
Right. So as to the question of who, there is language throughout the document saying things like community level opinion. And this is referring to the community neighborhood offices, kind of auxiliary police. And then there are some, there's some language that also refers to the opinions or the assessments of officials at the sub-district level. So those are the people who appear to have been recording this information, and we see as the compilers and authors of the document. And then to this second question, I'm sorry, could you remind me of your question?
This category of people unsafe from the 80s, 90s, 2000s, and that.
Right. I think it, on the one hand, yes, you know, people born in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s grew up in, you know, a different era as China was becoming more open, freer. They might have received more outside influence, so to speak, and that is likely one reason for their untrustworthiness, quote unquote, or for them being suspicious, supposedly. But I think also there's an element of here where it appears that there are so many ways for Uyghurs to be suspicious that I wonder whether people were, authorities in the system are just looking for labels to come up with, right? And I can only speculate as to whether that was the case, but it strikes me as a possibility.
Zamit Boer, any questions?
No further questions.
No. Dr. Anderson, thank you very much for coming and giving your evidence. Your evidence is now concluded, but you are, of course, free to stay and watch the remainder of the proceedings. But thank you.
Thank you.
Our next witness is Dr. David Tobin. Good afternoon, Dr. Tobin. Dr. David Tobin is a lecturer in East Asian Studies at the University of Sheffield and was formerly the Halesworth Research Fellow in the Political Economy of China at the University of Manchester. Dr. Tobin has several years of fieldwork experience in Xinjiang with numerous peer-reviewed articles on China's ethnic policy, political violence, and Han-Uyghur relations published in scholarly journals and collected volumes. His book, Securing China's Northwest Frontier, Identity and Insecurity in Xinjiang, analyzes the relationship between identity and security in Chinese state policymaking and its impact on Han-Uyghur relations. Dr. Tobin's report concerns the People's Republic of China's and the Chinese Communist Party's political structure and decision-making, and his report refers to an outline organogram entitled China's de jure structure. The report highlights that the political system in the PRC is a highly centralized party state without rule of law or significant separation of powers. Although the state runs the daily affairs of government, all key strategic decision-making is made by the party in accordance with policy. It notes that since Xi Jinping's rise to power, decision-making has become more centralized and public criticism muted. That is particularly so with the end to the presidential term limits, Xi's rapid accession to the central military commission, and an end to frank discussion in the Politburo Standing Committee, the key mechanism to debate policy in the PRC and an outlet for political factions to debate and direct policy. The practice of cross-posting young cadres in key party and government roles has helped cement vertical authority and power, particularly of the central party organs. Dr. Tobin, we've received your report and we've also have your previous report from the June hearings, which you can take as well read by everybody in the panel and amongst council. I understand you'd like to make a short presentation, and we'd be very grateful if you could keep to 10 minutes. Thank you.
I fear you're mute, Dr. Tobin. You're still mute, I think. Something may be in error this end. Let's check. Try again. No, it's not working. Can those in charge of the mechanics here offer an explanation, or would we like Dr. Tobin to log out and then log back into his own computer? Maybe what he's doing right now, my guess. Mr. Sabi, if it isn't done already, it might be prudent to give a call to Dr. Tobin so that all methods of sorting the mechanical shortcoming are approached from different angles.
Yes, so hopefully it will be resolved quickly, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Can you stop the clock or rewind it a bit?
Mr. Chairman, the alternative is to take an early lunch break and come back to...
We don't know whether Dr. Tobin is available for the hour afterwards.
That has to be checked, yes.
I don't know if the people in the gallery are able to explain whether it's a this end or that end problem. It's them, is it? Thank you. Has Dr. Tobin been contacted by telephone? If not, can that please be done? Or email.
Dr. Tobin would be available for 1:30, so, Mr. Chairman, if we can break now, then we can have the...
Yes, just. Does he...
1:20, please, if we are...
Sorry?
I'm asked whether we can fix it that we can come back at 1:20 for Dr. Tobin and have a lunch break now.
Well, yeah, why not? But is it clear that he will be properly free then?
Yes, I am.
Has he been spoken to on the phone? We can't just assume that an academic of his status is not busy in the afternoon. So until I know that, I'll stick with where we are, just in case we can get him back.
So we are getting update from the technical team, and we still haven't got an answer for your question, but it has been posed to him, and we will have an answer to you soon.
I think I'm going to wait just a few more minutes. I'm perfectly happy in the company we are in, so we'll do that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry about this, but these things occasionally happen. Has any contact been made with Dr. Tobin by email, telephone, or whatever other means he... Yes? He's on his way. He's on the phone, right. Is his computer letting him down, or does he say it's us? Can you check whether he will be available for the best part of an hour starting at... Sorry? Wait one more minute. Quite exciting, this.
Can you hear me now? Great. Thank you.
Dr. Tobin, we've of course lost a bit of time, and my understanding is you can only...
that is the technical difficulties fixed.
Dr. Tobin, we've obviously lost some time, and
Can you hear me now? I could not hear your remarks prior.
We can hear you now. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Dr. Tobin, I was just going to suggest that we've lost some time, and my understanding is you have also very limited time. Perhaps, if it might assist, we can move straight to questions, and maybe at the end you might address us on any points you'd like to make.
Yes, whatever works best. I can skip the initial remarks, or I can appear in the afternoon.
Great. I'd suggest then we perhaps move with questions if the panel's chair is content.
I'm content. I'll check whether Professor Lynch is content.
Great, thank you.
Professor Lynch, I think the floor is yours.
Okay.
So I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Shall I do my questions
of
first?
Of course, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
sorry, Mr. Abraham. I thought there'd been a double reduction.
Thank you.
I was being confused. Right, off you go.
Dr. Tobin, you've noted that the autonomous regions have remained directly supervised by the State Council, the highest level of central government, and are more effectively monitored than the provinces. When you use the terms supervision or monitoring, is that in the traditional sense of oversight over Xinjiang, or is it more active management?
It's both. In terms of the institutional oversight has not changed since its original establishment. In terms of the institutional framework, what's written down on paper, they must report to the State Council. Any Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Regional Government policy implementation must be explained to the State Council, and the State Council comment back. If you read certainly all my work, any regional government documents are entirely focused on how they have successfully implemented policy, not how they create policy. That's publicly available, but it's written to the centre. It's not meant to be for people like me, it's meant to be for the centre to read, and they comment on the effectiveness of this implementation. For example, Xi Jinping at the 2020 Xinjiang Working Group meeting commented on how effectively they have been implementing his policy and how successful they have been. In terms of the shift under Xi Jinping, obviously there are many mechanisms that in the piece I've written about centralisation and about increasing monitoring supervision. Where it really enters my work is looking at, say, taking an institution like the Bing Tuan, that was presumed to be semi-autonomous, but looking at all the documents posted on a daily basis on local government websites for cadres, not for me, but for cadres about how they do their daily work. The emphasis is on these monitoring and supervision mechanisms, essentially the meetings between party and state representatives to justify how policy is being implemented and whether it is being effectively implemented. So I think there's evidence on paper, but also in terms of how people's daily work operates.
Thank you. You've explained the direct connection between official ethnic policy and national security, and you've also noted that some of the terminology of these ethnic policies appear in documentation related to internment camps, transformation education titles, and propaganda videos illustrating vocational training. Is it correct that we can ascribe then direct responsibility for these policies to Xi Jinping and senior party officials?
Yes. The policy is clearly made by Xi. Policy is clearly made by the party prior to Xi, but Xi has obviously centralised power within the party, hence why he's being seen as responsible for these policies in the literature, but also in China. So he's responsible for making policy, but of course that framework, when you read this fusion policy, obviously this is very broad. So there's obviously debate to what extent is Xi aware of certain details. But of course, these policies have been enacted for a number of years. Xi uses increased monitoring and supervision mechanisms, which were already in use. Prior to Xi, policy has always been implemented by the government, but made by the party. So Xi, even if Xi did not make specific orders in 2015 or 2017, the feedback mechanisms are such that Xi is very aware of these every detail of these policies. He would know about this before I would. And that relationship between regional government and party state is very important. Because that feedback mechanism, when you look at the work of the regional government, it really is focused on assuring the centre, assuring Xi that these policies are being implemented. So even if he did not give very specific orders to use specific torture methods, he knows about this now. He knows through these mechanisms, and will have known for a number of years, about all the issues we discussed in the previous sessions. So he has the oversight to change this, but it's very important that this is to remind ourselves that this ethnic policy is seen as a security matter, hence why it goes to the very top. It might be unusual for a British audience to think of things like language policy as pertaining to security, but in Chinese politics, it's very clear that all ethnic policy pertains to national security and sovereignty. So language policy, religious repression, torture methods are all directly related to China's top leaders thinking on security, hence why there are many areas of life in China that have become more open in the last 30 years, but not this one. This is seen as a national security matter that should not be opened like other issues. So that's why there's increased monitoring. It's easy for us to understand why there would be monitoring of potential terrorist acts, but we have to remember that terrorist acts and complaints about language policy are treated as national security matters.
Now, there are a number of allegations being made about the commission of crimes against the Uyghurs in Xinjiang. To what extent, if at all, could such crimes be committed without the knowledge of the XPCC or indeed the central party structures?
I cannot conceive how they would not know. Even if the cadres kept this secret, even if everyone kept this secret, it's in the global news. You know, this is an issue is seen as an issue pertaining to the survival of the Chinese state. The top leaders prioritise this, and even if the cadres don't give them the information, which would be risking their careers and their lives, they know about this from other channels and are very concerned about these issues.
So my follow-on question then would be, would it be possible for the central party or government structures to be aware of alleged crimes, but at the same time not have any direct role in ordering, planning, or conspiring to commit these alleged crimes in Xinjiang?
No, because she appoints. I mean, the focus, obviously, the way Chinese politics is looked at is as if it's a courtly drama of these different personalities, and there's no way of analysing it with concepts and political science. But I mean, looking at the way the institutional framework works, Xi Jinping appoints Chen Quanguo. Xi Jinping appoints him because he knows his work in Tibet, he's aware of it, and he knows he will apply this and follow orders. So that's why Chen Quanguo was given a position in the first place. And then he's monitored and supervised. And then Politburo Standing Committee meetings include some of these people that are making these decisions in the Bing Plan and regional government. Therefore, it's inconceivable that it's conceivable that a top leader does not know what happens at a specific time on a specific day, some minor detail, but it is not conceivable that he does not know how these policies are being implemented.
I might rephrase that, and it might help. It might help to ascertain the point I'm trying to make. Isn't it plausible that there may be broad pronouncements or policy goals announced by the central party or government, but that in no way the central party or government will have directed that those goals be pursued through the commission of crimes?
I don't see how, because she keeps giving speeches to celebrate how well this is working. So for that point, even if he wasn't directing it, he now has the authority to stop it. His authority, in fact, you know, it's illegal to say she is not in command of the party within China. It's his it's core role to know about national security. He announced he'd want, after, all the debates in Chinese politics are about, we need to change ethnic policy. After 2009 violence, Wang Yang says, if we don't change this policy, there'll be more violence. This is high level that Wang Yang is now in the Politburo Standing Committee. These are discussions pertaining to national security that are being directed from the Politburo Standing Committee. They're giving orders to the regional government at all times. If a cadre were to instigate an act of violence that was considered irrational or unethical or could damage China's national security, that would be stopped. That's what she wants to know. Are cadres implementing policy correctly? And he has said they are implementing it effectively.
Two final questions from me, Dr. Tobin. Could it be plausible that local cadres or keen, eager local officials may commit these alleged crimes in order to efficiently implement broad central policy goals, but that in reality this is a local affair not directed from above?
It's not a local affair directed from above because it's because of the structure of the party state. The party state is in command. This is in paper. It's in every political speech. But what the debates in Chinese politics and political science are often about this issue. You talk about how much control does the centre have of the provinces. And of course, many of reforms we've seen in the reform era are ad hoc experimentation. Deng Xiaoping says reform, and then people start experimenting. But this is an area of national security where you're told if you criticise ethnic policy, that's against national security. That could threaten national sovereignty. So there's sociological incentives. At a sociological level, there's limitless incentives not to experiment in this area. You are risking so much. Why would a low-level cadre want to do something that could potentially be seen as jeopardising national security? Now, so the period between where we are now and when she came to power, she obviously did announce, all this debate, we need to rethink. During that period when things were being rethought, there was a lot of experimentation at a local level, private companies, hospitals putting up signs saying no beards, no praying in the hospital, that didn't seem to be directly ordered. That was an example of experimentation, but that's going back to 2012. Those mechanisms now, the information mechanisms, the monitoring mechanisms are such that is now, this is common knowledge. That's absolute common knowledge. And now that is rolled out as a policy.
And my final question, Dr. Tobin, is that you've noted Wang Yunzheng is the Bingtuan Party Commission Secretary. He's also the Xinjiang Regional Government's senior official and also the ZXJ President. And you've noted in your report that he is an example of a cross-posting. Could you explain to us the rationale to have cross-posted him in that particular way?
I can't speak to the sort of inner workings of those individuals and their relationships at that level. I can't speak to their internal states of mind or their personal relationships. But what I can explain is the political rationale that, as it presents itself to me. Principle of cross-posting, just to be clear, obviously this is to create an interlocking structure between party and state, and you have people in the party and in state positions so that the party remains in command, not simply on paper, but that every meeting is going to have a party guy in the room, and that shapes the discussion and what can be done. That's the overall principle. In terms of this specific case, well, the Bingtuan, of course, historically had an uneasy place in Chinese politics because it was formed from different factions of a civil war. So the CCP was concerned about both its capacity to separate from China at one point, or at least from the party, but also that it may implement policies, including policies that would be too chauvinistic and would create problems for the party with Uyghurs. So what Xi Jinping has done, and what he stresses in his speeches on the Bingtuan, is that that relationship now should not be ad hoc. This needs to be formalised, drawn into the centre, institutionalised, and not treated specially. It has no special rights. It should be seen as being controlled by the party, directed by the party, and it has to meet the party's goals. So my reading of the Bingtuan, specifically its official documents under Xi, is that the reason to do that is to enmesh the Bingtuan in the party state so that it has less autonomy on a daily basis.
Thank you, Dr. Tobin, for your report and your clear answers. I imagine the panel have a number of questions for you.
Professor Lynch, you're not bound by the clock quite now.
Thank you. My first question is an extension of one of the questions already asked by Council, and that's, you say in your document in the section on the Politburo Standing Committee that frank discussions have now ended, indicative of increased personal control by Xi, and presumably that means increased personal responsibility for all the actions of that committee, which basically control everything else. And I just like to tell us how you know that when you also tell us that all the discussions are only held in secret.
These are the notion of, first of all, this notion of what was called democratic centrism was seen widely, both in literature in China and outside, as the mechanism to contest policy, which is why it's so significant. During Hu Jintao's era, we knew people would speak to the media. We knew, top-level people were giving speeches to media, and the notion of the factions was open knowledge. Somebody like Chung Lee, who works on this issue, specifically wrote about it. You know, these factions are open. The Princeling, at the time, the Princelings in the Communist Youth League. So we didn't know what the frank discussions were. Chung Lee claims to have connections where he does, but generally speaking, we leave that at that, and we know that's the role it performs. The way this has changed now, obviously, first of all, there's the signalling. There's the fact that there's no more discussion of factions. The fact that all the mainstream literature agrees there's no alternative ideas on the big issues being promoted. People are going silent. People are saying we can't talk to the media anymore and so forth. But in terms of the mechanisms, well, we know that the key mechanism, of course, that sort of hamstrung Hu Jintao in his final session in power was that Xi Jinping's ended presidential term limits. This was a very important matter because the last years of Hu's reign were entirely dominated by a discussion of who comes next. And everyone knows he's going soon, there's going to be a new leader. Whereas now with Xi, we know, as things stand, he does not leave power after 2 limits. So how can you challenge that? Secondly, Xi, unlike Hu, does not have a balance in Politburo Standing Committee. The balance between those factions was visible, it was demonstrable. We knew who was trained by the Communist Youth League, who was associated with the Princelings, and we knew this. Now, that makeup is not there. It's dominated by people that would be called the Princelings, and those that essentially would be seen as more national, in Chinese politics, would be seen as more nationalists than socialists, if you like, where Hu Jintao was seen as left-leaning because he focused on social care and so forth. these princelings are associated with, primarily with nationalism and centralisation of power.
Thank you. With reference to the Supreme People's Court, you say that in 2005 they were granted the right to administer death penalties. And around the issue of death penalties, do you have any knowledge of the number of death penalties that are passed in China each year?
I have no statistics to hand, but I remember, obviously, the last few years of statistics being released that China was executing more people than almost every other state combined. So those figures are publicly available. In terms of the significance of that was that the centre believed the provincial courts were executing too many people. And they called it low-quality sentences, meaning that they were essentially implicitly acknowledging they're not sure if these trials are fair. So that was the thinking behind that the provinces were, again, provinces had too much autonomy, so it's part of Xi's way of reining things in. But that issue of low-quality sentences, if you like, predated Xi.
And the current situation, do we know who is passing most of the death penalties? Are they occurring at the level of the SPC, or are they still occurring at lower regional courts?
There will be people speaking today that know more of this. As I know, it's the Supreme People's Court that I would turn to when I research this issue. That's who are executing death sentences.
And related to that, do the Bingtuan courts pass death sentences?
I mean, as far as I know, they were just like all the provinces and just like like autonomous regional governments. So hence why it was formerly called a state within a state. But of course now the centralisation of the Bingtuan and its increased monitoring supervision, I mean, it's not really a state within a state, it's simply a parallel institution to the autonomous regional government and subservient to the party.
Okay, thank you. My other questions have actually already been asked by Council, so I can pass on now to any other members of the panel.
Thank you. You talk about Bingtuan's 2,000-year-long strategic mission to secure frontier territory and assimilate minority people. Have you come across other long-term plans, specifically something we at the Tribunal have come across regarding a three-point plan that extends into decades, one of which is specifying either the elimination of Uyghur people or control or re-education. Second part and third part you might know about anyway.
I have not seen that document, so I cannot comment on the document specifically. I do not know much about it. It sounds, my professional opinion is when I heard that, I would like to see the document. But also, when you read official Chinese documents, particularly the narratives that you refer to, there are many things in those documents that are not considered controversial in China, but they would not be said in English. And when you translate them into English, it does sound shocking. I mean, China obviously prides, the PRC, certainly CCP prides itself on, in its words, not adopting Western policies of coercion and colonialism. When, of course, the handbook you described that every Bingtuan member should study says that China has a timeless or 2,000-year-old secular mission in Xinjiang. So that, for me, the way in terms of my work, in terms of that sort of smoking gun, what is the intent behind all this? I mean, the policy, announcing a policy of fusion that means assimilation, for me, is a smoking gun. Prior to that, the intergenerational debate that I discussed on ethnic policy, I was surprised at how silent or the lack of comment on that debate, because you had all the most influential intellectuals in China on the subject debating ethnic policy for the first time on a, openly debating on the State Ethnic Affairs Commission website, the second generation policies that largely we're seeing today, removal of language from education, crackdown on religion, promote a Zhonghua Minzu shared national identity. They've all been adopted, but the first generation, their argument was not that that is ethically wrong, but the argument was that that would be ineffective, and the current policy of regional autonomy, economic development would naturally assimilate Uyghurs. So, for me, the intent that we're talking about is there, but I cannot comment on the specific document you reference.
Thank you.
Dr. Tobin, may I ask you a question about the legal framework governing both the ethnic minority regions and ethnic minority people themselves? So if I start with the second question first, could you tell us what the Constitution of the PRC says about ethnic minority peoples? And then can you say a little bit more about what the national law says, particularly the national law on regional autonomy. 1949, I'm wondering if there is a more recent piece of legislation and how we are to understand the actual workings of this legal framework.
Okay, there's a lot I could say here. I mean, I would always say politics is in command. It's not law. In China, I mean, I would argue that in other states, but in China that we're talking about today, the party's in command. This is not rule of law. Rule of law, as I understand it, is when the law is above politics. The politicians or state leaders are also subject to law. There may be some exceptions in extreme cases of national security, but in China, politics is in command, and so many issues pertain to national security that comes first. In terms of the Constitution itself, now, just for context, obviously in Chinese society, the Constitution is not seen as necessarily taken with the same level of gravity as you would see, for example, in the United States or a society with rule of law, simply because the people know that politics is in command and the party's in command. The Constitution is not above them. In the Constitution itself, though, it does make it very clear that there is ethnic equality. All groups are equal. All groups are equal before the law. All groups have the right to speak their own languages, to practice their own religion, to develop their cultures as they see fit. Of course, it says all those things. When I think, the first thing that comes to mind when I think of the Constitution is my time in Urumqi on Yenan Lu, outside of Islamic colleges, where there's a large political propaganda slogan about the Constitution, saying you must respect the Constitution, this is law. 1 minute tops from that site, there were adverts saying no minority, for job employment adverts, small businesses saying no minorities and only. Right directly next to this slogan. People don't take it seriously. But yes, it does guarantee ethnic equality and preservation of language and religion. In terms of regional autonomy law, of course, like I've stated, it's not above the party. The party state is making this law, as it were, and is in command. The law is made in 1949, as I've written about, that essentially Mao Zedong was concerned in a genuine way that Xinjiang and Tibet and places with concentrated minority populations, who were called barbarians until that point, would separate. So obviously Mao Zedong, like Lenin, had promised independence. that once he came to power, he said independence within socialism is reactionary. So it's suddenly a crime. So it goes from being language of self-determination that all groups are entitled to very quickly to you can have autonomy, but if you want self-determination, that's reactionary and that's against national security. So that's focused, and it uses the language of, that I use in my work, modernisation. It needs to modernise the region, which in my work, obviously that can denote urbanisation and infrastructure and so forth, but in my work it very much denotes the removal or trying to make Uyghurs more modern by removing or limiting the use of Uyghur language and of Uyghur religion. So it's talked about in terms of the ethnic problem. It's never intended to, it's not about giving people autonomy, it's about maintaining China's sovereignty in regions that they were specifically insecure about because they had no political control over, or very limited control over. Now, this law was, of course, reformed in 1984. It hasn't been changed since. That's why there is no up-to-date version. It's remained in law since 1949 with minor changes in 1984, and that is still officially the law.
Dr. Tobin, thanks very much for coming back to give evidence a second time. And just two questions from me. The first arising from the fact that your presentation was somewhat frustrated by technical difficulties. Now, there may well have been things that you were wanting to tell us arising from what happened, what you discussed with us last time and everything else. So I think you've got a free rein to make sure that you cover what you would like to have told us, but for the little glitch. The second point, which is a little detail, have you, I think, been provided with the research work product of the teams here in the form of an organogram? I know you haven't felt the need to use it, but before you part from us, if there's anything about that organogram that you would like to say is inaccurate or should be qualified, that would be very helpful for us. So those two issues, and that's it from me.
Thank you, Sir Geoffrey. My presentation really is, the main points are covered in our discussion. I will restate that all ethnic policy in the PRC is considered a national security matter pertaining to sovereignty. Ilham Tohti, for example, was prosecuted under the anti-separatism law, not extra-legally like internment camp operations, prosecuted under the anti-separatism law for academic writings on ethnic policy, for saying things that, I mean, frankly, his writing is more moderate than mine, less critical, because he was trying to stay out of trouble. He would say the party is doing very well in Xinjiang, its focus on development is astute, it's raising the advanced productive forces of the people, and all this. But he said, for these policies to really work, for Uyghurs to remain satisfied as part of China, you would have to address ethnic discrimination. So that was why he was prosecuted under law, because commenting on discrimination is seen as a threat to sovereignty. Fusion policy does need to be historicised within Chinese political history and society. She did not invent this idea. 1950s debates between anthropologists called fusion a form of assimilation, clearly, Jia Bozan, for example. But Xi Jinping makes the policy, he appoints the people to implement the policy, and he monitors it to ensure that it achieves its intended goals and is stated to satisfaction with current progress. In terms of the diagram, I chose not to go in my submission, not to go through every detail, because there's lots of things that could be said. Instead, I spent some time looking at it, spoke to the panel to say, this is sound, but what I want to add to it is the party is in command. If there are any specific questions about the specific institutions or actors, I'd be happy to comment in future.
Well, thank you very much. I don't think there are any further questions to those that have been asked about this already, but if your offer is that if we have questions and put them in writing, you might not only make a second appearance, but make a third contribution, that would be gratefully accepted. And I think that's it for now, and thank you for sticking with us. I have no doubt the tension at your end, worrying about making the connection, was a great deal greater than here. We were really rather relaxed knowing that you come on in due course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I meant to ask. Was there anything else, Mr. Abraham? No. Mr. Sabi, would you like us to take lunch?
We are running 15 minutes late, Mr. Chairman. If we can, probably we can save that this afternoon, but can we reconvene at 2:15?
Of course, 2:15, yes. 2:15, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Sabi, do you want to tell those who are thinking of coming back this afternoon what the menu is, as it were? Do you want... Don't worry, another time. Too late.
Efendim, bugün düştüm burun berilgen guvahlıklardaki mühim noktalarını, özünüzge təsir qilgan mühim noktalarını aldı bilen şu anlaşlarımızga, körgüçlerimizge xulasılap ötken bolsanız bolupmu, Mikray Hanım'nınki guvahlıqdaki sizge təsir qilgan noktalarını köstüp ötken bolsanız. Rahmet.
Boldu, Mehmetcan Efendi. Bugün ettiğine hem de guvahlık bergen 4 insan boldu hem de o ikisi Uyghur guvahçı, özünün uruk tukanlarının ekfalı üstüde guvahlık berdi. Ondan başka yana iki gariplik mütehassıs Xitay hükümetinin Uygurlarga qaratgan hazır qilib berivatqan cinayetler üstüde bulupma qarqaş tizimligi üstüde guvahlık bergen boldu. Aldı bilen hem de guvahlık bergen kızçaq hem de Avustraliyalik Mikray Mezansov. Bulup bu kızçaq arantıqı 27 yaşqa kirgen bir kız, özü Avustraliya tug'ilib cho'ng bo'lgan. Anan keyin shu 2016 yili vatanga berib, u yerda bir Uyg'ur yigit bilan tanishib, Mirzat Tayir deydigan bir yosh bola bilan tanishib, anan keyin bular 2016 yili, ya'ni 8-oyda bular uylangan. Ya'ni 2016 yili 8-oy degan naq Chinchuangoning kelgan vaqtda Abdumrayonning partiya sekretari bo'lib, ular to'y qilib, anan keyin bu yo'ldoshining, ya'ni Avstraliya vizasini hal qilish uchun uning 6-7 oy vaqt ketgan Nəticədə o vizasımı şu 2017 yılı 4-cü ayda, aprellarda chiqqan. Bular shu chaqda atrofda qarsa, nurg'un Uyg'urlarni Xitoy hukumatı birdan ishkidan tutib mangan ekan. Bularni zo'r andish ichida biz unda bo'lsa biz baldiroq qaytayli deb bular 4-cü ayning 12-si Avstraliyaga mangdigan biletlarni elib shu mangdiganning tayyorligini qilgan. Ammo 2 kun burun, yana 4-cü ayning 10-cü kuni saqchilar telefon qilib, 2 saqchi kelib ko'rishgan bo'lgan. Uning bilan ko'rishgandan keyin birinchi so'rgan savoli yana sen chet elga chiqqanmi? Bu bola ilgari yana 1 yil Turkiyada tug'an, turk tili o'qigan, ham oraliqda sayat yetakchisi bo'lib bir mazgil ishlagan Turkiyada. Albatta uningdan burun Xitoy hukumatı zo'miz va ham Uyg'urga pasport elinglar, amiz melinglar deb berib, nurg'un Uyg'urlarning hamda normal hamda chet elga chiqishiga sababchi bo'ldi hamda. Bu bir normal bir ish. Shuni bahona qilib, bu ikki saqchidan chet elga chiqibsan ekan deb pasportini ko'rib, uningda Turkiyaning vizasiga kirib chiqish tamg'ilari bo'lgan ekan, Mirzat Toyirni shu kuni olib, 4-cü ayning 10-ni olib so'lagan. So'lagandan keyin uni kech kunduz qiynash, so'roq tortish, ya'ni yo'lvas o'rindig'i degan o'rindiqqa o'tag'izib, uni qiynash psixologiyalik bo'lamdi, jismoniy jihatdan bo'lamdi qiynagandan keyin bu uni ko'tiramayotda o'shidan ketib, anan keyin bu saqchilar buni doktorga olib bir davolab sal saqaygandan keyin olib yana buni so'lab qo'ygan. Hamda buning bularning oilasimi hamda bu yosh bola hamda Mirzat hech qanday bir jinoyat o'tkazmagan ekan, Xitoy hukumatiga qarshilik hech qanday ish qilmagan ekan, bularni Xitoy hukumati amini ishini topolmagan ekan, buni qo'yib o'tadi degan shu orzu umidda bo'lgan. Eng oxirida amaliyotda u ish ta'tirga mangib, bu albatta bu Mirzat oilasining ishi emas, nurg'un chet eldagi Uyg'urlarmi toki hozirgacha mening ya ayolim ya yo'ldishim ya urug' tuqqanim dadam appam begunoh şu an Xitoy hukumati amini qo'yib o'tadi deb mana 4,5 yil o'tib ketdi. Qo'yayotgani yo'q, nurg'unlarni nayt afsus kesayotgan bo'ldi.
Bu balni kesgan bo'daymi?
Bu balni yo'qdi, bu balni kesmabdi. Endi bu balni bir ikki qitim qo'yayotgan ahvoli bor, vaqtli sirtqa chiqib qo'yayotgandan keyin bu qayta tutib kelib, bu balni endi tutib turgan. Hozir kesgan kesmaganligi to'g'risida aniq bir ma'lumot yo'q, ammo bu shu o'tgan yili sentabrdan keyin Xitoy hukumati hamda bu ayolning, ya'ni Mekrayning shu yo'ldosh bilan bo'lgan har qanday aloqasini uzib tashlagan. Uningdan burun hech bo'lmagan chog'da ancha-muncha bir telefonda yoki videoda degan, ya xat yozishib, video bilan telefon qilgan chog'da hatto Xitoy so'zlashgan bir-birlan, Uyg'ur so'zlashmaydi ekan, nihoyat qisqa. Shuning bilan shundoq bir ahvolga duch kelgan bular. Hatto hamda bu masalan bu Mekray hamda Avstraliyalik bir grajdan turib o'zining yo'ldoshi, hatto mana begunoh hech qanday bir jinoyat o'tkazmagan bir yo'ldoshni Xitoy hukumati hozir tutib, so'lab, qiynab, shunday bir ahvolga tiqib qo'ygan. Shuningga bu qizmi aytdi o'zining jasurlik bilan maydonga chiqib, qo'rqmay, ya'ni Xitoy hukumati mening yo'ldoshimni mana bundoq so'ladi deb yaqinda masalan g'arbdagi muhim matbuotlarga chiqdi, masalan Avstraliyaning bo'lsin, BBC bu bo'lsin, Amerikaning bo'lsin. Shuning bu qiz bola o'zining ahvolini yaxshi tushuntirib o'tdi. Shuningga meningcha bugun bu qiz bolaning bergan guvohligi boshlanishdan nihoyatda bir ta'sirlik, kuchlik bir guvoh bo'ldi. O'zim Avstraliyada o'sib cho'ng bo'lgandan inglizim nihoyatda yaxshi. Shuning bu bir yaxshi men nihoyatda mamnun bo'ldim bu. Kuchlik shaklda dalil isbotni asos qilib o'tir qo'ygan bu guvohlik
bo'ldi. Shu to'g'rida siz bu qizningki necha kundan beri sotsial medyada ancha-muncha o'ziningki bayonotlari, nidolari, chaqiriqlari yiqib yuryapti-ku.
To'g'ri.
Shu eriningki begunoh holda tutib ketilganligi, o'zining beshiga kelgan qora qismatlar haqida o'ziningki bir tuyg'ularini ta'sirlik ko'z yoshi bilan ifodalab keldi. Qarg'inimda xuddi meningki shu vatandagi singillarim ko'z oldimga keldi-da. Chunki bu 28 yoshdagi yosh qiz ekan, o'zimi qarshi chiroydan beg'uborlik, bir xil Uyg'urning go'zalligi, mahsumlik, shunchalik bir ilqi nima deymiz ham, Uyg'urning barliq go'zalligi o'ziga mo'jabsanlangan bir kichik bir qiz ekanda. To'g'ri. Demakchi, hozir bu chet elda bo'lg'achqa bu qizning hikoyasini biz bilib o'tamiz. Vatanda mush qizga o'xshash qismatlardagi nurg'un xonim qizlar bor. Ash qizlar ko'z oldimga keldi, ularning ovozi balkim mush qiz orqali anglansa kerak degan tuyg'uga keldim men. Siz degandek bu qizningki jasorati, bu yerda bugungi bu guvohlikda bergan ta'sirlik bayonlari önümlük, neticelik boldu dep oyladım ben.
Elbette, hakikaten hamda bu hamda faqat chet elda bo'lib qolganligi uchun, masalan, Mekray va Mekrayga o'xshash nurg'unlar chet elda, chet el matbuotlarida yoki bugungidek Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasida hamda o'zining yo'ldoshi, o'zining urug' tuqqanlari to'g'risida bir guvahliq berish fursatiga ega bo'ldi. Siz degandek vatanda nurg'unlagan o'shunda yosh qizlarimizning yo'ldoshlari hozir lagerda izdiraksiz, ba'zilari hatto o'lgan bo'lishi mumkin. Shuningga u becharalar hozirgacha ovozini chiqara olmay, dardini ichiga yutib, nihoyat fojiali sharoitda yashamoqda. Masalan, TikToklarda nurg'un narsalarni chiqirdi, ovozim yo'q, ismim yo'q. Shu masalan emoji deganni chiqarib, nihoyat 2015-lar, 2016-lar to'y qilgan bo'lsa, anikin 2017-lar bir ballis tug'ilgan bo'lsa, anikin yo'ldish ketgan, keyin yo'ldish qaytib kelmagan degandek nihoyat fojiali vaziyatni hamda bizning vatanning ichida bechara Uyg'urlarimiz ovozini chiqaramiz.
Unsiz yoshlari bilan, ko'z yoshlarla ifodalayapti demak shu.
Mushundaq önünü çıkarmasından durup özünün işki dünyasını hem faciasını hesapta dünyaya bildirvatkan ekvanlığını görüvatımız. Bunda biz Mehmetcan Efendi Mekray'dan keyin ispat bergen Uyghur şahit yani Xelmat Rozaxun Efendi. Bu adamның elbette sözgen sözlerine ait mühim təsirlik bo'ldi. Sizga ta'sir qilgan yerler qaysi deb o'ylaysiz?
Rahmat. Xelmat Rozaxun Yaponiyada doktorlik qilgan bir Uyg'ur yigitkan. Yani 2019-yili doktor açtı deymiz Uyg'urchada. Tokyo'ningki texnologiya universitetini bitkazgan bir bola ekan bu. Demak, Tokyodagi eng dangliq texnologiya universitetlarining biri, hatto dunyoda bu e'tirof qilingan universitetlarda bu.
Albatta.
Bunda bir balla hamda shu bir odamningki doktorlikka erishish jarayoniga 40 yildan ortiq vaqt ketadi-ku. Demak, Uyg'urlarningki bir sarxillari qatorlik bir bala bu hamda. To'g'ri. Shu jarayonda balkim vatniga, xalqiga yoki Yaponiya insoniyatga to'p qo'shish oldida turayotgan yoki to'p qo'shishni boshlagan bir sharoitda bir qar qismatga duch keladi bu balami nurg'un Uyg'urlarga o'xshash. Bu balaning hikoyasidagi odamga ta'sir qilgan bir nechta nuqtalar bor. Buning birisi bu balningki 2020-yilgacha jimjiganligi.
To'g'ri.
Endi ikkinchisi shu jarayonda yana enisini ammo Yaponiyaga chiqaman deb tirishqanligi, Xitoyning yana adolatiga, qonun organlariga ishonish jarayoni bor buningda. Bu balni aytmaymiz herkes buningda. Biz faqat shu bo'lgan narsani da'vataman men. Shu qonun organlaridan foydalanib rak bo'lib qolgan bir enisini chiqmoqchi bo'ldi. Lekin Xitoy hukumatı bularga pasport bermay shu jarayonda bu enisi baxtga qarshi qazo qilib ketadi. Bu bola hatto buni vaqtida anglayolmaydi buni. Bir necha haftadan keyin aksiya telefon vaqtida anglaydi. Bu bir nurg'un Uyg'urlarningki beshak kelayotgan, chet elda yashayotgan Uyg'urlarningki beshida ham kep bo'lgan bir misollarning birisi bu. Masalan, meningmi rahmatli dadam o'lib ketib 10 kundan keyin xabar topgan. Chunki aloqalashamagan. Dal bu ishlarning hammasi Chunfango, ya'ni 2017-yili Uyg'ur diyoriga boshliq qilib, sekretar qilib tayinlangandan keyin bo'layotgan vaziyatlarning birisi bu. Chunki aloqa uzilgandan keyin.
Shunday.
Yana bu balningki biz diqqat qildigan yana bir mazmun bu balningki nemsidiki, guvohliqdiki. Xitoy istixborot organlarininki bu bolaga besim ishlatganligi. Buningda hamda besim ishlatish 2019-yildan keyin texnik kuchaydi, bo'lib 2020-yildan keyin o'ttirlar kelgan vaqtda kuchaydi. Bu balning dokladidagi qaraydigan bo'lsak, o'zining bayonotiga 2020-yildan burungi aloqasi buning berilmaydi-ku. 2020-yildan keyingi aloqasi berildi. Buningda yana Xitoyninki WeChat app qanday ishlatadiganligi, Xitoy istixborot organlarininki chet eldagi Uyg'urlarni o'zining vatanning ichidagi Uyg'ur qarindoshlari o'zining ota-onasi yoki akalarini tutib olish orqali ularni qanday qilib josuslikqa o'ziga ishlab berishga majburlaydiganlikdan iborat ma'lum bir ularning ichki yuziga oid ba'zi bir tafsilotlarni his qila olamiz. Bu bolaning aksini ancha o'zining deyishi qarqa vaqtida yaralangan ojiz bir holatda boshda bir Xitoyning istixborot organlari uchun so'raydi bu boladan. So'ragandan keyin javob bermaydi, javob bermagandan keyin ikkinchi qatimda aksini chiqardi. Excuse me, kechiring. Chiqargandan keyin bu aksi qarsa o'rnidan turolmagan holatda ham nima bu kallar ishib ketgan deydi shu nimsiz qarqa vaqtida, o'zining bayonoti qarqa vaqtida. Demak, ashta qilib o'zining urug' tuqqanligini qiynash orqali chet eldagi Uyg'urlarni, chet eldagi qarindoshlarini Xitoyning istixborot organlariga ishlashga majburlash, besim ishlatish, qo'rqitish, tahdid silish jarayonlari ma'lum darajada yo'ritilgan bo'ladi bu bolaning bayonotiga o'xshamaydigan bir nuqta. Yana bir nuqta biz ko'pincha hollarda Uyg'urlar bilan so'zlashgan vaqtimizda bizning chet ellik Uyg'urlar deydi, bizning yo'shirdigan nemimiz bor. Tashkilotning odamlarining gaplaricha, bizningki faoliyatlarimizni Xitoy bilsin deymiz deydi. Lekin amaliyotda buning o'zi xatoligini his qilgan oldi meningda. Nima ish qilsangiz, Xitoy bilmoqchi bo'lgan bir necha ushur bor bu yerda. Ya'ni Yaponiyadagi Uyg'ur jamiyati qachon, qayerda o'zining qurultay yig'inini, hay'at yig'inini ochadi? Hay'at a'zolari kim? İlham Mahmudning o'rniga kim chiqmoqchi? Ahmadjon degan kim o? Degandek nurg'un savollarni so'raydi. Аңласақ, bu bolaning hayron qolgan yana bir nuqtasi bor bu yerda. Demak, bu Xitoy uchurlar qiziqqan ekan, bu uchurlar Uyg'ur tashkilotlari yo'shirdigan uchurlar degan gapda. Yo'shimiz bo'lmaydigan. Demak, biz bu yerda nima ko'ra olamiz degan vaqtida Xitoyning istixborot organlari, ya'ni istixborot organlarining shu to'yin darajalik paydaşlari Uyg'ur tashkilotlarining ichidagi qandaq narsalarni bilish qiziqadi deganda, ma bolaninki beshi kelgan kunlardan shu dokladlardan, bayonotidan yoki shu guvohliqdan ko'rvog'ini bo'ldi deb o'yladim men. Ya'ni sizlar tashkilotninglar kim o, rahbari kim o, qachon ochiladi, hay'at a'zolari kim o degandek nurg'un mazmunlar bor bu yerda. Demak, bu Xitoy istixborot organlarining qiziqadigan nuqtalarini bilib olgan oldi. Yana birisi odamni hayron qoldirgan bir nuqta, nima desangiz, bu bola yana yig'inning ishilgan vaqtida nima deganligini so'zlaydi men. Lekin bu bola deyishdan ilgari Xitoyningki u so'zlashayotgan rahbari, ya'ni shu istixborot organininki jasusi, ya'ni xodimi, informatsiya razvedka xodimi demdi qamda. Demak, yig'ininglarninki 27-yil falan yerda ichildi ekan deb bu bola demagan uchurlarni deydi-ku. Bu yerda yana bu nimani his qilib olamiz degan vaqtida, demak, payloqchilari bu tashkilotninki nurg'un ichki uchurlariga erishgidek o'rinda. Albatta. Bu yana bizning chet elda hozirgi turayotgan shu 10 necha yil, 20 necha yil jarayonida biz Xitoyning jasuslari atrofimizda bor edik. Uni jasus deb, buni jasus deb degandek nurg'un gaplarni anglab ketdik. Ammo hozirgacha tutilgan birdan-bir jasus nimadagi Shvetsiyadagi Babur Maqsud degan odam. Shuningdan boshqa bizni ko'rib boqmadik, lekin qandaqdir bu Uyg'urlarning uchurlari har xil usullar bilan Xitoyning istixborot organlarining qo'liga yetib turdi. Bunday misollar ko'p bo'ldi. Meni hayron qoldirgan narsa shu bo'ldi. Yana birisi bu bola WeChat, ya'ni Xitoyningki undidor Uyg'urlar undidor deb ism qo'yib olgan. Aloqa qilish detallarga to'xtaldi. Demak, bu yerdagi Xitoyning jasliq organlarining qanday ishlaydiganligi, chet ellik Uyg'urlarni qanday o'ziga ram qilishga tirishdiganligi, nurg'un ba'zida besim ishlatsa, ba'zida aldash. Ya'ni sizning Yaponiya fuqaroligiga erishishingizga yordam qilamiz. Yaponiyaning adliya ministrligida bizning tanishlarimiz bor. Degandek mundaq gaplarni qiladi, aldash. Undan boshqa shu biz burun deyishgan shu WeChat, ya'ni shu xatarlik indidorninki xatarlik nuqtalari ancha-muncha yo'ritildi bu bolaninki guvohliqida. Menga ta'sir qilgan nuqtalar shu bo'ldi, ammo o'zgacha bir guvohlik bo'ldi deb o'yladim. Bundan keyin hamda siz deb o'tsangiz,
men ozroq
siz bir qo'shimcha qilgan yeringiz bo'lsa ham yaxshi.
Men qo'shimcha qilgan yerlarim, yana WeChat degan, yana undidor deb Uyg'urlar undidor deymiz. Nurg'un Uyg'urlarning telefonda hozirgacha bor. Hamda bu undidor degan albatta bu Xitoy hukumatining qo'lidagi bir app hamda. Bunun albatta bu bir jasuslik app. Buningda kirgandan keyin shu kishining telefonidagi ham uchurlarni asosan o'g'irlaydi. Rasm bo'lsin, video bo'lsin, aloqa qilish nomerlari bo'lsin, telefonlar bo'lsin va yoki boshqa applar, Facebook, Twitter bo'lsin chiqargan, yozgan, o'jagan narsalardan tortib, balki uning GPS location bo'lgandan keyin mangan turgan o'rnidan tortib. Masalan, hozir hamda taraqqiy qilib, albatta burunqidek bir odamdan keyindan bir Marash to'g'ri kelsa, yana bir odamni avatadigan zamon o'tib ketdi. Hozir shu app shu jasuslik. Mangan to'g'ri, masalan, qaysi Uyg'urning restoraniga borgani, qaysi qahvaxonaga borgani, kim bilan ko'rishgani hatto ikki elimizda hozir WeChat bo'lsa, ikki elimizning GPS orqali ikkimizning bu yerda o'tog'ini bilalaydi. Bilgandan keyin Xitoyning soqchi qo'ppi sizga ham ishkinglarni ko'rdim. Bugun sizlar radioga bordinglar desa, xuddi keynimizni bir ishpin marab kelgan o'xshaydi. Biz cho'chib qo'qab ketishimiz mumkin. Amaliyotda ular shu app orqali kimning qayerda mangan to'g'rini shuni bilalaydi. Onundan start yana uningda telefondagi mikrofonni, telefondagi apparatni, video apparatni acha oladi uninglar. Shuninglar uydagi tug'an hamma narsani ola oladi, ham tata olish mumkin. Chunki bu nihoyatda xatarlik bir narsa. Hamma nurg'un Uyg'urlar balkim diqqat qilmasligi mumkin. Ham uninglar urug' tuqqanim bilan aloqa qilishman deb birdan bir usul bilan u yana saqlab qilish mumkin telefonda. Şunu bu nihoyatda xatarlik. Ammo abaytin sizning degan bir muhim nuqta, ya'ni bu xalmat tapandining. Xitoy hukumatining albatta bu xalmat tapandining boshqa yana nurg'un Uyg'urlar bilan hozir Xitoyning soqchi doiralari aloqalashib turdi WeChat orqali yoki boshqa usullar orqali. Masalan, yaqinda biz radioda program qilib berdik. Masalan, Amerikada hozir doktoran o'qiyotgan o'quvchi qizcha Qalbinur G'eni to'g'risida. Qalbinur G'enining hadisini Xitoy hukumati be o'qituvchi be hech qanday ish aralashmagan be o'qituvchini 17 yil kesib o'tgan masalanda. Yani bu qiz Amerikada o'qib, Amerikada hamda hadis yo'qolib ketgandan keyin da'vosini qilgan xalqaro matbuotlarga degan ham Amerika hukumatining amaldorlari bilan ko'rishib bu vaziyatni o'tirib qo'ygan. Natijada bu Xitoy hukumatining hamda saqchisi, ya'ni Uyg'ur bo'lsa-mu, Xitoy hukumatining saqchisi bu Qalbinurlar aloqalashib, yana inglizcha good cop, bad cop, yaxshi saqchi, yomon saqchi texnikasida abaytan siz sharhlab o'tib ketdingiz. Yana aldaydi, shilaydi, besim qiladi, qo'rqitdi, tahdid soldi. Boshda bir chaqda yaxshi saqchi bo'ldi, biz yordam qilib, biz xizmat tapandiga qo'pib Yaponiyada pasport tapirimiz, inangiz yordam qilamiz deb bir tarafdan aldash, shilash, yaxshi saqchi. Yana bir tarafdan qo'pib, sen matbuotga desang, Yaponiyaga, Amerikaga, dunyoga desang, inangizni manda qilamiz, ochangni manda qilamiz, urug' tuqunini olib ular qo'limizda, Amerika ishnim qilolmaydi, Amerika degan bizdan, biz degan urug' tuqunini anda joylaymiz, manda joylaymiz deb tahdid silish, qo'rqitish orqali. Bu xil albatta Xitoy hukumatining bu taktikasi nihoyatda keng ko'lamda ishlanayotgan bir taktika bu. Endi bu albatta bu xizmat tapandan bo'lsin, Qalbinur bo'lsin, bu chet elda hozir Xitoy hukumati bilan hamda bir aloqalashayotgan ota-onasi urug' tuqunining bexatarligi uchun Xitoyning saqchilari bilan so'zlashayotgan nurg'un Uyg'urlarning uchrayotgan psixologiyalik besimi shu. Birja aldisa, ba'zilar aldinish mumkin. Bu saqchi menga histoshlik qildi, bizning oilaga ko'ngil bo'lgan o'xshaydi. Mening adamning yo akamning chiqishiga yordam qilgan o'xshaydi deb o'ylab, ular hamkorlashish mumkin ba'zilarcha bilib bilmay. Lekin amaliyotda hamkorlashmamdi, oxirgi hisobda baribir Xitoy hukumatining maqsadi bu chet eldagi Uyg'urlarning shu og'zini yumsa, buni demasa, xalqaro bildamasa bo'lsa, bugungidek Uyg'ur sud mahkamasiga chiqib, guvahlik bermagan bo'lsa, bu ish bo'lmagan bo'ladi. So'zlamagandan keyin bir jinoyat yuz bersa, uningki jinoyatga uchragan kishi yoki uni ko'rgan guvohchi gap qilmasa, bu dunyoda unda jinoyat bo'lmaydi. Shundada? Agar bu dunyoda unda jinoyat bo'lmaydi. Chunki so'zlamaganda haq bilmaydi. Ko'rgan odam so'zlamasa bilmaydi uni uchun. Shuninga bu Uyg'urlar hammasi men jim tursam, mening ota-onam, urug' tuqunim yaxshi turgan o'xshaydi. Mushgunsandan nima desa shuni qilib beray. Mas saqchi jimiyat deganda, ya'ni bir 6 oy jim yotsam, 1 yil jim yotsam, akamni, enamni, dadamni, opamni qo'yib o'tamdiki deb o'ylagan nurg'un Uyg'urlar bor. Amaliyotda shu saqlagan siri, o'ylagan siri, dastlab bijabni tutib tarbiya beramiz degan 3 oy bo'lib, 3 oy, 3 yil bo'lib Anenikin qo'yib o'tamdiki desa kesilib ketgan nurg'un Uyg'urlar bor. O'sha un ovozini chiqarmay saqlab, Xitoy hukumatidan yaxshilikni kutgan Uyg'urlarda masalan. Buni jiq ko'rdik. Shuning bu Xalmat apandining siz degandek, va albatta u o'zining shaxsiy hikoyasidan sirt, u odamning bergan guvohligi chet eldagi nurg'un Uyg'urlarning vaziyatiga o'xshaydi.
O'xshab qoladi. Demak, hozir bu yerda bu bola masalan o'tirib chiqqan bir Uyg'urning birisi.
Shunday gap.
Balkim Xitoyningki mustaqillik organlari yana nurg'un Uyg'urlar bilan shu ündidar orqali aloqalashib, ular bilan har xil shaklda munosabat o'rnatishga tirishib kelayotgan bo'lishi mumkin.
Shunday gap.
Biz bularni bilmaymiz, endi albatta hammamiz shunday deb qaramaymiz. Bu demak shu xil qismatgo'likqa Uyg'urlarning o'tirib chiqqan qalbinlar nimaga o'xshash? Ama xalmatga o'xshash nurg'un yoshlar masalan Turkiyada bir odam bor, 13 yoshli o'g'lini kesib o'tgan.
To'g'ri.
Ash o'g'ilni ko'zir qilib turib Xitoyning josuslik organlari u odamni paylaxchilikqa majburlaydi-ku, u odam oxir o'tirib chiqib o'zini oshkorlaydi bu Xitoy mustaqiliyati deb. Amerikada bir necha yillarning beshiga bo'ldi bu ishlar. Demak, bu shu ashta qismatgo'likqa nurg'un Uyg'urlarning orasidagi o'tirib chiqqan tipik bir nechilari demakchi-ku.
To'g'ri. Yana bir sahobaytning siz deb o'tib ketdingiz, muhim nuqta deb o'ylayman. Bu Xitoy hukumati albatta bu chet elga Uyg'ur tashkilotlari bo'lsin yoki ko'zi ko'ringan faoliyatchilar bo'lsin, ularning harakatlarini bilmay qolmaydi. Albatta Xitoymi dunyodagi bir ikkinchi kuch desak, ularning josuslik o'rnimi nihoyatda kuchlik. Abay deb o'tib ketganda har bir Uyg'urning keyingi bir Xitoy saqchi yoki atalmish Uyg'ur gumonliq insonlarni selishni atayin. Hozir yuqori texnik bo'lgan ekan, bu osonlashib ketdi bir odamdan keyindan ma'rash yoki shpionlik qilish. Shunga yana bir narsa abaytan xizmat tapandining guvohligidimi? Bu Xitoy hukumati bu Yaponiyadagi Uyg'ur tashkilotining qurultiyining qachon yechilganligi, kimlarning nomzod ko'rsatganligini, kimlarning hatto bo'lish mumkinligi bilmaydi emas, biladi. bu xilmat yoki qolgan Uyg'urlarga ma uchurni ba deyish orqali bu Xitoyning qo'lida bor uchurlar amaliyotda. Ma adam shuni qilmamdi, qilmamdi. Birinchi qadamni bosamdi, bosamdi. Birinchi qadamni bosgandan keyin bizga ma hammadan bilgan uchurni yetkazib bergandan keyin, ha, buni asta fang changshen diao da yu deydi Xitoylar. Jipni uzun qilib yo'g'on beliq tutishdi. Buningga asta mush yo'nalishga mangsaq, bu bizga uchur ta'minlash irodasi bor ekan. Asta buni bizga qartib olamiz deb shu tarafga qarab pishtirish mumkin.
Chiqib baqqan bo'lishi mumkin demak shu.
Bu bir muhim nuqta-ku. Nurg'un Uyg'urlarni shunday qilish mumkin.
To'g'ri deysiz. O'tganda shu FBI'mi bir uqtirish e'lon qildi, ya'ni unclassified, hammadan ko'si bo'ldi deb. To'g'ri. Buningda shu Xitoyning josuslik organlarininki Uyg'urlarning, bo'latma Uyg'ur faoliyatchilarininki yon folderni qandaq to'g'ri hujumi qilganlik ularga, hakerlik hujum qilganligi. Uyg'urlar yana bayqa degandek shu qalblar qatorliqlarni misolga oladi, lekin uning ismini demaydi. Ularga shu WeChat orqali ularga besmish ishlatganligi. Demak, FBI'ning diqqat tushayotgan bir maslik aylandi degan gap Xitoy josusligiga Uyg'urlarni aqlga tushganligi. Demak, bu xalmatninki bayonotida, guvohligida bayon biz deb o'tgan shu nuqtalar alayda gavdlandi deb o'yladim men.
Shundaq.
Endi bugun shu yana guvohlik beruvchilarning orasida doktor Alice Anderson xonim qarqash tizimlikka haqida to'xtaldi. Mush xonimninki guvohligidagi muhim nuqtalarni bir anglashtirimiz bilan o'rtoqlashgan bo'lsak, texnik yaxshi deb o'yladim.
Albatta. Dr. Alice Anderson xonim hamda bu Uyg'ur kishilik huquq qurilishidagi bir muhim tadqiqotchining biri. Bu xonim albatta Uyg'ur tilini suvdak biladigan, Uyg'urning muqomini duta bilan aytadigan, Uyg'ur xalqini yaxshi ko'rgan, suydigan bir xonim. Vatanga berib, hatto vatanga programmalar qatnashib, vatanga Uyg'urlarning zo'r olqishiga erishgan bir xonim. Uyg'ur tilini xuddi Uyg'urdek so'zlaydigan, hammamizga tanishliq bir xonim. Bugun hamda bu Uyg'ur kishilik huquq qurilishining vakili bo'lish sifati bilan bu sotda guvohlik bergan bo'ldi. Mang bo'lgan ta'siri bu yilqi o'zi anayt o'qimishliq bir xonim bo'lganligi uchun, hamda bir scholarly, manda ilmiy bir odam bo'lganligi uchun bu Alice Andersonning bu bergan guvohligida nayt sistemalik, paketga to'lgan javoblari joy-joyida masalanda nayt kuchli shaklda o'tirib qo'ydi. Men ko'rib nayt ta'sirlandim. Albatta normalda hamda uchrashda yoki degan yig'inlarda degan so'zlarni nayt ta'sirlamiz, ammo mening ta'sirlanganim eng cho'ng shaklda ta'sirlanganim nayt puxta tayyorlik qilibdi. Bu sotqimishda puxta tayyorlik qilish kerak-ku. Iliq men bilaman, mening o'zimning dadimga men chiqib so'zlayman deb iliqinda ishdan tushib bilan yugurib berib qatnashgan bir faoliyat emas. Bu sot. Bu haqiqatan sotda o'zininkini qarshi tarafninkini qara qilish uchun mushundaq sistemalik tayyorlik qilib, butun paketni o'tirib qo'ygandimi, qaysi eng muhim paketni beshiga, ushaq paketlarni keyniga ratlik tizib chiqarib, andan keyin mendan mandan so'ras anda javob beraman, andan so'ras manda javob beraman deb mushundaq tayyorlikni chiqish kerak. Dr. Alice Anderson xonim mushuna chiqibdi bugun. Ayshada so'zlagan so'zlari qarsa, statistikalar bo'lsin, dana bo'lsin. Aysha loqlam oldi. Mushu sot keraklik narsani mana deblam o'tirib qo'ygan. Savol javobdim masalan, u advokatlar, sotchilar o'xshash bo'lmagan nihoyatda muhim savollarni so'radi. Endi bular so'rgan savol o'tgan qitimqi programmada o'tib ketdik. Bu yilqi manda alam bularning salomatligini, ahvolini, urug' tuqqanlarning ahvolini so'rash uchun so'ramaydi. Bularning savollarining hammasi legal question, bu qonuniy savol.
Bu savollarning hammasi.
Bularning maqsadi bir qonun, bir nuqtani yoritish yoki musharqa yoki bir elementni bir qonuniy masalaga yoritish uchun so'raydi-ku. Shuning shu qonuniy savolni so'rgan chaqda, shu qonuniy savolga nimani so'ralgan bo'lsa, shuningga naq paketni o'tirib qo'yib javob berish kerak. O'tgan qitimli sotda bizning ko'rganimiz, masalan, bu sochlar, advokatlar amo desa, ba'zilar masalan deb qolgan gapni qilmay, masalan BC mo emas,
zini deydi.
Y deydigan narsalarga ketdi-da, bular qo'pib, masalan, back keyinda. Aniki aylanib cho'glab ketchi, bularning vaqtini aytib qisqa, bir odam so'zlaydigan bir 10 minutdan vaqti bor. Savol javobga yana bir 5-10 minut bo'lishi mumkin. Shuningga u javob erishamagandan o'tib ketadi. Aniki bu o'tib ketganki, kelgusi bularning chiqargan yakuniga bevos berib ta'sir qilishi, chunki bular talab qilgan u paketni o'tirib qo'ya olmagandan keyin guvohchi. Ondan keyin o'tib ketadi, ondan keyin boshqa bir yerga ketish mumkin. Shuningga bu Alice Andersonning hamda asosan to'xtalgani ikki. Birisi shu Qarqash tizimligi. Qarqash tizimligi albatta dunyoni g'ulg'ul qo'zg'atgan bir tizimlik bo'ldi. Buni Gollandiyadagi Osiyo Uyg'ur xonim o'tirib qo'ygandan keyin Adrian Zans apandi buni Dr. Adrian Zans buni nihoyat cho'ng maqola qilib chiqardi. Ya'ni Xitoy hukumatining qanday qilib masalan shu Qarqashdagi 300 dan ortiq Uyg'urlarning bir normal Uyg'urlar, normal yashayotgan. Faqat ular Uyg'ur bo'lganligi uchun, bir musulmon bo'lganligi uchun normal o'zining Uyg'urligiga oid harakatlarni qilganligi uchun bir Qur'on bor uyda, bir namoz o'qigan. Uyg'urning bir faoliyatlarini to'y bo'lgan, nazr bo'lgan, xatma bo'lgan, bu hammasi hamda Uyg'urning madaniyatining bir qismi ham diniy faoliyatlar ba'zilari. Normal. Bu ishni Xitoy hukumati o'zining odamlarini avatib, nazorat qilib, uylariga kirib hatta ballar hamda rost gapni qilgandan ballardan so'rab, dadang namoz o'qamdi. Qancha qitim o'qiydi, uyning nerede qanday kitob bor, kimning qancha balasi bor, hatta plandan sirt qancha bola tug'ilgan. Mushu narsalarning hammasini yig'ishtirib kelib, andan keyin ulardan sirt ularning urug' tuqqanlari kim bilan berish kelish qiladi. Qo'shnilari kim o? Bularning siyosiy ang nima o'ylaydi? Diniy jihati qanday o'ylaydi? Bular Xitoyga bo'lgan sadoqati bormi, yo'qmi? deb mushu bir Qarqashdagi bir ma'li Uyg'urlarning hammasini tizimlab chiqib, buning natijada mutlaq ko'p qismini lagerga avatibdi bu Xitoy hukumati masalanda. Amaliyotda bularning faoliyati hamda har qanday bir normal davlatda bir normal milliy yoki diniy faoliyatlar. Bular hech bir qonunga xilof yoki bir jinoyatga to'g'ri kelgan hech qanday bir narsa mavjud emas bu yerda. Ammo Xitoy hukumati bularning faqatlam bir Uyg'urligi yoki bunda desak bir diniy hissiyoti Xitoydan yoki boshqa millatlardan kuchlik bo'lganligi uchun va yoki Uyg'ur bo'lganligi uchun asosan o'zining madaniyati, diniy an'anasini davomlashtirganligi uchun bularni tahdidlab bilib, bularni lagerga udullam evetken.
Demek bu 300 neçe adam dedik. Şu Alice Anderson xanımninki Qarqash listede oturup qo'yilgan. Şu Uyghur rayonida hozirgacha tutilgan odamlar 1.800.000 dan 3 million kishi degan gaplar bo'layotdi. Buni Adrian Zans qatorli olimlar aniq o'tirib qo'yotdi. Demak, nurg'un odamlar mushta shaklda tutilgan. Demak, mushning endisini paylangan deb qarashga bo'ladi da vaqtda. Demak, mushu Alice Anderson xonimninki bugungi bayonotidagi, bugungi guvohligidagi bu detallar siz degandek shu Xitoyning Uyg'urlarni tutishdagi endisini ko'rsatdi.
Albatta. Buningda yana bir muhim nuqta hamda IJOP degan
Birleşmiş Cankul Spisi.
To'g'ri. Degan zo'rdan pingtaydi Xitoy. Uni hamda ma'laq big data, sun'iy aqli orqali bular bu hamma odamning uchurini kirgizib, bu ilaqa qaror chiqarganmi, kimni tutish, kimni tutmaslik odam emas. Bu kompyuter avtomatik shaklda mana qizilga ilaqa shangili bo'lgan, o'tirdiki shangili bo'lmaydigan deb 3 kategoriyaga bo'lgandan keyin bular avtomatiklan ma namozga bor ekan, ma 5 vaqt o'qiydigan uyda diniy kitob chiqdi.
Xatarlik odam bu deb
chatga chiqib keldi. Telefonda Facebook bor ekan, nima bor ekan, Twitter bor ekan, chatlarning applarini download qilibdi. Degandek mushunda narsalar bilan avtomatiklan qilib nurg'un bu insonlarning begunoh tutilishda, ya'ni bu Xitoyning sun'iy aqlimi nihoyat muhim rol o'ynagan. Bu mushu Anderson Alice Anderson xonimniki yana bir muhim nuqtasi mush qo'shmaq tuqqan. Yani Xitoy hukumati 1 milliondan ortiq Xitoy kadrlarini Uyg'ur oilalariga avatishi. Bu yana davomlashmoqda albatta. Bu to'xtab qolgan yo'q. Toki bugungacha yana Xitoy kadrlar Uyg'urlarning uyiga berib, erlari, ballar yo'ldoshlari mush lagerga so'langan ayollarning hamda uyda ayollar, balalarlam qolgan oilalarga berib, ko'rdik masalan nurg'un Xitoy erlari kelib, qurbon yeti masalan aroq ichib, yeb ichib, Uyg'urlarni usulga o'yintib yurdi masalanda. Mushundaq Akfalda hamda bu Xitoy kadrlaridan Uyg'urlarning uylariga berish orqali Qashqar ama Qarqash tizimligida faqat uning bir bo'ligini ko'rsatgan bo'lsa, Xitoy kadrlarining Uyg'urlarning uylariga berib nim qilganligi. Bularning bir kuzatish natijasida qancha Uyg'urning lagerlarga so'langanligi sharhlangan bo'lsa, 1 milliondan ortiq Xitoy kadrlarining Uyg'ur uylariga berib, aqvatqindan Qarqash tizimligi bilan ancha cho'ng farqlanmaydiganligi. Ham bularning asosan hamda roli Uyg'urlarninki mushu his tuyg'usi, diniy, milliy urf odatlari, o'ylashlari, kundalik faoliyatlarining nimaligini hujjatlashtirib, yani dokumentlashtirib, uni qo'pib, anikin hukumatga topshirish orqali mushu Uyg'urlarning, masalan, hozir abay deb ketgandek 1.8 million, 3 milliongacha Uyg'ur va boshqa millatlarning lagerga berishda asosli rol o'ynaganligini chiroyli sharhlab ketgan bo'ldi.
Siz o'tirib qo'ydingiz, mushu yani birleşme can qilish süpüsü atalmış Xitayninki. Bu Xitay bu nurgun uçurlarını şu kadrlar yoki özününki paylaştırdım paylanıp durup Uyg'urlarninki ayları kirib chiqib bunun içi kirgizdi-da, kirgizgandagi kirgizib bo'lgandan keyin buni sun'iy idrok, ya'ni sun'iy aql bilan bir taraf qilib Uyg'urlarni tutish obyektiga aylantirganda. Buningda odamning eng ichida turadigan yeri bir odamninki o'zini aqlash fursati bo'lmaydi bu yerda-ku. O'zininki tushuntirish fursati bo'lmaydi. Bu bek ichinchlik, bek adolatsizlikda bu. Demak bu kompyuterda sun'iy idrok bor, ammo uningda ong yo'q. Uningda vijdon yo'q. Unda bo'lgandan keyin bu odam aslida odamda deganga hukm chiqarolmaydi u. Bu Xitoyning Uyg'urlarga qaratgan siyosatining eng ichinchlik odamning yuragini ezdigan bir nuqta Uyg'urlarningki sun'iy idrok bilan qara qo'yaq tutib ketilganligi. Demak, ularga hech qachon o'zini tushuntirish fursati berilmaganligida.
Bu qonunda masalan g'arbda bo'lsin, hatto Xitoyning o'zining qonunida normal shunday bo'lishi kerak. Innocent until proven guilty deydi. Taki shu jinoyat isbotlanmaguncha, masalan qotillik, adam o'ldirdi, u bu degan taqdirdami, u begunoh bo'ladi inson. Taki eng oxiri sud butun faktlar o'tirg'a, dalil isbotlar o'tirg'a qo'yilgandan keyin, ya'ni bu inson jinoyatchi deb ayblangan bu inson yoki jinoyatni o'zining ustiga olgandan keyin yo bo'lmasa bütün ispatlar bu adamın şu cinayetini ötkaz deyip şu yakın çıkıca bu adam begunoh deb qaraldı. Amerikada muammiyadi şu. Ama Uyg'urning bu meselesi kelsak 2016'dan beri ama Chunchonga kelgan yoqi Uyg'ur degan guilty until proven innocent. Ta'tir. Ya'ni Uyg'urlar o'zining begunohligini to'liq isbotlamaguncha u jinoyatchi deb qaralgan Xitoyga. Hatto Uyg'urlarga u o'zining begunohligini isbotlaydigan fursatmi yo'q. Masalan, abaytında ötüp ketdik Avstraliyadagi bu yosh qizning yo'ldoshi, masalan, Bekayning yo'ldoshi Tayirning. Masalan, bu ishqanda buningki jinoyat o'tkazganligi to'g'risida bir dalil isbotni o'tirib qo'ygan yo'q Xitoy hukumati. Masalan, Turkiyaga berib bu kuchlar bilan, bir tashkilotlar bilan anim qilib Xitoyga qarshi bir namoyish o'tkazgan va yoki Xitoy elchisiga bir tosh otgan, menda bir nimalar bo'lgan bu, menda qilgan, shun biz buni tutdi, Xitoyning qonun xiloflik qildi. Amaliyotda bu Turkiyaga berib kelishning o'zi bir jinoyat emas.
Sayohat kemidan bordigan tursa.
Xitoyning masalan milyonlagan Xitoylar har yili Yevropaga, Amerikaga, hatto Turkiyaga berib kelmasdan. Qaysi bir Xitoyni Turkiyaga borganlik uchun bir tutib kelgan Xitoy hukumati. Ammo faqat Uyg'ur bo'lib qolganligi uchun sen mayliq 26 davlatning xalqan biriga borsan, sen avtomatik jinoyatchi. U yerda
numaring kesildi-da.
U yerda nima qilish muhim emas. Bu bola o'qibdi u yerda turk tilini, sayohat yetakchisi bo'libdi. Bu qolgan davlatda bir til o'rganish, bir sayohat yetakchisi bo'lish degan bu xizmat, bu normal ish. Faqat Uyg'ur bo'lib qolganligi uchun lan bir jinoyatga aylantirgan gap bu. Bu Xitoy hukumati. Aniki mening eng bu Alice Anderson xonimninki eng xo'sh bo'lganim, oxirida bu advokatlar bak kuchlik savollarni so'raydi. Ammo shu qonuniy savollar olmay degandek. Shu bergan javoblari bilganini bilmayman, bilmaydiganini bilmayman. Aniki nayti chiroyli manda sharhlab, ya'ni o'zining Uyg'ur kishilik huquq qurilishi bo'lsin, Dr. Adrian Zenz'ning yozgan doktorlar bo'lsin, naql keltirib isbot paketlarni nayti chiroyli bu yerga so'chi advokatlarni qoyil qilarligidek binoiti obdan javoblarni berdi. Shuningga tayyorligi barakalloh, nayti obdan tayyorliklarni chiqibdi. Unda bo'lsa Mehmetjon apandi bu oxirida isbot bergan o'sha angliyalik professor, ya'ni doktor David Tobin apandi bu so'zlab o'tib ketdi, yana guvohlik bo'lib Xitoy davlatining bu bo'layotgan vaziyatga, o'sha bo'layotgan jinoyatlarga Xitoy davlatining mas'ul ekanligini buni deb. Bu to'g'risida sizga ta'sir qilgan ba'zi yerlarni bir tushuntirib o'tib ketgan bo'lsangiz.
Rahmat. Bu kishimi ham demak shu Xitoy tadqiqotidagi ko'z ko'ringan tadqiqotchilarning biri. Oldin qېتىملىق guvohlik berishdimi bu odam guvohlik bergan. Menga eng ta'sir qilgan bir gap shu vaqtdagi Uyg'urlar bayamsiz deb o'tdingiz. Uyg'urlarningki gunohsiz ekanligi isbotlanguncha Uyg'urlarning hammasi jinoyatchi deb qaralyapti. Xitoyning hozirgi siyosatidagi yo'linishi shu deb degan tadqiqotchilarning birisi bu. Shu Angliyada hozir Xitoyningki siyosiy iqtisod tadqiqot bilan shug'ullangan, Xitoyda ham Uyg'ur diyorida bir necha yil tadqiqot bilan shug'ullangan, tadqiqot ilib borgan olimlarning birisi ekan. Bu odamningki bugungi asosliq o'tirib qo'ygan guvohlikniki muhim nuqtalar birisi Bingtonninki Uyg'urlarga qaratilgan bostirish siyosatidagi roli. Ikkinchisi avtonomiya qonuni. Mush to'g'rida so'zildi. Bington masalasi kelgan vaqtida Bingtonninki shu Uyg'urlarni bostirishdagi bir qurol qilib foydalanganligi. Uni nurg'un misollar bilan o'ziniki ko'zitishi, iqtisodiy, siyosiy nuqtalardagi isbotlar bilan kuchlik sharhlagan bo'ldi. Onundan başqa avtonomiya qanunu haqqında to'xtaldi bu odam. Avtonomiya qanununingki qog'oz yuzidagi bir qonun ekanligi. Avtonomiya qanuni 1984-yilda qayta yangilangan bo'lsa-mu, buning faqat Xitoyningki davlat bütünlüğini saqlashni maqsad qilib o'zgartirilganligi, Uyg'urlarningki bu Xitoyningki azaldan deb kelayotgan tilini, dinini zamoniylashtirish atalg'usining amaliyotda Uyghur kimligini yo'qotish qartilgan bir atalg'u ekanligini so'zlaydi. Ya'ni bir misol qilib bir narsani deydi. Shu yan yo'ldagi deb ketdim kechirsizlar. Yan yo'ldagi, ya'ni bu Uyg'urlar buni buloq yo'l demdikan bir narsa deydi ekan. Shamalvoq yo'l demdikan bir narsa deydi ekan, to'g'ri. Shu yerdagi shamalvoq yo'li joylashgan islom institutini misol oladi. Shuning oldida asos qonunga hurmat qilish, asos qonunga ishonish, buningki asos qonunga bo'ysunishning qonun ekanligi bo'lmasa jazolanganligi deb yozilgan bir shuar yozilgan taxtning ostiga chaplangan bir yeniga chaplangan bir xizmatchi qabul qilish e'lonining gapini qildi-ku. Buningda falan o'ringa xizmatchi qabul qilamiz. Faqat Xitoylarga iltimos qilish kerak. Demak, qonunda hammadan barobar deb turgan asos qonunda so'zlaydi bular. Avtonomiya qonunida o'zining tilini ishlatish, o'zining tilida maktab ochish, o'zining tilida ma'rif ma'rifni o'zining tilida ilib berish, o'zining tilida din, hamma narsa o'zining tilida bo'lish, o'zining hamma huquqlarining barobar ekanligi so'zlanayotgan bir qonunning ostida deydi. Shuni qishtilam faqat Uyg'urlar qabul qilmaydi yoki buni qabul qilganlar Xitoylardan bo'lak iltimos qilsa bo'lmaydi degan bir xizmat e'lonini ko'rganligini.
Bu teg'e Uyg'ur avtonom rayoni bor.
Buni aytgan gapda, buni ko'rib bu odam bundan hayron qolganligini kuchlik misollar bilan so'zlab o'tdi. Demak, bu tushuntirishida bu Xitoyningki hukumat apparatininki qanday bo'lganligi, partiyaning qanday bo'lganligi va tuvan darajalik xizmatlarni hukumat apparatlarining qilgan bo'lsa, amaliyotda ishlarning hammasi siyosat bo'yicha. Qonunni asli davlat shu hukumat organlari yurgizish kerak asli, lekin Xitoyda ishningki kompartiyaning siyosati bo'yicha bo'lganligini kuchlik, jonliq va konkretni tillar bilan g'arbdagi nurg'un Xitoyni tushunmaydigan, Xitoyni bilmaydigan odamlar, tadqiqotchilar bo'lsin, mayli kim bo'lsin, tushunalgidek, azm qilolgidek darajada dona aniq qilib tushuntirib o'tdi bu odam.
To'g'ri. Bu David Tobin apaniki Sheffield Universitetining professori bo'ldi. Bu odamniki hamda meniki birsi bu odam abetin Dr. Alice Anderson ishkisiniki hamda ma sotchilar, advokatlarning so'ragan savoli ham David Tobin apandi sal texniklik masala sababdan faqat savol javob qilam. Javob bergan bo'ldi asosan. Hamda bu sotchilar, advokatlar qarsam bu ishkisidan so'ragan savoli ishki Uyg'urdan 5 yil o'tgan issiq sovuqlar, ma fojia. Ammo ma ishkisidan bu siyosatni bu faqatlam rayon xarakterlik bir siyosatmi yoki Xinjiangga o'zining avtonom rayon bo'lgandan keyin ayrim qilganmi yoki bu markazdan bu davlatning siyosatimi deganni savol javob orasida jiq so'rdi bularchi. Mening bular savolga nihoyat yaxshi javob berdi. Shuningga bu endi bir irqiy qirg'inchilik yoki insoniyatga qarshi jinoyat yoki etnik tozalash bo'lsin, bu dunyodagi eng chong 3 jinoyat bo'ldi. Bu 3 jinoyatni endi bu yerlik bir o'rin, yerlik bir hukumat o'z oldiga qilib olgan narsa emaschi. Bu cho'qim markazdan, davlatning raisidan, davlatning siyosiy byurosi bo'lsin yoki kabinetdan kelgan buyruq bilan ijro bo'ladi. Ilgirki animalar masalan Yahudi cho'ng qirg'inchilik bo'lsin, Darfurda bo'lsin va yoki Ruanda oldi bo'lsin, hammasi eng cho'ng lideri, prezidenti bo'lsin, bosh ministr, ularning buyrug'i bilan mayli ular jakalimisin, ularning harakati shuni. Şu an bu ikkisidan so'rgan Dr. Alice Anderson, David Tobin ishkilisi o'xshashroq mushunda savolni so'rdi-ku. Ya'ni bu Xitoy markaziy hukumatidan chiqqan siyosat bilan o yerlik Xinjiangga shuni ijro qilyapti, yo Xinjiangga bular ayrim qilyapti deganda ishkilisining javobi asosan o'xshash. Bu markazdan kelgan siyosat to'g'ri. Xi Jinping qo'pib Uyg'urlarga irqiy qirg'inchilik qilamiz demadi. Uyg'urlarni yer yuzidan yo'qitamiz demadi. Xitoyning diplomatlari Twitter, Facebook u yerda Uyg'urlarning usuli nima degan go'zal. Masalanda, Huachuyin degan Li Zhaojian deydiganlar hammasi chiqirdi masalan. Uyg'urlarga nima degan qurboniyatni masalan chiqirib ketgan. Mana diniy erkinligi bor degandek. Bu narsalarni davomli qilgan bilan bular amaliyotda bularning siyosiy ilib berayotgan hamma narsa bu Xitoy hukumatining Uyg'ur millatini millat sifatida supurib tashlashni niyat qilgan. Ya'ni bu qaraqash list bo'lsin, undan keyin chiqqan bir necha tizimliklar bo'lsin, hammasi ya'ni Xitoy hukumatining asta-asta bu rayonni, ya'ni Alice Anderson degan bu mustamlika rayonni bu Xitoy hökuməti asta-asta Uyğurlarni məşunda süpürüb taşlaşni asas qılğan. Yəni bu buyruq mərkəzdən gələn buyruqni Çinçuangoni bolubmu David Tobin'in degini məşini icra qilish şunu əlbəttə şunu icra qılatıdı.
Demək, Bingtuan'ga kelsək, Bingtuan degan Atmurayın qaraydigan organ emas. Bevosita mərkəzi qaraydı da. Unda bo'lganda keyin Bingtuan bevosita mərkəzdən buyruqni qabul qildi degan gap. Demək, bunun isbatlamoqchi bo'lgani bu buyruq Bingtuanga kelgan bo'lsa, demak, mərkəzdən kelgan bo'ldi.
To'g'ri.
Shuni demakchi, demak bu David Tobin apandim ilgari bizning vatanimizdagi, ya'ni Uyg'ur diyoridagi vaziyatga oid nurg'un kitoblarni, maqolalarni yozgan. Eng oxirgi kitobi bu 2020 yil chiqqan. خىتاينىڭ غەربىي رايونىدىكى غەرب رايونىنى تىنچىتىشى يعني شىنجاڭدىكى كىملىك ۋە ئەنسىزلىك degan bir kitob bo'ldi. Buningda mush mazmunlar o'tirib qo'yilgan kitob ekan. Bizning rayondagi Uyg'ur rayonidagi vaziyatni yaxshi biladigan nopuzliq arboblarning biri bu odamninki o'tirib qo'ygan deganki nihoyatda tafsiliy guvohligi meningcha texmi utuqliq bo'lgan Alexandersniki o'xshashlar utuqliq bo'lgan tayyorlik bilan chiqqan bir yaxshi guvohlik bo'ldi deb o'yladim men.
Shundaq, bularni qarasam, scholar, bular ilmiy odam bo'lgan ekan, tadqiqotchi bo'lgan ekan. Bularningki hamda tayyorligi haqiqatan bularning shu bagan guvohligi ham bagan javoblari orqali bularning nihoyat o'qimishliq bir insonlar ekanligi shu nihoyat aniq chiqib turdi. Shunga albatta bu atigini guvohlik bagan 4 insan
tadqiqotchi, guvohchi,
ikki tadqiqotchi, ikki guvohchi, ikki Uyg'ur guvohchi mana aytdi. Yaxshi, bu sud rozi bo'lgandek animini o'tirib qo'ygan bo'lsa, hamda bu ikki tadqiqotchimi o'sha sudga keraklik nihoyatda muhim dalil isbotlarni o'tirib qo'ygan bo'ldi.
Qisqasi bugungi bu tunji ikkinchi navbatlik guvohlik berishning tunji qېتىملىقمۇ tunji tushdan burunliq guvohlik berish yig'inimi utuqliq bo'lgan bir guvohlik yig'ini bo'ldi deb qarashqa bo'ldi sizcha?
Albatta bu meningcha bu qitimqi hamda birinchi qitimni selishtirgan chog'da, birinchi qitimda albatta birinchi qitimda hamma odam tamtiraydi. Birinchi qitimda har qanday odam bir ish qilgan chog'da u hamda qanday bo'lam deb. Birinchi qitimda hamda guvohchilar abay deb o'tib ketganda, ba'zida munosabatsiz gaplarni jiqroq ketib qo'yib, muhim nuqtalar ustida jiqroq to'xtalmay, vaqt isrofchilik bo'lgan bo'lsa, bu qitim men unda bir narsani aytdigini ko'mdim aslan. Mayli ishki Uyg'ur guvohchi bo'lsin, ishki g'arblik tadqiqotchi bo'lsin, bular hammasi naq o'tirga shu tag'ani ko'tariblar mana isbotning hammasi bu shu degandek to'kiblar sotning oldiga o'tirib qo'ydi.
Rahmat, vaqt munosabati bilan degan suhbatimiz, tushuntirishimiz yaxshi bo'lsa, yana shundan keyin yana bu guvohlik berish yig'ini yana davomlashadi. Ko'rganlarimiz bilan yana shu vaqtda ko'rishimiz meningcha qo'shimcha gap bo'lmasa mujat to'xtatsak deb o'ylayman.
Bo'ladi. Men ikki tushdan keyin so'zlaydigan hamda men ikki guvohchini bir tanishtirib o'tsak. Birisi Tangbiya, bu bir o'zi Amerika turishliq bir Xitoy advokat, ham Xitoy demokrat bir faoliyatchi. Bu Amerikada ta'siri nihoyat kuchli, ingliz tili nihoyat yaxshi. Beijingda ilgari bu bir professor bo'lgan Beijingdagi bir chong universitetda, ham Amerikada shu Harvard universitetiga bog'liq bir scholar bo'lib turgan bu. Hozir balkim Kolumbiyada mening bilishimcha. Şu an Amerikada bu Uyg'urlarning vaziyatini aytib, obdan tushungan, Xitoy hukumatining siyosatini texim obdan biladigan bir inson. Bu shuningga bu Xitoy hukumatining, ya'ni shu oz sonliq millatlar siyosati bo'lib 2016-dagi Uyg'urlarga qaratgan siyosat to'g'risida isbot bermoqchi. Shuning buning isbotini hamda anglaymiz tushdan keyin. Meningcha bu inglizcha berdi. Undan keyin ya'ni Abdukim İdris apandi. Abdukim İdris bo'lsa bu dunyo Uyg'ur qultining bosh taftishi. Umi yaqinda bir kitob yozib Xitoy hukumatining bir jinoyatlarini oshkorlagan bo'ldi. Bo'lib bu musulmon dunyosining bu Uyg'ur irqiy qirg'inchiligini bilishi, tushunishi ham harakatlanishi to'g'risida. Chunki hozir nihoyat siz o'zingiz bilgandek, Uyg'urlar bir turk, bir musulmon xalq bo'lsa-mu, hamda Uyg'urlarga eng yordam qilmayotgan nihoyat afsus. Turkiy musulmon davlat hatto Xitoyga yon besib Uyg'urlarni bostirishga yordam qilyapti masalanda.
To'g'ri deysiz. Mush Uyg'urlarningki muhim nuqta shu. Uyg'urlarning tirikligi, Uyg'urlarning musulmonligi jinoyatlashtirilgan bir sharoitda Turkiy va musulmon ellarningki jim turayotganligini ko'ryapmiz. Albatta bu siz o'tirib qo'ygandek bu odamni afsuslantirdi, to'liq afsuslantirdi.
Nihoyatda afsuslantirdi. We're closing.
Undaqda
Unda bo'lsa tushdan keyingi o'rinlashtirish shunday bo'lgan bo'ldi. Oldi bilan Amerikalik Xitay advokat Tangbiya əpəndi guvahlıq bəsə Xitay hökumətinin Uyğurlarga asanlıq millətlər qaratqan siyasi doğrusu. Ondan keyin Abdukim İdris əpəndi Moşu bəlkə özünün ailesi hem Uyğurlarının beşi kevatqan gün doğrusunda alayda ispat berdi. Unda abisi hörmətli görülmənlər, bugünkü ətdigənlik guvahlıq beriş yığını bizning naq meydan anlatışımız müşahigiçi buludu. Düşdün keyin yani davamlıq bizning naq meydan müştaqtışımız diqqət bəgəysizlər.
Hörmətli görülmənlər, bugünkü anlatışımız müşahigiçi buldu. Düşdün keyin yani biz bu yığının təfsilatını huzurunuzga sunumuz. Yığının təfsilatı radyomuzun torbeti, radyomuzun sosyal media kanallarından Facebook, Twitter ve YouTube'da naq meydandan tarqıtıldı. Sal turib görüşküçe aman boğaysızlar.
Vardan, rəhmət. Xoş.
expert witness is Dr. Tang Biao, who will be giving evidence remotely. Sorry? Can you hear now? Is Dr. Biao available online? Can you please confirm whether Dr. Biao is available? Okay, in the meantime, Dr. Biao is a scholar, human rights lawyer, and was a dissident in China between 2003 and 2014 when he left China. He has been dealing with cases related to torture, religious persecution, death penalty, wrongful convictions, arbitrary detention, forced abortion, and forced eviction. As one of early Chinese human rights lawyers, he promoted the rights defense movement and founded two human rights organizations in Beijing, the Open Constitutional Initiative and China Against the Death Penalty. He co-signed the Charter 08 in 2008 and co-initiated the New Citizen Movement in 2012. Because of his activities and protest work, he was frequently put under house arrest by the secret police. He is currently the Posen visiting professor at the University of Chicago. As a result of his work, Dr. Biao states that his wife and one of his children have been prevented from exiting China. In conclusion of his report, Dr. Biao states what we are facing is a high-tech totalitarianism. Dr. Biao is online, but we cannot see him.
Is his invisibility intended? Oh, here he is. Right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Biao. Dr. Biao, I just made a summary of your credentials. I understand that you have a PowerPoint that you want to go through with the tribunal. The tribunal have read your report, and can you please go through your PowerPoint? We have only 10 minutes for that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll talk about the Uyghur genocide and the human rights abuse in China. and I'll put them in the domestic, political, and legal context in China. Next slide, please. Next, okay. Human rights situation in China is deteriorating. China is one of the worst countries in terms of human rights and freedom. And the Chinese government violates every fundamental freedom and right. The censorship is strict, torture, wrongful conviction, and arbitrary detention are all rampant. And also, there are serious human rights abuses like extrajudicial killing, organ harvesting, and discrimination, the death penalty. Next. And since Xi Jinping came to power, he started a comprehensive crackdown targeting human rights lawyers, dissidents, NGOs, and the so-called evil cults, and all kinds of religions, internet, universities. And also he started the anti-corruption campaign and the clearing up to the underworld, targeting private companies and entrepreneurs. And of course, Tibet, Hong Kong, Inner Mongolia, and Xinjiang, the East Turkestan, things are getting worse and worse there. Next. And the Communist Party has an exaggerated sense of insecurity. After 1989, early 1990s, there are some new social ideas promoting civil society and rule of law in China. And the Communist Party is also facing economic crisis and political, social, and ideological crisis. So after this sense of insecurity, the Communist Party cracked down on society brutally. Next. And the Chinese government has established and tightened the high-tech totalitarianism, and it uses the big data, the Great Firewall, artificial intelligence, like facial recognition, voice print recognition, and also DNA and social credit system and surveillance cameras to tighten its control on people. Next. And this kind of high-tech totalitarianism is working effectively with the other method that the Communist Party established after 1949, like the use of secret police, the network stability maintenance, blackmails, and the brainwashing and mass arrest of activists and dissidents. Next. There are some pictures of the surveillance cameras and facial recognition. Next. And the DNA and the gait recognition. Next. Also, during the COVID-19, the health code is also used by the government to control people. Next. And there are many different kinds of extrajudicial detentions and actual legal detentions, including like re-education through labor camp, 劳动教养. It was abolished in 2013. Next. And some extrajudicial detentions are still in use, like a double designation and next. Next, like the RSDL, the residential surveillance at a designated location, and compulsory mental hospital and drug treatment. Next. And black jails detaining petitioners. Next. And the legal education center targeting Falun Gong practitioners. So hundreds of thousands of Falun Gong practitioners were illegally detained in those so-called legal education center, and they were forced to work, and they were tortured. I think nearly 100% of those Falun Gong detainees were and are tortured in those legal education centers, and they were forced to convert, to give up their belief. Next. And so we can see the Communist Party is obsessed with the education idea or re-education from those names of the extrajudicial detentions. Next. And the difference between the concentration camps in the Uyghur area and other actual legal detentions include those camps target certain ethnic minorities, a certain religion and culture, with the purpose of eliminating their culture and religious and ethnic identity, and they were forced to give up their identity, and it's a part of the genocide. And also the systemic rape and the sexual assault make these camps more special. And also the birth control and forced abortion, forced sterilization is practiced in Xinjiang. Next. So the torture is rampant and institutionalized in China. The reasons of it is the narrower definition of torture. So the definition is narrower than the international standard. And then the flawed evidence rules, and there's no judicial independence. The police has higher power than the judges, and also the immunity of the torturers, most of the torturers. Next. And the political punishment, like the dissidents and Falun Gong Tibetans, Uyghurs, so torture is more severe, and that's after the political consideration. And also the lawyers are also persecuted and suppressed in China. Next. So all religions are persecuted in China, and some are persecuted more brutally than others. Next. Like the most persecuted religions include Tibetan Buddhism and Falun Gong, and of course Uyghur Muslim, and to a lesser extent the Christianity. Next. And next. So you know, Chen Chengge was the head of Tibet, and before he became the party secretary in Xinjiang. So he has used and intensified his playbook in China, like the travel restrictions and the linguistic suppression and great system of surveillance. Next. And the Chinese Communist Party manipulates the Han chauvinism and nationalism. So and the discrimination against Muslim, against Uyghur and other minorities is widespread in China. And the party is also using the long tradition of 大一统, the great unification, and the so-called the Chinese dream, like the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, to resort to that anti-Muslim sentiment, and the international anti-Muslim narrative is also utilized by the Communist Party to justify the ongoing genocide. Next. And next, I'll talk about my experience during Q&A. And next, I think the last slide. So to conclude, these concentration camps and the Uyghur genocide do not arise from a vacuum, and the various forms of extra-legal detentions and the religious persecution, the tradition of the party regarding thought reform or brainwashing, and also the cultural genocide in Tibet and the CCP's sense of insecurity and comprehensive crackdown, the high-tech totalitarianism, and also its manipulation of nationalism and Han chauvinism. So I thank you very much and look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Biao, for your report. One question, you referred to black jails. Can you expand what you mean by black jails?
Yes. Actually, there are two different concepts of black jails. A narrow concept is those certain kind of black jails are detaining petitioners. Petitioners are those Chinese people who suffer the wrongful convictions and miscarriages of justice, and they go to big cities or Beijing to petition with the hope of the correction of their cases. So that's the narrow definition of a black jail, and the wider meaning of black jail refers to all kinds of actual legal detentions, including like the legal education centers detaining Falun Gong practitioners.
How many types of detention camps have you detected in China, and which one of them are in Xinjiang?
The most similar detention camps with the concentration camps in Xinjiang is the legal education centers that detain Falun Gong. So as I have documented, there are still more than 7 different kinds of extrajudicial detentions, but the concentration camps in Xinjiang are very different, and that's part of the genocide, and it detained at least 1 million Uyghurs, Kazakhs, and other Turkic minorities. So that's totally unacceptable, and I think that's the worst humanitarian disaster for our time.
And can you tell the tribunal that which one of the camps practiced more torture, more violent torture than the others? I would say the concentration camps in Xinjiang, the so-called vocational training centers by the Chinese government, and the legal education centers in other part of China. So both are the worst, but the scale of torture and that's I think the concentration camps in Xinjiang is the worst. And as I have mentioned, the systemic rape and sexual assault is practiced in the concentration camps in Xinjiang, and that's special. Thank you very much. Dr. Biao, can you explain why there is such a strong focus on Uyghurs by the Chinese government? Why have they targeted this group so brutally compared to the others?
Yeah, so so I have explained the legal legal system and the political system under the rule of the Communist Party, and the human rights abuse is always there, and the Communist Party when it faces the political and ideological and economic crisis, and it intensified its crackdown on the civil society. And what's special in Xinjiang is the Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims have a different race, different culture, different language, and different religion, and the Communist Party sees the Uyghurs and other Turkic people as a threat to its political stability. So their excuse is to fight terrorism, extremism, and separatism. And this so simply speaking, the political consideration of maintaining the political monopoly in China is the biggest motive to crack down on the Uyghurs.
Thank you. In what way do you think that Xinjiang situation is worse than the rest of China compared to Tibet, which had a difficult time as well? Is it worse than what happened in Tibet?
Yes. So according to a human rights report by Freedom House, the ranking of Tibet's human rights situation is worse than North Korea, and Freedom House did not rank Xinjiang separately, but according to all the reports, to my observation, and I keep regular contact with my human rights friends in mainland China. So it's obvious the human rights situation in Xinjiang is worse than in Tibet. So regarding the torture, the totalitarian surveillance, and the mass incarceration, and yeah, everything, almost everything. So it's much worse than in Tibet.
Thank you very much, Dr. Biao. The panel members would have questions for you now.
Dr. Tang, you've explained the similarities and differences between the legal education centres and the re-education camps in Xinjiang. You mention in your paper that there was a scheme, the re-education through labour scheme in China, which was abolished in 2013. Could you tell us what that was, and whether there's anything comparable with the reports on forced labour in Xinjiang?
Thank you. So the re-education through labor system was started in 1947 during Mao Zedong era, and abolished in 2013. So these camps detained hundreds of thousands dissidents and those people who commit very slight crimes, and also activists and political dissidents and Falun Gong practitioners and other political believers, religious believers, were detained in those re-education camps, and they were forced to work, the forced labor existed in those camps, all kinds of prisons, the labor camps, and other actual judicial detentions. So that's kind of forced labor is really rampant in China, and as I observed the forced labor in concentration camps in Xinjiang is also rampant, and it has both political and economic motives.
Thank you. Could the system that it is alleged is the system of abuse that it is alleged is being taken place in Xinjiang, in your opinion, be taking place without the backing of the president, the Politburo, and other central bodies? And are there individuals that you would identify as principally responsible for the decision-making and or the implementation of those policies?
We know Chen Quanguo is the party secretary in Xinjiang, and he played an important role in those in the genocide and the human rights abuse in China. But we should not exclude those people who have higher power than Chen Quanguo. And of course the Politburo and the standing members of the Politburo, and they make the final decision. And China has a system that the party controls everything, and the general secretary of the party, which is Xi Jinping, has more power than other standing members. So from the scale of the concentration camps, from the response to international pressure regarding this issue, and we can definitely draw a conclusion that without Xi Jinping's permission, and Chen Quanguo does not have the power to detain at least a million people. So all the top leaders, and especially Xi Jinping, should be responsible for the genocide.
Thank you. Could you explain to us, after President Xi became president, I think there was an amendment made to the Constitution, about the Chinese people, all Chinese people under the leadership of the Communist Party of China, the guidance of Maoism, Leninism, etc., etc., etc. And the new bit was, and Xi Jinping thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era. Could you help us understand the significance of that phrase and its addition to the Constitution?
Yeah, Xi Jinping has removed the presidential term limit from the Constitution, and he is becoming the lifelong president, lifelong dictator, and he has resorted to cultural personality around himself, and similar to Mao Zedong, and no one can challenge him, and he has purged all the political rivals, and especially the brutal crackdown on this civil society, and like the term Xi Jinping thought has written into textbooks, and so he has turned China from a collective dictatorship during Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao era to a more personal dictatorship. So, so in my opinion, the that he has changed the political landscape, even though the one-party system did not change after 1949.
You say that the CCP controls all the media and that its propaganda and brainwashing have become more powerful and effective, while at the same time it's harder for people to access independent information. What is your sense of the awareness of the wider Chinese population of the situation of the Uyghurs? And how would you say they regard Uyghur people?
The censorship is very strict in China. The party controls all the media, including internet, the social media, and it's very difficult for Chinese people to know all the information censored and blocked by the authorities, so I think the vast majority of Chinese people don't know the details about the concentration camps, the persecution of Uyghurs, and only a few Chinese can use kind of software or VPN to circumvent the Great Firewall, and they know what's happening in Xinjiang, and another point is they don't care. You know, the fear is everywhere in China, and people are afraid of talking about any sensitive issues. So those who know what's happening in Xinjiang can't talk about these things to their friends, and they don't care. So the political indifference is everywhere in China. And another thing is what I have mentioned, the Han chauvinism. So for the Han Chinese is more than 90% of the Chinese population, and they and many of them, I think the majority of them, discriminate or directly or indirectly against the ethnic minorities, and they have somehow thoughts of great unification and the superiority of Han Chinese, and so and the propaganda is very effective. So the Chinese propaganda always say that the Xinjiang people, the Muslim, are separatists, extremists, and they want to be an independent country like that. So so many Han Chinese people see Uyghurs and other people in Xinjiang as like terrorists or separatists, and so and I have a few friends in Xinjiang who are Han Chinese, and I try to tell them what's happening there, and they don't care. They even applaud the policy, and they said the social stability, the political stability is improved, and they don't know the details, but it seems that they don't care the the human rights abuse in those camps.
Thank you. You say that the goal of the party is the eradication of the cultural identity, faith and ethnic identity of Uyghurs and other Muslim minorities, and the complete destruction of their possibility of resistance. Given that you've described a widespread system of abuse in the rest of China, and repression and fear, what leads you to the conclusion that we're talking about the complete destruction of resistance and the eradication of identity here? What are the features that make it that much worse than the situation you've described elsewhere?
Yeah, since 1949, the Communist Party has strengthened its totalitarian system, but this kind of high technology totalitarianism is unprecedented. It's different from Soviet Union or North Korea regarding the use of system. But this kind of high technology totalitarianism is unprecedented. It's different from Soviet Union or North Korea regarding the use of high technology, so this kind of totalitarian surveillance really make the resistance extremely difficult, if any possible, and they can prevent people from gathering together, and especially those activists and dissidents or potential activists, and the government with all those technologies can monitor them closely and can control them, and they also use what I call collective punishment, and even the activists are brave enough to resist, and the government can silence their family members, and the government can use their family members, their relatives, as hostages to punish and to silence the activists, as what we have seen in the Uyghur activists, including many prominent overseas Uyghur activists, and the Chinese government sentenced their brothers, sisters, their parents, children to a long imprisonment, and so that's a collective punishment, and that's and the Chinese government never hesitates to use the people living in China as hostages.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's been very interesting and very informative. Can I just ask about two medical things, really? One is about drug rehabilitation and institutionalization. Can you just tell me who they do this to, and secondly, what drugs do they use?
Yeah, so the Chinese police use the compulsory drug treatment to those people addicted to drugs. Like heroin, cocaine, marijuana, all kinds of drugs, and it's a crime to produce or sell those drugs, but not a crime to consume those drugs. And then the police foster those people addicted to drugs into.
Thank you. That wasn't quite what I meant. Certainly, when the Uyghurs are put into camps, into detention camps, and also the actual concentration camps, if that's what they're called, they're given drugs often to sedate them and for various other things, and I was never quite sure what they were.
Oh, you mean they gave drugs to the
Absolutely.
Uyghurs?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have experience and research on that, but it's crystal clear that in Chinese prison and actual judicial detention facilities, the forced detainees to have the kind of medication that drugs was happening many times, and so one example is we call it the 709 crackdown, that more than 320 human rights lawyers were detained or persecuted. So many of them, and most of them are my close friends, and they were forced to have the drugs and during their detention, and some of them have mental problems after several months or even more than a year, 2 years detention. So one of the human rights lawyer's name is Li Zhenfu. So he's a human rights lawyer, and he got severe mental problems after the detention. So and what's happening in Xinjiang, the Uyghur camps. I think the Communist Party will use the same method.
Thank you. The second question, you partly touched on it, but didn't go on, and that was really about organ transplantation. Is there a system by which they choose particular people for this? Because I understand everybody has their DNA done. First of all, is that true? Everybody who enters camps, we're told that they get blood tests, and one of them is on DNA. So would you have any information on how they choose the people from whom they will be harvesting the drugs? Sorry, harvesting the organs, beg your pardon.
Yeah, so briefly, the Chinese government forced the death row inmates to transplant their organs, and without their segment. So they targeted the organ harvesting. The victims of organ harvesting at the beginning are the death row inmates, and then mostly Falun Gong practitioners. There have been many reports about the organ harvesting for Falun Gong practitioners. After 1999, the party persecuted Falun Gong, and then the organ harvest is widespread among Falun Gong. So they have a long. They have a lot of experience in organ harvesting after their persecution of Falun Gong, and then the same thing happened to the detainees in Xinjiang. So the same experience, they copy the experience from persecuting Falun Gong to Xinjiang concentration camps.
Thank you. And just one last question, if I may, and that's really a general one. You know, from what you're saying and other people have said, is that the media is highly stamped down on, so they can't get on to using internet and various other things. How much do the Chinese public know about what's going on in Xinjiang?
Yeah, so the general public in China, most of them don't know what's happening in Xinjiang. One thing I should mention is if they know the details of the brutal persecution in Xinjiang, some of them will speak out. And I remember a Chinese activist, a Han Chinese activist, was sentenced to 4 years because he disclosed the information in Xinjiang. And several months ago, many Han Chinese people access to Clubhouse, and they listen to the Uyghur people and other victims talking about Xinjiang, and then they know, and they show their support, and some overseas Chinese like me, of course, support the Uyghurs and the Turkish people. So not many, but the biggest problem is it's very, very difficult, and it's very risky for the people in China to get the information about Xinjiang.
It has been widely reported that the state party, if I can use that expression, has sought to control a wide range of groups, some obvious, House Christians, Falun Gong, and so on. But more recently, that seems to have widened to include entrepreneurs, Jack Ma, Alibaba, actors, sports people, almost anybody who could command loyalty or take away loyalty from the party itself. So one imagines that that's in part an insecurity issue, partly it's a competition for loyalty. But the question is, how is it different in regard to the Uyghurs? Why is it worse, as you've described it? Why is the repression of them, as distinct from these other groups, subgroups, so different?
Yeah, thank you. So the propaganda and the brainwashing, the media censorship are always there, but what's different in Xinjiang, in the concentration camps, is they used the torture. They used the mass detention to practice that brainwashing. So that's torture. That's violent, not just misinformation or propaganda without violence. That's different. Yes, and the purpose is to eliminate the culture identity and religious and ethnic identity of the Turkish people, and that's different. And you know, the brainwashing of Han Chinese people, and they want the loyalty, political loyalty to the party or to Xi Jinping, and they don't need to use torture or rape or mass incarceration. Yeah, so that's that. I think that the two major differences.
Could I just ask you about torture, which you write about in your statement? And I suppose at its fundamental level is, how do people get away with being torturers in China, particularly Xinjiang, obviously? I mean, you say that, that the definition under the criminal law in China is narrower, but I assume it still includes a concept of physical harm and perhaps psychological harm as well. Torture is presumably contrary to the criminal law, and yet people seem to get away with torturing in detention centres, jails, other places. And I wondered what the official sanction is. I mean, sanction in the sense of approval, that this is known to be going on, it's allowed to go on. There are lawyers in China, and I wondered what the role of the criminal lawyers are in China in terms of these criminal offences and their enforcement.
Thank you. Yeah, torture is legally prohibited in Chinese criminal law and criminal procedure law, and the people who commit torture can be convicted and can be sentenced to a few years imprisonment, and it can be life imprisonment. But in practice, very few torturers, normally the police, the prison guards, and those who exercise public power, and the very few of them, very few of the torturers were arrested or convicted, and even some of them have been convicted. The sentence was quite slight. For example, a policeman tortured a detainee to death, and according to the criminal law, he or she should be sentenced to life imprisonment or even death penalty. But in reality, they got only a few years, like 3 or 2 years. So that's disproportionate. And the lawyers, China has 420,000 lawyers, but very few of them want to deal with criminal cases because it's risky to take criminal cases if they are willing to challenge the abuse of power by the police or procurators or the judges, so many criminal defendants don't have a lawyer during the trial, and the human rights. I was a human rights lawyer in China, and because of my practice, and I always challenge the government, and then I was disbarred, I was disappeared and detained, and I myself was tortured. So it's dangerous to be a criminal lawyer challenging power.
So thank you for attending. The PRC seem to have a particular notion of human rights themselves. They're part of the UN Human Rights Council Universal Periodic Review, and a white paper has come out this year on future human rights, their goals and ambitions. What's your view on the CCP or the PRC's understanding and use of the term human rights?
Yeah, so for a long time, the term human rights was a taboo, and nobody could talk about human rights. And then the Chinese government wanted to use the concept of human rights, and in 2004, human rights protection was even written into the Chinese constitution. But first, the Chinese government manipulates the definition of human rights, and they always prioritize the so-called right to survival, right to development, to undermine the political and civil rights. And second, the Chapter 2 of Chinese Constitution articulates all kinds of freedom and human rights, like right to vote, personal freedom, free speech, all the fundamental human rights were written in the Constitution. But in practice, the Chinese government doesn't care about human rights, and they systemically and they intentionally violate human rights, because the number one priority of the Chinese government is to maintain its one-party rule, and China has ratified at least 24, 25 international human rights treaties, they really manipulate the human rights treaties at the Human Rights Council and other international forum, and they have telling lies when they are being reviewed or criticized regarding human rights issues. So that's they said for example, the political prisoners. So China denies there are political prisoners, and all the prisoners have committed the regular crimes. Yeah, that's it.
Professor Teng, I have two short questions, and they must be short because we are short of time. They concern record keeping. Imagine a hospital visit. There's a reason recorded why you go in. There's a record of your entry. There's the record of every aspect of your treatment. There's a record of the reason for your discharge and of your discharge. Do you know, or do you have an opinion about when individuals go into detention, there is a record of why they go in? There is a record of the plan for their treatment. There is a record of torture. Do you know if there are those records in a detention unit, a sort of parallel to what you would expect in a hospital?
Oh, you mean the hospitals affiliated with the prison?
The hospital is just an analogy. Where you're taken into a place and dealt with, there's a linear record of your stay there. Is there the same sort of linear record for a prison? Reason for entry, plan for treatment, plan for torture, reason for release. Is there a written record of that somewhere?
Yeah, according to the laws and regulations, there should be written records of the detainees going to and going out of hospital, but the government's officials exercise that kind of power arbitrarily, and if the detainees are special, like a human rights activist or dissidents or other Falun Gong, and they don't follow the law and the regulations, so that's even in the criminal procedure, since the formal prisons And regarding the concentration camps and the actual legal detentions.
Okay, I'm going to have to cut you short because we're nearly out of time. Should there be a written record of what torture an inmate is going to suffer? Should there be such a record?
Yes, so there should be a written record of the like the physical condition, but I'm afraid because all the facilities, including hospital, are controlled by the party. I'm afraid they won't mention the term torture, and often they don't care about the legal requirement.
And should there be a record of the requisitioning of the thing called the tiger chair? Its only purpose is to torture. Should there be written records of the requisitioning by detention camps of tiger chairs?
The Chinese government denied the existence of those torture machine like tiger chairs. They don't admit the existence of torture method, torture like the tiger chairs.
Despite the fact there's photographs of them, they deny that they exist, do they?
They denied. Even you have photos. Even there's so many survivors talking about the tiger chairs. They deny.
Mr. Sabi, any questions?
No further question. Many thanks, Dr. Biao.
Professor Teng, thank you very much for coming or being available to give evidence and for sending us your reports in advance. Your evidence is now concluded. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, our next witness is Mr. Abdul Hakim Idris, who will give evidence in person. Good afternoon.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon.
Assalamu alaikum. Mr. Idris was born in Khotan City, educated in Islamic religion in underground madrasa in Khotan, and then went to Al-Azhar University in Egypt and then settled in Germany. He's a co-founder of World Uyghur Youth Congress, and he's the executive director of Center for Uyghur Studies and an general inspector of World Uyghur Congress. Mr. Idris is the author of the book called Menace, about China's colonization of the Islamic world and Uyghur genocide. Welcome to Uyghur Tribunal, Mr. Idris. I understand you have a PowerPoint that you would like to present. The Tribunal has read your report, and I would appreciate if you make it as short as possible, but 10 minutes would be welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My research has been mostly on how China used their economic might to buy silence of nations that would be expect to be allied with the Uyghur Muslims. These being primary Muslim majority countries, usually we would expect to hear pronounced outcry against the Uyghur genocide. But we didn't hear it. Still, in East Turkestan, there were copies of Qur'ans burnt, mosques turned into bars, the kids educated in atheist schools. Still, we didn't hear any word from any Muslim leader or any Muslim institution, or we didn't saw any demonstration in majority Islamic country. Next slide, please. China, to use this information in Islamic countries, they use several arguments. First is internal affairs discourse. They saying since the occupation of East Turkestan 1949, it is internal matters. Nobody should interfere in our issues. Second is they're using language about extremism, religious extremism. Actually, in Chinese eyes, the three evils are religious extremism, separatism, terrorism. Those three aspects is designed to entire population put in the box. And this is working in Islamic countries because they are against religious extremism, separatism, and they have terrorism problems. Third is using propaganda. China used Chinese Islamic Association to tell all the Muslim countries, leaders and institutions, telling them, we are fine. We just have problem with extremist people. They held a press conference, seminars, and abroad in Muslim countries. And they're using Hajj pilgrims like a diplomacy. And they're inviting many governmental and the civil societies, Muslim leaders to East Turkestan, pre-arranged mosque to show them this is fine. So if you, for example, if you look, I'm actually studied in Al-Azhar and I'm very closely following the Islamic news outlets around the world. We don't find any reports about the tragedy in East Turkestan. For example, in Egypt, there is the Al-Akhbar, Akhbar al-Yom newspaper. This is the second newspaper after Al-Ahram. In this newspaper, there is a page bought by the Chinese embassy. News from China will every day, like a miracle, sold for the Egyptian people. So these governmental media outlets cannot report about the Uyghur issue properly or nothing happening there. I am, next slide please. No, one before, yes. And the CCP using vaccines and the mask diplomacy to get those countries under Chinese influence. For example, it was in Turkey a more outcry about this Uyghur genocide by the opposition parties. The Chinese delayed to distribute its vaccine to Turkey. In the Lebanon is a very sectarian country. There is a Hezbollah, they working like a branch of CCP, but there is a Sunni media outlets. They were talking about Uyghur issue. And the government couldn't support China openly. And Chinese government delayed vaccine distribution there too. In the many countries around the world to bring under control. So I am in 10 minutes very hurry because I prepared 15 minutes slide and I'm ready after that to answer your question. Next slide, please. So, as you heard before, many colleagues testified before me. They said China treating East Turkestan and the Uyghur people like a colonial threat. I was born there, I went to school there, and I'm almost 30 years closely analyzing, studying their decisions, their implementation, their education system. They built a Bing Tuan in our country, like a Bing Tuan is XPCC, semi-military company, like an East Indian company, were built by the British in India. And they're controlling almost 90% of East Turkestan economy, roads, waters, energy, any sources. So they can put more than 3 million Uyghurs in concentration camps. This BRI is one version of the Bingtwen in Islamic countries. They have a really nice name, when, connect the people to people, serve the mankind. Those are the slogan by the CCP. But reality is very tragical. This Silk Road, the BRI is, had three contents. Silk Road economic build, the 21st century maritime Silk Road, and digital Silk Road. I skip the details to next slide, please. I was asked to concentrate by the counselor on Central Asian and Middle East country. So I will talk about this issue. First, I will talk about Iran. As you know, Iran's Islamic Republic of Iran, their constitution, the second, third paragraphs are to be about the Muslim worldwide, to protect them, to serve for God. But if you look what the Iranian regime did with China, you can see it. Especially the Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, when he was president of Iran, he was once president, he visited Kashgar. He went to Eitka Mosque. He prayed there. And he said, when I was that time in Egypt, he said, when I was studied in Qom, I read a lot of poems about Kashgar. I wished I visited, my dream come true. Why I talk this? Because Iranian supreme leaders knows what's happened right now in East Turkestan. Knows what the China's doing on war on Islam, on faith. It's not war between Muslim and Christian. It's not war between Jewish and Muslims. It's war on entire religion. Christianity, Buddhism, especially Islam. Even Iranian didn't hear it. And they closed 400 billion agreement with China next 25 years. China building their roads, infrastructure. They installing their Huawei system, 5G networks, and many more. What's the Huawei systems mean for the China? It means they can know and monitor every word, every aspect where they install this Huawei systems. In Saudi Arabia, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman made perfectly clear he sees China as a key fulcrum to his 2030 vision. He wants to build Saudi Arabia and modernize it. And China investing right now in Saudi Arabia more than $93 billion US, including drone factory near Riyadh. After MBS visited China, he gave a statement on Chinese TV. Says, China has right to security to counter terrorism efforts against so-called religious extremism. And China showed this every corner of the East Turkestan, telling the Uyghur people, even Saudi Arabia supported what we are doing here. Next is Gulf countries. There's Kuwait's dream of economic free zones, and Emiratis, they desire to work with China very closely. There is Confucius Institutes. They learning, educating their kids in Chinese Mandarin, and singing in the anniversary of 100 years CCP's day. Recently in Dubai, there were a secret internment prison to keep Uyghurs in Dubai, in Emirat. This is all after they deported or they didn't exceeded the passports or residency in the Dubai. If you look in Central Asia, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, in the Emirates, there were many Uyghur business people. They were doing business with the local people. They have partners in China, Chinese companies. After Xi Jinping began this genocide against the Uyghurs, they lost their entire business. Right now,
Mr. Idris, the time is running out.
Okay.
Can you speed up, please?
Okay. Next slide, please. I already done. Next, please. Okay. I talk about Egypt. Egypt has very good relationship with China. They building around the Suez Canal free economic zones. Which president is sitting in the palace, they had good relationship. Even the Muslim Brotherhood President Muhammad Mursi, when he was president, he went first to China. After him comes Sisi, he is doing business with China. And Egypt deported 2017 many students. They were studying in Al-Azhar University. Al-Azhar University is the oldest Islamic institution in the world. They deported Uyghur students back to China. As you see, investment. This is nice word, but that is not investment of a Chinese version. It's corruption, disinformation, this is security, diplomacy pressure. They have right now military presence in Tajikistan. They have many military personnel under name security companies in Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan. Whatever happened in Kyrgyzstan, as we know, there's many change in governments, but nothing changed for the China. It seems they are in control right now. Next slide, please. I should talk a little bit about Afghanistan, Taliban, and the Islamic organization, very shortly. China has very close relationship with Pakistani military and in security apparatus. And Pakistani military can choose their government how they choose, we know it. The Taliban had, since its foundation, very good relationship with China. Even 1998, Chinese ambassador to Pakistan met with the Taliban's founder Mullah Umar in Kandahar. In 2000, before 2000, they deported 13 Uyghurs from Afghanistan to China. Recently, the Taliban announced Mohammed Hassan Akhund will be prime minister of this Taliban government. He was at the time when the Taliban deported Uyghurs. And everybody knows today what the Taliban seeking close relationship with China, and China doing the same. And there's two organizations. One was designed to repress Uyghurs and abroad, the Shanghai Cooperation Organizations. Since its establishment, the resolution, if we look the resolution analyzed, it's just meant against the Uyghurs. The Uyghurs have border with Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Afghanistan. But there is no one can flee those countries. If they flee those countries, even in Pakistan, they give them back. So the Uyghur refugee, what we today have in Turkey, they went through China, went to Southeast Asia, come those countries. What means that? That means those Central Asian countries already under Chinese control. Even Hüseyincan Jalil was one is a Canadian citizen, was deported from Uzbekistan to China. He's sentenced for life prison, sitting in prison today. And the other organization is Islamic Cooperation of Islamic Organization, OIC, Organization of Islamic Cooperation. They, 2019, early 2019, there were a delegation. They went to Turkestan, Kashgar, Dawanchin, Urumqi. In this delegation, there were some diplomats from Central Asia, especially from Kazakhstan. They came back and they did a resolution to condemn this situation in Turkestan. It was in the Dubai summit. The China interferes through Saudi Arabia and the Pakistan changed those resolutions to support China's genocidal policy in Turkestan. That's what's happened.
Mr. Sabi, excuse me a minute.
Thank you,
Mr. Sabi, I believe there was, first of all, we have to understand that this witness has a commitment, nothing wrong with that, to the World Uyghur Congress, and we, of course, take that into account. We've all read his report, and I believe there were some particular facts you wanted to highlight, because I discussed it with you. But if he's covered them, then it might be time for the panel to have an opportunity to make their questions.
I guess if there is any time at the end, I will ask those questions, but otherwise I yield that to the panel.
Yes, thank you.
There will be questions from the panel now.
Yes. Just before you start, Professor Kaur, Mr. Idris, we are drawing you to a close now to answer questions. We fully understand your commitment to the cause and the passion with which you speak, but you must understand that we are completely dispassionate and you will be asked questions of fact, and it will help us if you are able to be as matter-of-fact as possible.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony. Could I begin with a question about yourself? You grew up in Xinjiang and you left a few decades ago. Why did you leave and when was that?
As you know, my testimony is all politics, because I am a victim of Chinese policies in Turkestan. I left Turkestan in 1986 after my parents put me in underground madrasa, studied 5 years in hotel, because at that time the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, so China gave us a little bit freedom to build our mosque, learn a little bit about our religion. So I went to underground mosque, underground madrasa. My teacher were be prison in Chinese prison over 20 years. He had taught us, and he teach us, and I learned by him. And then my parents, actually, that was my wish, because if you sit in madrasa, read the books, you know, first to come in the mind is Al-Azhar, Cairo, Al-Azhar University in Cairo. This is every Muslim's desire to go there to learn the Islamic beliefs. So my parents managed to send me to abroad to study there. I studied 4 years in Egypt. After that, I thought I get out. It was one-way ticket because we couldn't go back. to East Turkestan. So then we immigrated to Europe. I came to Germany at the end of 1990s.
You couldn't go back because you feared for your safety, you might be detained?
1989, from Egypt, we went to Hajj to Saudi Arabia. And there were many people from East Turkestan came to Hajj. But with them was a scholar. We know him in our city in hotel. And he was very close to our teacher. We sat in Arafat, more than 17 students from Pakistan at the time and from Egypt. And he told us, you know what? We did a big mistake. We sent you to abroad to study. If you come back, you have two ways. One is you will teach true religion in our country. You will put in the jail or you will dead. Our people never benefit from you. Or you will cooperate with Chinese government, and that is in that case our people will never benefit from your studies, and maybe you will go to hell. And it was like a stone in our heads. And we figured out almost 1 year. At that time, the Soviet Union were still there. And we decided, okay, we have to go to West, to Europe, to Australia, to America, to bring our case in the world. That was my journey.
Thank you. So to return to your testimony, you say in 2019, at the UN Human Rights Council, 27 countries issued a letter flattering China for its successes on human rights, and then it increased to 50. So can you elaborate on, first of all, these 37 countries that supported their human rights record and the increase to 50?
Yes, in 2019, it was almost 2 years. More than millions of people were in jail. 2019, it was 2 years. I didn't spoke my parents. As me, thousands of Uyghur people lost contact with their loved one. At that time, 22 countries wrote a letter to support, condemn China's policy in East Turkestan. And there were almost 30 some countries supporting China's policies. It increased almost 50 to 57. I think one is withdraw his signature in Qatar. The rest are the 50 countries. If you look, there is a list in my report. Most of them are Muslim countries, majority Muslim countries. The 22 countries they supported Uyghurs are America, UK, and Western countries. And recently joined just one Muslim, we call it Muslim country or Muslim lives there, Bosnia and Herzegovina. The rest of them are all non-Muslim countries supporting condemning the Chinese policy in East Turkestan.
So are they all countries, the ones who support China, are they all countries with BRI investments?
Of course, there are BRI investment, and if you look, what they have to go along with China is, first of all, there are all authoritarian regimes. Second is there are some of them member of the BRI. Third is China's disinformation and the United Front plus Chinese embassies working very well. And so they get the support through this initiative.
You talk about these countries exchanging blacklists. Can you elaborate on what you mean by blacklists?
Yes, the blacklist is designed to get each other the Shanghai Cooperation Organization's members. There are 8 countries right now in Central Asia. And they have many resolutions. There's a Shanghai resolution against extremism, terrorism, separatism, and they agreed to bring a black list in an exchange with them. For example, China tell Kazakhstan those persons are terrorists or they have criminal economic criminal record. We want them back, or you arrest them for us. And in practice, Kazakhstan or Kyrgyzstan can say the same. But mostly it was to bring the Uyghurs under control, especially if you look Kazakhstan, there are many 100,000 Uyghurs living there, almost 100 years. And Kyrgyzstan, there were many Uyghurs living there. So after the Soviet collapsed, China jumped up to establish this Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and through this, and they announced BRI again.
And these countries do all or most have extradition treaties with the PRC? And if they do they, when they're requested for certain people, they deport them unquestioningly? That's a question.
I think the Shanghai, what I saw and analyzed in the reports, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization's member doesn't need extradition treaty because they already agreed on this organization to cooperate and arrest and deport each other. But China tried to get extradition treaty with several BRI countries. For example, right now, one person sitting in Moroccan custody recently, the Morocco want to deport him to China, Hassan Idris, his name is, but the legal process still going on in Morocco. And Morocco had 2016 extradition treaty with China.
So, for instance, in the Morocco case, in Morocco itself, they are going through legal procedures regarding the person in question. So that person may not be extradited. Is that the case? Is this what you're saying?
It's possible in Morocco, but not it's possible in Central Asian, in some Middle East Arabic country.
And the reason being?
Reason being because, for example, the Emiratis are very cooperative with the Chinese government. And the Central Asian countries are, of course, binding their hand in the Shanghai Cooperation Treaties. And even Egypt has deported many Uyghurs. And in Saudi Arabia, there were many Uyghurs living in Medina, in the Mecca. They lost their residency. The Chinese embassy doesn't give them extension their passports. They tell them go to China. So many of them managed to go to Turkey or somewhere else. This is the practice. And through the Chinese surveillance and technological capability, they have already every Uyghur's personal information in abroad, including Central Asian and Saudi Arabia. Because in Saudi Arabia, for example, there are many Uyghurs living there, and there are Saudi citizens, but still says Chinese immigrant or Bukhari or Uyghur. We have right now some families contacting in Turkey somewhere from Afghanistan, Mazar-i Sharif, more than 26 to 80 families. They're living there almost 40 years. But they're afraid because the China's Taliban very close relationship, or Taliban harm them or deport them to China. They want to leave Afghanistan. This is their fear.
In your report, you also talk about Western corporate giants. So are you saying that the PRC are also buying their silence?
Yes. China has invested more than 40 years in two things. One is to corrupt Western politicians, stealing their technology, and installing their own people in those big companies' CEOs, or their wives, or their employees are from China. So if you have today, like a Hilton company, Hilton Hotels, building a hotel in Hotel, where I'm from, where the mosques were destroyed. And we asked them not to do it. They doing it because fear of Chinese money. The same is in Hollywood, NBA. And I spent more than 19 years in Germany. Tragically, Germany has this genocide history. But still, Volkswagen, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, or Adidas, Boss, who designed the clothes for the Nazis, they're doing business in East Turkestan.
So are you saying that these corporates are denying that anything is happening regarding alleged crimes against humanity, or are they ignoring the information or evidence out there?
As you know, I recently closely watched a hearing in Washington, US Congress. They invited several big companies' CEOs and asked them those questions. They didn't answer. They were so silent on China. But if there's any social issue in America or in Western, they will talk it, they will sponsor it. But if they come to China, they are very silent. I think they will lose their own money or the company money, and the money bringing them silent.
You also mentioned in your report the Winter Olympics are upcoming next year. Are you proposing a similar argument for them, that they are, the PRC have bought their silence as well on this issue regarding the Uyghur, or what is your point?
I'm so happy you are asking me this question. Look, 2008, there was a Beijing Olympic where the China started its muscle to show the world. From that time on, they said, okay, we developed us, we have enough money, we know how the world or the Western country, we can influence them. And from that time on, they seeing Olympics like a propaganda for their image, what they, 1939, did to the Nazis in Berlin. The 2022 Winter Olympic, in these circumstances, when we look China, they doing what they're doing in East Turkestan, in Tibet, in Mongolia, even on Han Chinese people in Hong Kong, and against threatening the Taiwan. In this circumstance, to give them Olympics to propagate for their own image, it will be a disaster.
I remember in the 2008 Olympics that ethnic minorities did figure as part of the show, the sporting spectacle. What is your view in terms of next year's Olympics? Will ethnic minorities, including the Uyghur, be invited to participate in any kind of presentation or show or spectacle?
You know, right now I live in the US. We went sometimes ago outside and I saw Indian people there, museum. Some tourists taking picture with them. I denied to take picture with them because they reminded me what's right now happening in Turkestan. They will use our clothes, our music, our best food to show the world they are fine. At the same time, they destroying this culture and letting people disappear.
So that
I think they will show, let some Uyghurs happy dancing like this. I think.
As part of the
I
propaganda.
think from the past, what they did, I can just project it.
Okay, to move on to the comment you make about the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. He made the comment, the situation of a country's human rights shall be judged by its people rather than other countries based on their own preferences. Now, China PRC are also signatories to international conventions, which are basically saying things like crimes against humanity, genocide, has to be an international decision. So can you elaborate on what appears to me like a contradiction?
Yes, I'm very surprised that the UN didn't say anything about this argument, because it is the China is signatory on many UN agreements, and if China's Foreign Ministry Wang Yi says this code, it shows they already seeing the universal freedom, universal speech of movement, freedom, and the values is collapsed. They're saying the next world order will be totalitarian. And when he says this, where he says in Central Asia, with the meeting with the Iranian, Saudi Arabian countries, they right now, we cannot go through the Chinese internet web, or Chinese people are not free to join world internet system. They have own firewall internet system. They proposing to authoritarian countries like Iran, in Central Asian countries, especially Tajikistan, to build them this firewall system. I can imagine next to future, some Iranian dissident will be not able to talk their loved one in Iran. This is common. And for your question, this is the reality. It shows China's policy. If you look back, China did everything what they planned and what they said. But in the liberal wars or free wars, never took them serious. Just imagine if we do business with them, if the middle class grow up, they will become like us. But from that time on, when the Deng Xiaoping began to cheat Western countries in the 70s, they had planned 5 years plan, 6 years plan, 7 years plan. They did it. And when the Chinese foreign minister says universal value is collapsing, they mean it, in my analysis.
Okay, I have two more questions. One is on the Chinese Islamic Association. You write that in order to sinicize Islam, the Chinese Islamic Association has led the demolition of the domes and minarets on the few mosques and masjids left standing. Now, what kind of Islam are they promoting? And in that kind of Islam, is Ramadan allowed, for instance? Is a headscarf allowed? Because everything else we're hearing is that in Xinjiang, these are not allowed. Is it just in Xinjiang?
When I begin here, I said, Assalamu alaikum. I'm allowed here to say Assalamu alaikum. You are not, as a Muslim, say Assalamu alaikum in my country. If you say Assalamu alaikum, you are religious extremists. You have some mental illness. What the Chinese Islamic Association doing is covering up. They going to the friendly governments to China, particularly to Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Malaysia, everywhere, they talking to them, we are free, we enjoy our religion, everything's fine, you can see the mosque there, but there are some separatists, some terrorists, do you have this own things, and like this. But before, that's doing in Islamic countries, but 2 weeks ago, I live in Virginia. There is a Adam Center as a big Islamic society in Virginia. They have 10 to 20 mosques to run. And they supporting us, we were good, close relationship with them. And the head of this organization get a visit from Beijing, a Hui Muslim, so-called Hui scholar Muslim, went to them, said, look, the China, CCP, and the Uyghurs have problem. Uyghur Muslims are separatists. We Hui Muslim are not. Right now, Chinese government repressing them, but they threatening us very good. If you cooperate with the Uyghur Muslims, may China repress us too. What this shows? This shows Chinese United Front religious department sending their employee on the so-called Islamic scholar, not the disinformed Islamic country or the institution in Islamic country, but they going in Islamic societies in Western country too. This head of the Adam Center was a little bit thinking, you know what he says, what the cost of benefit. If I support Uyghurs, maybe China already doing this, and they begin to repression the other Hui Muslims. You know how the Chinese CCP's mentality to disinform and they bring the other people under control. This shows their thinking, yes.
So to return to the BRI, we are in Europe, and I need to just, I know you were asked to look at the Middle East and Central Asia, but there are countries, particularly Greece, Italy, Hungary, and of course this country and several others. Are you also proposing that the PRC are buying the silence of such countries in Europe?
We are here, the UK were one of the EU before, right now anymore. If you look in EU, one of the 7G countries is Italy. Italy bankrupted by the CCP. If you look by Proto, there are many Chinese companies. They producing their goods and product in China, bringing to Italy those special economic zones to get just, you know, stamp made in Italy. Through that, they destroyed Italian mid-sized economy. They were very good in home goods and furniture and cloths. They're all gone. They built highways in Montenegro, in Middle and Europe. Right now, Montenegro cannot pay the cost, and maybe China will take over, or Brazil pay for it. And if you look, Indonesia, they are under the Chinese influential right now. Similar in Malaysia, the former Prime Minister Mahathir Mohamad from Malaysia, he went to Beijing because the former government of his cabinet or government already had a treaty with China about the BRI, Silk Road project. And Mahathir told the Chinese, look, this is not good for us. The project given in China, the project will take the Chinese company. The Chinese company will build the project. Chinese employer working there, and their money will be paid by the Chinese company. What we get? Just the debt to pay it? And then he came back, and as you know, in Malaysia, there are many Chinese origin Malaysians. They had small parties, they checked their support from Mahathir. Mahathir lost his cabinet. So China, if says, I'm not interfering in your government, already doing is in Malaysia. And when we look in Sri Lanka, the ports were beautifully built. Sri Lanka couldn't pay it. China took it for the next 100 years. And when we look in the Gwadar port in Pakistan, leased for 40 years for China, and China can deploy their military there. Because China has this law, every big China company must collaborate with People Liberation Armies. It means any investment deal or any deal with China is deal with People Liberation Armies.
Thank you for your evidence.
The Uyghur people are in the way of the Belt and Road Initiative, aren't they?
Yes.
Let's use the word persecution just for the purposes of this question. Are they being persecuted because they're in the way of the Belt and Road Initiative? Or are they being persecuted because they are the Uyghur people?
They are persecuting, I think in my analysis, because the Uyghur people knows from their heavy paid experience how to warn other countries coming danger from China. To conquer Central Asian, they have to destroy Uyghur people. Because Uyghur people, we are in the Silk Road. We had many religions.
Well, precisely. Forgive my interrupting you. Are you saying that they're being persecuted, same use of the word just for these purposes? Are you saying they're being persecuted simply because they're a block in the road? Is that why they're being persecuted?
They are persecuting because they are owner of this land and they're blocking them to go west.
Let me try and get to the same topic. Imagine an area of China away from all the Dagestans and Kazakhstans, no minerals, and there's the Uyghur people. Would China bother to persecute them then?
I think yes, because in almost 136 years colonization by China, Uyghurs lived many genocide, many tragic days, and you know, China knows what they did to Uyghurs people. They are afraid of the Uyghurs people as a people.
And then one question of detail. You spoke of successful efforts by the PRC to extradite people back into China. What happened to them when they were returned to China? Do you know?
For example, Hossein Jan Jalil was deported to China from Uzbekistan. He's sentenced for life prison. He's Canadian citizen, sitting right now in jail. And other, for example, some of the students they deported to China, they are sentenced or in concentration camps.
Is any of them, to your knowledge, living free in China, having been extradited?
No, nobody.
Mr. Sabi, we return to you 8 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think the questions that I intended to ask has already been raised, so we can release the witness if there is no more questions.
Well, just checking that nobody's had a second thought. Mr. Idris, thank you very much for coming to give your evidence today. Your evidence is now concluded, and I think we're going to take a break, aren't we?
Yes, can we limit the break to 15 minutes, please?
15 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Assalamu alaykum hörmətli görünmənlər. Görüvatqanlar Erkin Asiya Radiosu Uyghur biliminin naq meydan taqtışı. Biz yana davamlıq huzurunlarga Angliyaның paytaxtı Londonda içilayotgan Uyghur Sot kollegiyasini naq meydan taqtışını bağışlayatımız. Dabısa mən alim Mehmet Can Efendi.
Rahmet, qadrli görünmənlər, ekranımızga xoş gəldinglar. Görüvatqanlar Angliyaның London şəhərində işləyotgan ikkinchi növbətlik Uyghur Sot kollegiyasının naq meydan tarqıtışı. Biz yanılan Sot kollegiyasida berilgan guvahlıqlarni xulosalab, huzurunlarga sunamiz. Undaqda alim efendim, mushu yig'inda bilgan guvahlik bergan ikki mutaxassisninki so'zlarlik muhim nuqtalarni ham ularni tanishtirib o'tgan bo'lsangiz.
Bo'ldi, Mehmetcan efendi. Bugun tushdan keyin hamda so'zlagan ikki mutaxassis hamda bular o'zining shaxsiy yoki oilasi hikoyasi to'g'risida guvahlik berdi. Birinchisi Amerikadagi Xitoy advokat Tangbiya efendi. İkincisi, yani Amerika'daki yani Dünya Uyghur Kulti'nin baş təftişi Abdikim İdris Efendi guvahlık bergen oldu. Bunda bilsa Mehmetcan Efendi siz aldı bilen bu Amerika'daki bu advokat Tangbiya'nın ki bu sözünün mühim noktalarını bu görərmənlərindən tang beklengen bolsunuz.
Oldu, rahmet. Emmeylen anlap ötkünümüzde Tangbiya hem Xitayning içinde mu advokatlık qilgan, hem öz işvədə cəzağa tartılgan. Amerika qaytib kelgandan keyin shu qonuniy sohada ishlab kelayotgan ham oliy maktablarda takliflik professorlik qilayotgan mutaxassislarning birisi. Ham Xitoy ziyolisi, ham aktivist bu odam. Hozirgacha shu Uyg'urlarning beshiga kelayotgan zulmatlar, zulmlar va siyosatlar haqida lillah maydonda turib gap qilayotgan bir Xitoy ziyolisining birisi. Bugun shu nuqtada so'zildi. Bu odamningki nutqidagi, ya'ni guvohlikdagi nuqtalarni bir nechta nuqtalarga yig'inchoqlash mumkin. Birinchisi, shu Xi Jinping hokimiyat beshiga chiqqandan keyingi elib berilgan o'zgarishlar, Falun Gongchilar bilan Uyg'urlar qartilgan jazo yoki yig'ilish lagerlaridagi o'xshashliklar farq. Uningdan boshqa shu Xitoy xalqininki, ya'ni ko'plagan Xitoy noposiniki Uyg'urlar bo'lgan qarashi.
Doğru.
Endin Çinçuanguo'ninki o'rni va uning siyosat yurgizishi ham shu million Uyg'urlarni tutishidagi uning roli. Ham buningki kelish manbai degan temalar so'zildi. Mening diqqatim chekkan bir nechta nuqtaning birisi shu bo'ldi. Birinchisi desak, masalan, Xi Jinping hokimiyat beshiga chiqqandan keyin Xitoy millatchiligi, Xitoy shovinizmini qanday qilib ekspluatatsiya qilib buni Uyg'ur qatorliq Xitoy bo'lmagan millatlarga qarshi etganligi. Uyg'urlarninki shu islom, ya'ni musulmon bo'lishi ham Xitoy xalqining orasidagi islomga qarshi tuyg'ularni qanday ekspluatatsiya qilganligi. Buni so'zlab o'tdi. Undan boshqa shu Uyghur qırğınçılığının tuyuqsuz meydana çıxmagan bir qırğınçılıq ekanligi, Uyghur qırğınçılığı degan gapni ishlatdi bu odam. Ondan yana jazo lagerlari. Yani concentration camp degan so'zni ishlatgan bir mutaxassisning birisi oldu bu mu? Ondan yana biz diqqat qilgan yana bir nuqta. Nima uchun Xitoy hukumati, Xitoy kompartiyasi Uyg'urlarga qarshi mushta bostirish ilib bordi desa, buning birinchi asosi deydi, ularningki Xitoy bo'lmaganligi deydi. Ya'ni ular boshqa millat, ularning dini boshqa, shunga Xitoy kompartiyasi ularni tahdid deb qaraydi. Demak, bostirishning asosini bu odam bir Xitoy ziyolisi bo'lish bilan buni yo'rtib bergan bo'ldi. Endi ikkinchi bir nuqta, yana buningdagi excuse me. Xi Jinping'ninki bu qirg'inchilikdagi roli. Yani deydi, Xitoy siyosiy byurosidagi butun heyət a'zolarining ichidagi eng huquqdori Xi Jinping. To'g'ri. Xi Jinping'ninki buyruqsiz, uningki ma'qulliqsiz Chinchuango qancha kuchli bo'lgan taqdirdami Uyg'ur diyorida 1 milliondan ortiq odamni solab jazoga tortishga uning 5-10 emas. Albatta. Deb buni tushundida, endi yana bek muhim bir nuqta hammalarni shu tadqiqotlar ishlatishga bo'ladigan bir atalg'i ekan deb o'yladim men. Xi Jinping hokimiyat beshiga chiqqandan keyin shu o'ziniki shu hozirgi o'rindagi afzallikdan foydalanib turib, Xitoy kompartiyasining nizomnomasidagi Xitoy bosh sekretarininki nimasini yil o'lchimini ilib etganligi, cheklamasini ilib etganligi, shuning bilan Xi Jinping davriga kelgan vaqtida Xitoydagi kollektiv diktatorlik, xususiy diktatorlik o'zgartirilganligini tushuntirib o'tdi. Shuning bilan bir vaqtda yana bu Uyg'urlarning hozir beshiga kelayotgan bu qor kunlar Falung'uçlarning beshiga kelganga o'xshamaydi. Bular qamalgan turma lagerlar ularningki qamalganiga o'xshamaydi. Misli ko'rilmagan darajada zulmga uchrayotdi. Ya'ni bularningki hozir Xi Jinping Uyg'urlarga qarshi yurgizayotgan mustabidlik, yuqori texnikalik mustabidlik tuzumi deb atildi degan savollarni, degan mazmunlarni o'tirib qo'ydi. Yana bu odamdan so'ralgan savollarning yana biri organ yig'ilish. Xitoydagi organ yig'ilish temisi ustida bo'ldi. Bu odam o'zininki bayqashlardagi ba'zi ma'lumotlarni o'tirib qo'ygan bo'ldi. Demak, bu mutaxassisning bir Xitoy ziyolisi, Xitoy advokat bo'lish bilan Uyg'urlarning beshiga kelayotgan nuqtani qonuniy va Xitoyning siyosiy o'zgarishlarningki taraqqiyotiga sap turib tushundirganligi nihoyat bir ahamiyatli bir guvohlik berish yig'ini bo'ldi. Guvohlik berish bo'ldi deb o'yladim. Bugun vaqt qisqa bo'lg'achqa mushagish to'xtalay. Bu bugungi bu guvohlik berish yig'inida yana mutaxassis sifatida o'tirib chiqqan Abdukim Idris apandim, bu ham siz azroq tushuntirib o'tdingiz. Abdukim Idris apandim yaqinda bir kitob yozgan, ya'ni tahdid Xitoyning islom dunyosini mustamlik qilishi va Uyg'ur qirg'inchiligi degan temada. Mutaxassis sifatida nurg'un yaxshi temlarni o'tirib qo'ydi. Siz shuni bir xulosalab o'tgan bo'lsangiz.
Bo'ldi. Abdukim Idris albatta bugun ingliz tili bilan bu Xitoy hukumatining hamda Uyg'urlarga qarata ilib borgan jinoyatidan sirt eng muhimi, ya'ni nima uchun bu arab, musulmon, turk dunyosi bu Uyg'ur irqiy qirg'inchiligiga ko'z yumadi birinchisi. Ikkinchisi, hamda u ko'z yumishdan sirt nima uchun bu davlatlar yana Xitoyga yon besib, Uyg'urlarga qaratgan, Xitoy hukumatining Uyg'urlarga qaratgan hozirgi bu shu irqiy qirg'inchiligiga ham tayoq bo'lib turdi hamda. Mushlarning sabablarini bir-birlab inchkilik alda yaxshi tushuntirib o'tdi. Buni yana Xitoy hukumatining hamda bo'libmi shu One Belt One Road, bir belbaq bir yo'l siyosati orqali shu musulmon dunyosini asosan pul bilan setib olganligi. Mayli masalan O'rta Osiyo, Qozog'iston, Qirg'iziston, O'zbekiston yoki Turkmaniston qatorliq davlatlarda Turkiya bo'lsin, uningdan sirt masalan bu Saudiya Arabiston, Iran, Pokiston, uningdan boshqa o'sha cho'ng kichik musulmon davlatlar bo'lsin. Hammasining bugungi kunda Xitoyning og'ziga qarab qolganligi, Xitoyning pulini olganligi uchun Xitoyga qarshi gap qilmaydiganligi, uningdan sirt hatto masalan Abdukim o'zi o'qigan Al-Azhar universiteti masalan dunyodagi eng donliq, eng qadimiy islomiy universitet bu Misrdagi. Bu degan dunyodagi hamda eng mashhur nopozliq, eng shu donliq, shu islomiy ilm adamlarini tarbiyalaydigan bir bilim yurti bu. Bu yerdimi bular hozirgacha masalan Xitoy hukumatiga qarshi hech qanday bir og'iz gap qilmaydiganligi, Uyg'urlar to'g'risida hech qanday bir ma'lumotning yo'qligi u yerda. Uyg'urlarning irqiy qirg'inchilik masalasini hech zamon o'tirg'a ko'tarib chiqmaydiganligi. Uningdan sirt masalan islom hamkorlik tashkiloti, masalan buningda 58 davlat bor. İslam Həmkarlıq Təşkilatında bu 58 dövlətin mutlaq köp qismi şu Müslüman dövlətlər, qalan dövlətlər bir qançası Rusiya, Hindistan bolsa, həm də Müslüman nüfusu köp sandakı dövlətlər bunun əzaları. Amma muşunun içindəki dövlətlərin hamısı degidək Xitay hökumətini qollaydiganlığı, həm hər qitim Birləşmiş Dövlətlər Ali Kengişində G'arb Amerika başçılığındakı G'arb əlləri Xitay hökumətinin Uyğurlara qarşı elib berivatqan ərqi qırğınçılığı səbəbindən Xitayni ayıplab birləşmə bayanat elan qılıb 20-30 dövlət qol qoyub ayıplagan vaqtida məşə İslam Həmkarlıq Təşkilatındakı təvə məş dövlətlərinin mutlaq köp qisminin həm onun sirtidəki bəzi uşaq dövlətlərinin Xitay bilan həmnəfəsdə olub, həm də Xitay oturuq qoyğan. Yəni biz sizdə kişilik hüquq məsələsi yox. Uyğurların haq hüquqi, dini erkinligini hörmət qılımız. Uyğurlarına aid bəxtlik, xoşal yaşayatıdı. Bu G'arbning yağan təşkilatı degan aş xətlərə qol qoyub Xitay hökumətinin mədiyələydiganlığını. Hətta məsələn İslam Həmkarlıq Təşkilatının çıxargan bir qancha dokladida yaqında bu Uyğur ərqi qırğınçılığını etiraf qilish u yoqda tutsun, hətta Xitay hökumətinin musulmon vətəndaşlarına aid yaxşı qarayotganligini o'tirib qo'yib o'tdi. Bundan sırt məsələn shu Saudiya Arabistanning məsələn hozir Saudiya Arabistanning Muhammed bin Salman bu Saudiya Arabistanning şahzodasi Saudiyani so'rayotgan. Muhammed bin Salman 2019-yılı Beijing'e bağlan çağda u yerda Uyg'urlarning erkek qirg'inchilik bir musulmon bir turk bir haq bo'lganlik uchun erkek qirg'inchilik uchrayotganini tilga ilish u yoqda tutsin. Xitoy hukumatining terrorizmga qarshi ko'rishni, atalmish ko'rishni qo'llaydiganligini o'tirib qo'yganligini sharhlab o'tdi. Shuningga bu naydi yaxshi bo'ldi bir jihatdan, chunki Uyg'urlar o'zingiz bilgandek ham turk ham musulmon bo'lgan ekan. Eng avval shu musulmon ham turk dunyosi bizni qo'llaydi, shuni arzu qilib umid qiladi. Əməliyyatı işinin tətur bo'ldi bugungi kunda.
To'g'ri deysiz. Bu demakki bugun vaqtimiz oz qolyapti, shunlashqa gapimizni qisqartirishga majbur bo'lyapmiz. Demak bu bugungi bu guvohlik berish, bu qitimliq guvohlik berish ikki mutaxassisning guvohlik berish yig'inimi? Yaxshi bir guvohlik berish yig'ini deb qardik. Hozir vaqt munosabati bilan suhbatimiz tushuntirishimiz mumkin bo'lsa, siz bundan keyin so'zlaydigan mutaxassislarni bir tushuntirib o'tgan bo'lsangiz, shuning bilan bu tartışımız müşahede toxtagan bolsa.
Şunda qılaylı. Bunda bolsa, hörmətlik görürmənlər, bugünkü hazır düşdüm keyinki işki hamda mutaxassisçi tanbih alan Abdukim İdris boldu. Düşdüm keyin yana işki mutaxassis ba, biri şu Human Rights Watch, yani kişilik hüquq kuzatish tashkilotining tadqiqotchisi Maya Wang xonim, yana birisi China File, New Yorkdagi Xitoy hujjatlari degan tashkilotning tahriri Jessica Batki xonim ishga tushdan keyin shu Xitoy hukumatining Uyg'urlarga qarshi elib berayotgan jinoyatlar ustida isbot bermoqchi.
Hurmatli ko'rmanlar, ekranimizga qayta xush keldinglar. Vaqt munosabati bilan taqdishimiz müşahede to'xtaydi. Bizni o'zimizning radiomizning tor beti, radiomizning sotsial media kanallaridan, YouTube, Twitter va Facebookdan davomli taqib qila olasizlar. Sal turib ko'rishguncha omon bo'linglar.
Omon bo'ling.
Xayr xo'sh.
sure? Because the next two are, I think the next two are remote, aren't they? Remote. Biscuits. Impossible. Or I'm gonna with cream and honey, or strawberry jam. I'm sorry. Professor Ning would like and strawberry jam. I mean, I can't confirm that. I assume you're sharing it with yeah, I assume you just maybe start with what you think of happening. Yeah. You know, of course we've heard on the what are the emerging themes. I know. It'd be nice to have a bit of time to prepare it. There's only the night before. And then open it for discussion. I mean, I think I'm fairly confident that everything.
Mr. Chairman. May we start?
Of course, Mr. Sabi. I'm very sorry to have been a little late on parade. Our next witness will be testifying remotely and audio only. Could I just confirm that the witness is online?
Yes.
The expert witness is a senior China researcher at Human Rights Watch. She has researched China's human rights situation for over a decade. And she has served as Human Rights Watch's principal investigator on the abuses in Xinjiang since 2016. Her statement includes a list of Human Rights Watch reports relating to China that she has authored. In particular, her research on the Integrated Joint Operations Platform, or IJOP, used for predictive policing in China, revealed the questionable criteria this mass surveillance system was programmed to flag. Criteria such as practicing of Uyghur religion or practicing of Uyghur culture. Some of these behaviors are listed in the Aksu list, a leaked list of over 2,000 detainees from Aksu Prefecture in Xinjiang, China, and the witness will also be speaking briefly about that. So with that in mind, could I now invite you to briefly present your report to members? However, could I remind you also that members have read your report and therefore to be brief and not longer than 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today and for the introduction. I think that the introduction basically very well outlined the specific piece of evidence that we will be discussing today. I would just say that the Aksu list was published in December 2020, and which was a leaked official list of around 2,000 detainees from Aksu Prefecture. And it was actually the third report that we have published discussing the Xinjiang authorities' use of the big data system called the Integrated Joint Operations Platform, which the police used to surveil the population in Xinjiang. The way it works is that the IJOP aggregates data about people in Xinjiang from various sensory systems in the region and flags to police and officials those that it deems potentially threatening. Some of those flagged are then interrogated and sent to political education camps and prisons. So we have more evidence about the IJOP system. But as to the AXU list itself, I think the evidence also that we submitted also discussed how we extensively verified the list, and I'm happy to discuss that. The verification includes an examination of all the identifying information that is on the list, including mobile phone numbers, ID numbers, as well as the geographic coordinates of the various pieces of information that was sent to us. Sent by the source that submitted the information. And I will talk a little bit about what the AXU list shows. It shows that the authorities are examining, or the IJOP system flag people's relationships, their communications, and their movements, whether or not they're traveling or staying with somebody that the authorities consider suspicious. The examination of the AXU list suggests that the authorities consider...
Forgive my interrupting you. I just wonder if you could speak just a little slower, because although the sound reproduction here is good, it's not perfect. And so sometimes at the present speed, it's just a little difficult to hear every word. Sorry to interrupt.
Sure. No worries. So the examination of the AXU list suggests the authorities consider the following behavior suspicious, such as practicing Islam in ways that are not authorized by the authorities, such as studying the Quran without state permission or allowing one's children to study the Quran, using suspicious software, such as virtual private network, traveling to sensitive countries such as Turkey, Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia, or domestically outside of AXU, or otherwise traveling around without the authorities' authorization. Going off-grid, such as switching off their phones, having mismatched identity, such as driving a car that doesn't belong to them, having extremist thoughts or downloading extremist audiovisual content, being generally untrustworthy, being young, born after 1980s or 1990s, or generally acting suspiciously, having complex social ties, unstable thoughts, or having improper sexual relations. In some cases, this behavior that the authorities consider problematic happened many years earlier, because on the AXU list, you can see the authorities are referring to this behavior, some of which happens in the mid-80s, mid-90s, or mid-2000, 1 to 3 decades before the crackdown even began. Although the authorities use the word terrorism and extremism, referring to the reason for detention of about 200 people out of the list of 2,000, the allegation does not appear to refer to these people having actually committed or incited or supported any act of violence. In about 1 out of 5 of this group of people whom the authorities use the word terrorism or extremism, they're being tagged by the IJOP system for having downloaded extremist content or terrorism content. About 4 in 5 of these people have been detained for being related to someone who has downloaded such content. The examination of the AXU list also suggests that the Xinjiang's Turkic populations are presumed guilty until proven innocent. For example, in a case, a man was sent to a political education camp because, quote, suspicion of him cannot be eliminated and would require further interrogation, end quote. The evidence suggests that, consistent with the official rhetoric, political education is similar to a form of preventative detention, where people's behavior are deemed vaguely suspicious but not criminal. They're held there until their loyalty can be ascertained or instilled in these facilities. So that is my discussion of my description of the AXU list, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that. I'll begin with a few questions at this end, and then I'll pass you on to the members, who I'm sure will have several questions. My first question relates to IJOP, to the Integrated Joint Operations Platform, and its workings. And I guess my first question, I'd like to get a sense of how much of the extent of information that this system, iJob, collects. So if you start from the moment, for instance, a person wakes up, goes out, whom they meet, where they eat, until they return home, for instance, from, to the best of your knowledge, how much of these daily activities are captured and recorded on iJob?
To the extent of my knowledge, a person's daily activity, essentially as soon as they walk out of the house, is captured by the sensory systems around them. Though, the sensory systems definitely have, problems with coverage. So we're talking about usually surveillance cameras that are equipped with infrared capabilities, as well as Wi-Fi sniffers, data doors, which when people in the region have to go through some of the checkpoints, they will have to go through, collecting their iris scans, their ID number, as well as surreptitiously also the identifying information of their phone. So when they walk around, cross the road, go to supermarkets, all of this information is being recorded.
Thank you for that. And to the degree that you know, is the same extensive, intrusive kind of surveillance kept on, for instance, Han Chinese individuals?
The sensory systems cover the region of Xinjiang, and so that would naturally capture the information of all the residents there. However, from the information that we analyze, it is only the Turkic peoples whose information is used in a way that would lead to, well, first of all, they are under greater scrutiny. And as I said, they are essentially presumed guilty until proven innocent. In practice, you have a number of Han Chinese who are members of unauthorized Christian house churches in political education camps, as well as petitioners. But the vast majority of the people impacted by the IJOP system, as a matter of examining their behavior, is generally overwhelmingly Uyghurs. The AXU list is entirely made out of Uyghurs.
Thank you. And could I ask you to expand slightly about this point you made, therefore, that on the basis of the system and the policies, Uyghurs are presumed guilty until proven otherwise, and how that operates?
Well, first of all, the mass surveillance system itself is a system that collects data on everyone without any kind of law at all to specify kind of specifically or narrowly what kind of behavior would trigger a particular, the collection of data is general and all the time. So, and then in addition to that, if you look at the official literature, the authorities' terminology is that everyone who ought to be detained should be detained. So it does not presume that people are innocent before they are proven guilty. In fact, I think that the official language would suggest that to the extent it is possible, ethnic minorities should be held in these facilities until they can be vetted and to be proven safe.
Thank you. In your report, you also mention, however, that this system, and I quote, arbitrarily selects Turkic Muslims for possible detention. And could you very briefly tell us what you mean by arbitrarily, and why you think the system arbitrarily focuses or has a bias towards Uyghurs and Turkic Muslims?
Well, first of all, the implementation of the system itself from a visible manner. The Turkic people are, when they have to line up to go through checkpoints, Han people are essentially waived to go through without the similar amount of checking required for the minorities. And then second of all, the term arbitrary refers to the fact that much of this behavior under surveillance and being flagged as being suspicious have no basis in Chinese law. The Chinese law does not say that if you use WhatsApp or if you use Zapier, file sharing application, it does not say that that is against the law. It does not say that traveling outside of the Aksu region or going to Afghanistan or Turkey is against the Chinese law. So all of these punishments that are targeted at the minorities are essentially outside of the law and therefore arbitrary.
Thank you. And I'm coming to the end of the questions, but so it sounds to me, though, from what you've just said, that the selection of Turkic minorities and Uyghurs is, well, far from arbitrary. It's purposeful and it's targeted and it's focusing on flagging these minorities. And my question to you is, would you agree with that statement? And if so, what's the purpose of targeting, of designing a system that targets specifically these minorities?
Yes, I agree. I mean, the word arbitrary refers mostly to the fact that it is completely outside of the law, both in terms of the workings of the mass surveillance system and also the use of political education system. The crackdown that's currently taking place in Xinjiang is targeted at Turkic people with the explicit intention to transform or eradicate their deviant thoughts, to transform them into loyal subjects of the Chinese Communist Party.
Thank you. And my final question, given your research and knowledge of the policies in the area, would you say, therefore, that this targeting of Turkic minorities and Uyghurs in Xinjiang is a leg in a broader plan towards total control, if you will, of these minorities in the area?
It would appear that this is part of the Chinese government's plan to force assimilate minorities under the rubric of Han-centric view of a future China. And because the Uyghurs and other Turkic people are considered some of the more, I guess, quote-unquote, disobedient or disloyal members of minority groups, they are being targeted specifically for these abuses. But the intention is generally the forced assimilation and towards an ideal of Han identity.
And my final question, and with that, what you've just said in mind, therefore, for an Uyghur person in the area, in order not to be flagged by the system as being suspicious or even potentially criminal, the main way of not being flagged is essentially not to be Uyghur, not to practice Uyghur religion or Uyghur practices. Is that correct?
It is, but beyond that, you have to essentially prove with all the biases in the system that is set up against you that you are safe. And that require much more than just even proving that you have abandoned your identity.
Thank you. I'll pass you over to the members now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for making yourself available to speak to the tribunal. I have structured my questions under two heads. First, and I want to speak to you in relation to the Aksu list in particular. First, I want to ask you some questions about verification of that spreadsheet, and then secondly, some questions on its specific substantive content. So on the verification of the document first, when you received the document, presumably your first step was to think about how you might check and satisfy yourself as to its veracity. Can you tell us what steps you took to do this?
Yes, absolutely. So we received this list from an anonymous source that was sent to us it was sent in 2018. In fact, it was sent to the Radio Free Asia's Uyghur service around late 2018, but they handed it to us in August 2020 because there was a delay because it was just not clear that it was sitting there. So Human Rights Watch used all the available information on the list to verify its authenticity, and I'll explain the steps. So we shared the list with the Uyghur diaspora community from that region, a specific area of Aksu. They identified 18 names on the list as their immediate family members. And there were about 200 unique ID numbers on the list of 2000. So we checked the ID numbers on an official ID database, which is a small database, a subset of all the available IDs in China. So we were able to match 2 of the ID numbers. After the publication of our report, another policing database was leaked by a separate person, and it was reported by The Intercept. We checked all the 200 IDs as well on this database, and a third of these 200 IDs matched this database, which is based in Urumqi, the capital of Xinjiang. The list also contains 27 unique mobile phone numbers. 14 of them were able to look up and match on WeChats. And in most cases, the photos, names, and locations indicate they're Uyghurs from Aksu. There are 2 out of those 27 numbers that are phone numbers outside of China. And one of them is functional, and we called the number, and the person who picked up is a woman who we'll call her as Ms. T, and she identified her sister's information on the list. And finally, the source who sent us this Aksu list also attached a few other pieces of evidence. We were able to perform analysis on the information and found the geographical coordinates which suggest that they were the information was sent from a large complex that were identified as a political education camp by the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, a think tank in Australia. So based on all this information, we have confidence that the Aksu list is an authentic list of detainees that are held in a facility in a particular part of Aksu. And I'm obscuring some of the details, numbers, to protect the identity of the source.
Thank you. Can I ask you then to assure the tribunal that you approached the document with an open mind as to its being genuine, and in particular that as you went through the process of attempting to verify it, if anything gave you pause, that you considered whether you might be experiencing a certain degree of confirmation bias, or whether indeed your mind was open to the veracity of the document?
I think in general, I think at Human Rights Watch, we take the evidence with a high level of skepticism. We take into account of the authorities' counter-arguments. So I think in this case of the Aksu list, we did very extensive steps using all available information to verify the list. Having said that, obviously, I think bias does exist. So we have discussed very extensively and very carefully about what the list shows and what we know about the list.
Apart from the PRC, has any academic opinion from outside of the PRC been expressed as to the the document status as a genuine spreadsheet?
The Chinese government, I believe, had never cast any doubt on this AXU list itself. We would welcome any specific feedback. We have presented the list in its original form to two specialist experts on Xinjiang, both of which confirmed that the language and the terms used in the list are consistent with what they know about Xinjiang and the specific crackdown, judging from their reading of official documents.
Thank you. Moving now to the substantive content of the list. First, is there anything known about the category of person who leaked this document? And secondly, can you tell us what, in your view, might be the motivation of the person who leaked the document as they did?
Sure. I'm afraid I can't describe very much of the source, obviously, and would have to stick very close to what we have published. It would appear to have come from a detention facility or a complex of detention facilities that it has been previously identified as a political education camp. I believe the person has some capacity as a worker in that facility, and there's no message attached to any of these information, but I believe that it is possibly that the person thinks that this has to be exposed or come to light in some ways. But beyond that, I think it's very difficult to judge the motivation of this specific person.
Is it the case then that the document on its face evidences intensive monitoring of the practice of detention and monitoring of the effects of detention?
The list itself would suggest that the authorities take meticulous records of the process of detention. The impact of the detention, however, is not contained in the AXU list. I would rather think that it's contained in a separate list that was leaked to another researcher, the Caracas list. That, I think, outlines what the authorities consider to be the impacts of detention, what happens to the detainees after they have been subjected to political education, and whether or not to kind of release them or detain them or imprison them further.
So that column you've just referred to, I take it that's a specific column in the spreadsheet. Is that akin to, we've heard described elsewhere, a management category, a column that says, that indicates the level of management that should be attached to that given individual?
You're referring to, for example, strict management versus, I believe it would be ordinary level. That in some cases is indicated that some people are subjected to more strict management than others.
Can you confirm for us whether, in your, to the best of your knowledge, everyone whose name is contained on that list is Uyghur?
Yes.
Thank you. Can I ask then, to what degree in your assessment the list, the AXU list, is integrated with other aspects of security and surveillance systems that the tribunal has heard about, in particular IJOP? In other words, are these, is the spreadsheet and the IJOP system, Are they integrated with each other? Could they be envisaged as living independent lives? Could they exist without each other, or are they necessarily intertwined?
They are intertwined in the extent that the ACSU list is a list of 2,000 people who have been flagged by the IJOP system and detained for having been flagged by the IJOP system. And therefore, it cannot exist without the IJOP system. Having said that, I think the precise data structure of the Xinjiang authorities is often very hard to gauge, and sometimes as a researcher, we don't exactly know how these different pieces of particular documents or even list live in the data systems.
Thank you. So we don't know a great deal about the authors of the list, but what we can presume is visible to us here is administrative micro-mechanics, the mechanics of how people are administered through a penal and a quasi-penal system. I wonder if you could say anything to the tribunal that would help us to reflect on what the role of the judicial system is here. So Article 37 of the Constitution states that all arrests must be made either by a prosecuting agency or ordered by the courts. But is it the case that neither of those agencies are involved in the detentions here? Is this a record of extrajudicial practices?
None of the judicial system is referred to or involved in the detention of the people listed in the ACSU list. It is completely extrajudicial.
Thank you. That's the end of my questions. My colleagues may have questions for you.
Before any of my colleagues ask you questions, first of all, can you see us? If not, can you see us?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, definitely.
So there's something I must ask of you and read into the record. There is another Human Rights Watch report this year called Break Their Lineage, Break Their Roots. You're probably aware of that report.
Yes, I wrote a report in 2018, I believe.
And then there's one paragraph I must read into the record.
I'm sorry, that's a different report. Yes, we published this report about crimes against humanity. Sorry.
Yes, let me ask the question. Thank you. Let me read the passage and ask you the question. So the passage reads, it's 7 lines, so it'll take a few seconds to read. The United States State Department and the parliaments of Canada and the Netherlands have determined that China's conduct also constitutes genocide under international law. Human Rights Watch has not documented the existence of the genocidal intent at this time. Nonetheless, nothing in this report precludes such a finding, and if such evidence were to emerge, the acts being committed against Turkic Muslims in Xinjiang, a group protected by the 1948 Genocide Convention, could also support a finding of genocide. The central sentence of that, then, is that Human Rights Watch has not documented the existence of the necessary genocidal intent at this time. May I take it that that remains Human Rights Watch's position?
Yes, correct.
Thank you very much. Yes, anybody else?
We've heard wide-ranging evidence, opinions, as to the intent and the motives of the state in regard to its treatment of its minority populations in Xinjiang, and inter alia, and it's not necessarily an exhaustive list, it has been suggested that that might include a desire for land and resources, a sort of Lebensraum, the BRI and the strategic policies there around it, a perceived lack of loyalty, or the other side of the coin, an inability for the state, or the state party in this case, to brook any kind of competition for its sole loyalty. And then lastly, a desire, and it may be interlinked with all the above, for homogeneity in terms of its population. Do you have a view on any of those, or are there or specifics in regard to priorities, in your opinion? And forgive me, and just indeed anything else that would come to mind in terms of motives or intent?
I mean, of course, the Chinese government is incredibly opaque. I would say that this is consistent with deepening repression under President Xi, that the region of Xinjiang has been very repressive for a very long time, a particular part of China that has been more repressed than kind of any other regions. So as China becomes more repressive, it also kind of go further into that scale. Having said that, I think the Chinese government, as it has to kind of invent itself as a great nation, it is using the minorities to reflect themselves as a kind of a greater group of people by kind of subjugating another group of people to its power. So I think that is the general purpose of the crackdown, general reason of the crackdown. But I think crackdown in China generally has a life of its own. So what that means is that police departments claims and tries to get greater resources by claiming that there is a big problem in Xinjiang, and is a race to the bottom everywhere in China, where initially small problems have been invented as a bigger problem. And so this is how we see the human cost of a completely unaccountable government system, where crackdowns are being held up as a governance model, and in order to get promoted through the party system, whoever comes harder at the minority groups get promoted faster. So I think this is generally the mechanics behind the situation there in Xinjiang.
Can you throw any light? So it's been suggested that the region has essentially become an open-air prison, and indeed IJOP, the IJOP, is an important component of that in terms of being able to survey its entire population. Is that something you would recognize? In other words, the difference between incarcerated between four walls, as we would conventionally understand it, and what actually occurs in the region is narrower than it would be in the United Kingdom or the US or where else?
Of course, being imprisoned in Xinjiang is, probably a pretty difficult experience. Having said that, I think that the description of open-air prison is probably quite accurate. I think one aspect of the crackdown in Xinjiang that hasn't really received as much attention is the variable levels of movement controls that are being made possible by the IJOP system. People are flagged in the system not just for detention, but for different restrictions on their movement. Some people are labeled to be only allowed to move around in their village or in the town where they reside. If they have to go from the village to a town to go for work that day, they have to seek permission in order to commute. So other people are only allowed to be in that prefecture. They're not allowed to move out of the prefecture or go to Urumqi, the capital. Yet most Uyghurs have their passports confiscated, so they are not allowed to leave China. So these are different levels of movement restrictions that are accorded to different people depending on their relationships and their level of threats to the authorities. No other government, I think, in the world or in history has been able to have such a kind of categorizing people according to threats implemented across a region that is so large in landmass. So I think the significance of Xinjiang also lies in the ability of the authorities to exert such fine control over such a large population of people in such a short time.
Thank you. And last question. In your experience, and you've been researching this issue in this country for many years, is it conceivable in your mind that the policies that are being enacted at regional level could have emanated anywhere other than at the center of the state, Beijing?
The general policies, no, I don't think it could have originated anywhere, but with Beijing's explicit approval. Having said that, of course, the specific, designs of the system probably also has quite a lot of local variations. So yes, the general policy would have to be directed by Beijing.
I'm going to ask a couple of questions before my colleagues, and I want to position NGOs such as Human Rights Watch in the world order. NGOs like Human Rights Watch and Amnesty are major important components of the modern world order. Do you accept that?
I would say so. I hope so. If we care about human rights, yes.
Indeed, so much are the big NGOs part of the world order that they find themselves from time to time criticized for being either political or subject to political pressure. The complaints may not be justified, but that's the sort of complaint that can be made against them.
Yes.
Both those organizations, in reporting, rarely name witnesses, and more often, or perhaps nearly always, maintain the confidentiality and anonymity of witnesses in footnotes where a witness is referred to in some way as witness or interview or something like that.
Yes, in Xinjiang.
Normally, there may be exceptions, but that's the normal practice of not only of Human Rights Watch, but also of Amnesty. Are you aware that Amnesty has also prepared a report on the allegations of genocide against the People's Republic of China in respect of the Uyghur people?
I'm not aware of that specific report by Amnesty International, but no. But the use of the pseudonym has been a long-standing practice for the region of Xinjiang, for the repercussions that would lead to, and increasingly in China for our work. In other parts of the world, actually is not a common practice for our work.
let me return to that general feature. By quoting anonymized witnesses, the big human rights organization rely on the public reposing trust in them to be honest and accurate in their reporting.
However, that would be a part of the reporting because as you might be able to see that a large part of that reporting relies on official sources which have been openly and publicly available, including much of the documentation about the Integrated Joint Operations Platform.
Yes, I'm dealing only with the evidence coming from individuals and their anonymization. Are you aware also of two other reports, one from chambers of barristers in London and the other from the British Bar Human Rights Committee dealing with allegations of genocide?
I have to say that I have not seen others specifically on the issue of genocide.
Very well. Let's return then to the generality of the way in which Human Rights Watch and Amnesty prepare their reports. In 2014, a report on an entirely different subject matter, North Korea, was made at the instigation of the United Nations Human Rights Council by Justice Kirby from Australia, retired judge of Australia's top court, Mr. Darisman and Sonia Biserko. Are you aware of that report?
I am aware of it, but certainly I don't study North Korea, so I can't be.
Yes.
I've not studied it.
Are you aware that to prepare that report, Justice Kirby held open public evidence hearings with witnesses giving evidence, just as witnesses are giving evidence in this tribunal?
Yes.
Are you aware that in doing that, although it's hard to believe this, in having open and public hearings of evidence, Justice Kirby was changing United Nations practice, which was rather opposed to such openness?
No. I haven't been following that.
No, that's fine. This tribunal, as you know, is hearing evidence in public with witnesses, almost all, appearing with name and image available for the public to view. Do you accept that in the modern world, this form of tribunal, open and public, in a sense following Justice Kirby's lead, is the best type of method for hearing evidence where it is possible?
I would say so, yes.
Thank you very much. Yes? Yes. Oh, sorry.
Just to go back to the IJOP, you've described its sophistication as a system, both to gather data and to exercise fine control in the implementation of control policies. How would you compare it with whatever's happening in the rest of China in terms of the use of technology and also the security systems that feed that the information into that system. Is it much more advanced? Is it similar?
Sorry, I would just first by starting to push back on the idea of these systems being sophisticated or advanced. They are intrusive. They are full of problems because one cannot possibly say that the use of WhatsApp is any valid indication of terrorism. So the only shocking aspect of these systems really lies in the fact that they are completely unaccountable. The authorities do not have to at all explain why certain variables are even used to are valid indicators of a particular crime. So let me just start with there. The Xinjiang both reflects the use of mass surveillance systems elsewhere in China, but also differ from the use elsewhere in China. Nowhere else in China, as far as I know, that the mass surveillance systems are directly kind of plugged into the detention system. In Xinjiang, it's very clear that the use of surveillance is a feature of the crackdown, is a feature of the use of of detention. In other parts of China, we have seen similar systems in the sense of the use of ID system, the real name registration, the collection of biometrics, the big data systems known as police cloud that identify, track, monitor people of their movements, relationships, and to set parameters, certain behavior that the authorities consider unusual and flag people just to kind of monitor them. But there is nowhere else none of these other systems actually seems to flag people for detention. So I think the consequences are very different, and it would seem to me that the intrusion, for example, the collection of biometrics in Xinjiang requires that anyone between the age of 12 and 65 submit their biometrics, including DNA, and without consent. I don't think that kind of collection is happening elsewhere in China. Some other forms of collection is taking place, but not to that extent and not for everyone.
Perhaps I might just follow on from that. Can you, do you have any information looking at the iJob system as to its sources? We understand its capacity to integrate information from a wide range of sources, but how much is the information collected broadly from technological sources and how much from human intelligence, from disclosure by human beings?
It would seem to me that it's a mix of automatic sensory system inputs as well as humans, primarily police officers, but also kind of low-level officials in Shequ, which is community office, but essentially controlled by the party. They collect the information concerned and input them in the IJOP system. In fact, one of the ways in which we were able to understand the IJOP system is because we obtained a copy of the police mobile phone app that communicates with the IJOP system, and we reverse engineered the app to understand how it works. So it is the IJOP requires a large amount of human inputs.
And can you tell from the information you've got who has access to it? Obviously, local district police, etc. But in theory, would the access go right up to central government, CCP in Beijing? Would they be able to access the system?
What we do know is there are permission levels. So I don't think that every single official would have every single data point on each individual in Xinjiang. But how that permission level is organized is unclear. What we also do know is that this very large amount of volume of data on people in Xinjiang, ranging from police reports to people's movement GPS coordinates in real time, is being collated in some ways, generating a very large database or databases. There is an office called the Integrated Joint Operations Platform Office, which situates in the police department. So presumably some level of summarizing would have to be done in order to make that intelligence useful for higher level officials. But as to what kind of abstraction that goes on is a bit is unclear. And we can definitely analyze just how much do the higher authorities know. As far as I understand, the authorities are aware of just how many people are being detained, and that the political education camps have no legal basis.
Yes, you've partially mentioned this. I had a similar question in relation to the information in the AXU list and presumably other similar lists that exist but we haven't seen, about having access to that information, seeing who the detainees are and their alleged offences.
Sorry, I don't understand. Is that a question?
Yes, it was trying to be. It was really asking the same question about access in relation to the AXU list as I asked in relation to IJOP. Do you know who has access to that list?
As I said, I would imagine that the particular camp authorities have that list, and that the IJOP office that is part of the Xinjiang police have the information. The list is pulled from the system. So the list itself is a permutation of that collection of information available in the database. So the Xinjiang police would have that list. But beyond that, I would not be able to know. But people are categorized, it seems to me, according to threat levels. And that threat level analysis appears to be available outside of Xinjiang. And there are Xinjiang offices responsible for monitoring people outside of the Xinjiang region throughout China. So I would think that the Ministry of Public Security would have precisely all the people whom they consider security threats available in their system.
Okay, I understand, thank you. One last question. We were listening this morning to evidence about the Caracas list, and one of the matters that was covered was the 3 circles and people's detention or monitoring on grounds not of what they may have done themselves, but actually what their friends, their family, or others may have done. Is there anything in the AXU list that shows you what the approach is to that kind of reason for detention through your neighbours, through your friends, through your family?
Yes, the AXU list very precisely described exactly that people are being monitored for their relationships and that they are detained for those relationships. So, for example, the woman who was in a foreign country, Miss T, her sister was detained because she called. I think that the AXU list described how many times and how many seconds. The woman back in Xinjiang, her sister, did not even pick up the call, but because she had called and she was outside of Xinjiang, that was evidence enough for sending her sister to detention.
Okay, I'll be very quick. You talked about a report which focused on reverse engineering a police mass surveillance app. In that examination with experts, was there anything in the workings of that app that pointed to parallels in other digital infrastructures or apps, for instance, than ones that we could identify with a particular organization or company like Huawei, for instance?
The IJOP was developed by the CETC. And excuse me for not remembering the full name. I think it's China Electronic. That is in our report. That is a state-owned enterprise. It's a military conglomerate with many research institutes. And I believe CETC own Hikvision, which is surveillance companies that manufactures, well known for is surveillance camera manufacturing, as well as having footprint across the world. And I think Hikvision, according to and other researchers' work, Hikvision is responsible for much of the hardware that is part of the IJOP system. Yeah, so CETC, as I said, is owned by the state.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask, just continuing really with, I think part of my question has been answered, but not entirely. It's about the list. I just wonder now, really, we've got the list and we found sort of various data there, and I suspect it wouldn't take the PRC long to find out who the source was, because only a few people would have access to that list. But what I really want to know is, having got the list and knowing what's going on, what are Human Rights Watch going to do about it? What's your next step? And also corollary to that is, what has been the implications of the list on the relatives of the people whose names have been published? Thank you.
We have not shared the list itself for precisely the reason to protect the source. I actually think the government, paradoxically, is very good with collecting information and also very poor at analyzing. So we continue to keep that document and share it with only very selected researchers that are cross-referencing some of that information. As to the families, there are only some that have identified their immediate family members. And because the information in there is not, it doesn't give information about, so what happened to their families afterwards. It hasn't, it only provides a little bit of extra information to the family members who, have seen the publication of the report. So the next step really is just sharing that information to selected researchers so that we can continue to understand the situation better.
No, thank you. Thank you very much for making yourself available to give evidence today. Your evidence is now concluded.
Thank you.
Mr. Sabi, before the next witness and the last witness of the day is called, and in order that things are recorded conveniently on the record, is it the case that the other 3 reports on the question of genocide and other crimes arguably committed by the PRC against the Uyghur people, the 3 reports of MacDonald from Essex Court Chambers, of the Human Rights Bar Watch Committee, the Bar Human Rights Committee, and Amnesty have all been subject of requests that authors should present those reports, and in each case they have declined.
It's not exactly as you mentioned.
Declined, I wanted to use a neutral word.
We invited Ms. MacDonald to give evidence. She did not refuse, but she said, I cannot add anything more than my statement. And the others, we have not requested the sources.
Well, no, I'm afraid that's not correct, Mr. Sabi. One was certainly at one stage willing to attend, and in the event, neither of them has been willing to attend.
As Ms. MacDonald said that because they haven't done any factual investigation, So the report is purely legal issue and can be read, and there is no need for her to give any further evidence.
Yes. As to the other two, they have both been requested to attend, and neither is going to do so.
Neither has accepted.
Thank you. Next witness, please.
Is a China File senior editor. She researches China's domestic and social affairs and served as the US State Department's Bureau of Intelligence and Research analyst for approximately 8 years prior to joining China File. In 2016, she was a visiting academic fellow at Merrick's in Berlin. She holds a BA degree in linguistics from Pitzer College in America and an MA in East Asian Studies from Stanford University. Ms. Batka's report focuses on three things: the pillars of power in the People's Republic of China, the role of the Chinese Communist Party in decision-making in the PRC, including in relation to state party decisions in Xinjiang, the bodies that make up the judicial, procuratorate and educational decisions in Xinjiang, and how the officials in charge are appointed. She states that she's not attempting to explain who exactly formulated or signed off on any specific policy, but rather how power flows through the PRC's governance apparatus, highlighting those official positions with oversight of and responsibility for the policies allegedly being implemented in Xinjiang today. Ms. Batke refers to and utilizes two organograms, one an abstract one of her own, and another a de facto organogram produced under the auspices of the Uyghur Tribunal that relates to state, party, and PRC structures. Ms. Batke, thank you for appearing today. I understand you'd like to make a short presentation, and we'd ask if you didn't mind trying to keep to 10 minutes, and I'll have some questions for you, after which the panel will have their own questions. Thank you.
Thank you for having me here today. As you said, I've been asked to address the role of CCP in governance and decision-making in the PRC generally, and I'm also trying to identify key decision-making positions within the Xinjiang.
There's a difficulty with hearing you. Now, there are maybe two reasons for that. One may be that you're speaking fairly fast, and it may be because you're reading off a note, so be so good as to adjust for our slow thinking at this stage of the day.
Yes.
And the other may be that you're not addressing the microphone head on, or rather face on. So have another, if you wouldn't mind going back and starting again.
Is this any better?
Yeah.
Great. The key ideas that I would like to leave you with today are, number one, that the CCP permeates all levels of governance, ensures key party and state positions are held by the same individuals, and that the CCP has an explicit guiding role in setting national and local policy. Secondly, even though the party state is notoriously opaque, which means it can be difficult for us to trace the provenance and history of any particular policy, we are still able to assess the likelihood of a department's or an individual's involvement in policy formulation or implementation by looking at the party state's intertwined bureaucratic structures. And thirdly, there are a number of bureaucratic players that bear responsibility for policy formulation and implementation in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, and that includes both party and state organizations at the central and local levels, and all major appointments in those organizations are made by the party. So first, let's look at the party's relationship to the PRC's governance structure. On paper, China's governance apparatus has a clear separation between the party and state and government structures. There's one exception to that rule, which we will set aside for right now. And even though there is this nominal separation, both the PRC constitution and the CCP constitution both mandate a leading or guiding role for the party with regard to the state. In practice, it's this leading and guiding role that is the defining characteristic of the entire governance system. It is largely party entities that set policy courses and issue directives, while state and government entities enact them. But even this formulation that I've just laid out for you, this divide, is somewhat of a false one. And that's because party cadres have key roles in every government organ, meaning that the party is deeply enmeshed in governance structures up and down the hierarchy. So I'd like to turn to illustration A, which is an abstract representation of the underlying architecture of CCP power. We can think of this as by looking at party committees, for example. There's party committees at every level of governments, from the central down to the local level, including the province, the county, and the town. These correspond with government bodies at those levels. And at each level, the party committee provides guidance to government organs at that level. It also transmits directives and guidance downward to parties at lower levels. And that happens at every single point in the hierarchy, which means that anywhere you are, there's always a party body on hand to ensure compliance and transmit directives. And yet, if anything, this still understates the degree of fusion between party and state bodies. And that's because party institutions and party personnel are even further intertwined with state and government institutions. So in addition to these party committees I just mentioned, there are also party committees embedded within government organs. So if we, for example, were talking about the Ministry of Education, that means that there is a party committee embedded in the Ministry of Education, and the person who is the head of the Ministry of Education is usually the deputy party secretary of the Ministry of Education's party committee. And if you look at governments, local people's governments, there's a similar crossover. So for example, if we were looking at a province, the governor of a province is almost always the deputy party secretary of that province. And this goes up and down, again, the line in the hierarchy. In addition to that, there's a number of party policy advisory bodies that just focus on one issue area. A good example of this, relevant to what's happening in the Uyghur region, is the Politics and Law Commission. This is at the central level, it's also at the local levels, and it advises on issues related to law enforcement and the justice system. There's also a system of leading small groups. The one relevant to us here would be the Xinjiang Work Coordination Small Group. That is a party policy advisory body. And it brings people together from all sorts of different state and party organs to formulate and advise what people should do with regard to policy in the region. But in all of these cases, the actual party members are often the exact same individuals that are manning the highest government posts. Now, this does not mean that the party is all powerful in all cases. It also doesn't mean that there's perfect coordination. But what it does mean is that the CCP is the guiding force behind all major policy initiatives, and that absolutely includes the current campaign against ethnic Turkic peoples in the Uyghur region. The scale, the scope, the cost, the duration of a campaign like this means that party officials at all levels are necessarily implicated. While we're able to explain what the general party state structure looks like, the Chinese system is really opaque. So we don't have a lot of information about who or when exactly formulated any particular policies. And in some cases, we honestly don't even know which individuals are holding really important party posts. But we don't need to know necessarily the precise procedural history of each policy in order to identify the officials or the offices that are likely involved in their creation or application. As I said before, intensive and expensive policy programs like the one that we're currently seeing in the Uyghur region do not happen without a high degree of bureaucratic compliance. And there are many party state officials up and down the hierarchy that are helping shape and realize the policies that we're seeing implemented in the region. So very quickly, I would like to turn to the second illustration, just to review some of the entities throughout the party state bureaucracy that have a hand in determining policy and implementation. And I won't have a chance to go through all of these, and this illustration is necessarily incomplete, but hopefully we can just review some of the key ones. So at the apex, at the top, is the Politburo Standing Committee. This is headed by...
I'm not sure whether... I'm sorry. I'm not sure whether the image is up on the big screen for the people in the room to see or on the slightly smaller screen for us. The answer is it isn't. So let's see if we can get it displayed. Now it is. And I can see that it's on the big screen. It's even so not entirely easy to see.
Right.
But it may be that, I'm not sure, somebody will be able to use the cursor of the computer screen, if she is here, to hover over the points that you are referring to.
Right.
Just hold on a minute, and you'll be credited with the time, don't worry. Your microphone, please.
Pointing at the relevant part.
Right. So if you could, thank you very much. If you could have in mind that everyone in the room, apart from us, is seeing this for the first time, that we can barely see it because it's such a complex diagram that we've seen it in different formats, but it's still quite a long way away. And somebody is going to be pointing to the bodies or individuals to which you refer with nothing more than the cursor. It might be a good idea to go at a reasonably cautious speed. So off you go.
Sure, and we don't have to, spend a long time on this. I actually think the point that you made about that it's very hard to view, it's so complex and large, is part of the point of this diagram. There are a large numbers of entities, both at the party and state, that have a role in this, and a lot of individuals that overlap between institutions. So if everybody just takes that away from this, then that is I'm happy with that. But I'll just very quickly point out a few entities and then turn it over to questions. So as I was saying, at the very top in the middle is the Politburo Standing Committee. This is headed by General Secretary Xi Jinping. And it's very important to, as the last witness said, there's no way that this could happen without the approval of the top leadership. And similarly, again, kind of reinforcing the idea that a lot of structures are echoed at the central levels and at the local levels. If you go straight downwards to the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region CCP Standing Committee. So this is the same body just at the provincial level. This is the highest authority in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, and it will have similar sort of oversight and responsibility for policies in the region. I don't want to point out too many because I know this is complicated to look at, but I would just point to the left of the Politburo Standing Committee. There's the Politics and Law Commission, and I mentioned this earlier. This is up at the central level. This is a body that oversees and offers policy guidance on a range of issues, and it includes people representing Ministry of Public Security, the court system, the Procuratorate, the Justice Department, the People's Armed Police. So it's a very important party entity that has influence over a lot of the state organs which are going to be implementing policy. And I think it's probably best to leave it there. I look forward to your questions.
My first question is that you've stated that the party state system in the PRC is opaque and it's difficult to ascertain who exactly makes decisions in respect of alleged repression and repressive policies in Xinjiang. Can I ask, with what degree of certainty could you say, if at all, that the Politburo or other central bodies would have formulated these specific repressive policies?
Oh, I would need a specific example of the policies. I would say on any specific policy. So, for example, let's take the quote unquote re-education facilities. I cannot say with high confidence that that was formulated at the Politburo level. I can say with extremely high confidence that it was approved of and signed off by at that level. I cannot speak to where exactly that was formulated, whether that was at the provincial level or whether that was above.
Be a little bit more precise. Could the Politburo have given broad policy direction or provided, for instance, approval tacit or express, for the commission of crimes to fulfill those policy goals?
Absolutely. And the way that policy generally works in China is that higher level party organs will issue broad directives, broad policy goals, and at the local levels, it is up to leaders there to determine the best way to actually formulate on the ground policy that will lead to the realization of those goals. So that is exactly how power works in the PRC.
To what extent, if crimes were being committed in Xinjiang, would knowledge and information about those crimes filter back up the bureaucracy to the Politburo or other central bodies?
That's an excellent question. One of the things that we don't understand very well about China is how much the leadership knows at a very granular level what happens. There's a lot of incentives all the way up and down the chain to only transmit positive news back up. However, with a campaign of this magnitude, and one that, again, as we just clarified, is obviously at the behest, at the approval of central leadership, there's no way that they wouldn't know the contours of what's happening.
The CCP is the guiding force behind all major policy initiatives, including the campaign against Uyghurs in Xinjiang, stating that, and I quote, "The scale, scope, cost, and duration of which necessarily means party officials at all levels are necessarily deeply and directly implicated." I have 3 questions in respect of that. My first question, how possible is it for people lower down the hierarchy to resist or refuse policy direction from above? Each one in turn, if I may.
Sure, thanks. Again, I can't speak to any specific person or any specific level, again, because of the opacity, both of the Chinese state and in particular to what is happening in the region. But I think that it would be very, very hard for anybody, let's say at the provincial level or below, to openly defy orders. I believe that there has been reporting, particularly of individuals in the Uyghur region who tried to ameliorate some of the more, some of the harsher policies, and they were then also themselves sent to camps or to prisons. So it is not an easy task to openly defy such dictates.
And how possible is it for people lower down the hierarchy to take actions on their own initiative, such as the commission of crimes in pursuance of broad policy?
Again, it depends at what level of specificity we're saying. If we're talking about, let's say, a prison guard, I'm sure that there's some latitude in their day-to-day life to commit abuses against inmates in a prison. But in terms of larger policy campaigns or directives. So again, let's talk about the camp system. It's hard to imagine that that entire system was thought up and executed without higher level approval. So it really depends on how minor or micro we're talking about abuses, but large scale abuses that require planning and cooperation for execution will not have been completely independently generated, or maybe a better way to say it is they won't have occurred without higher level buy-in.
Is there any evidence of directions being given at any level of hierarchy to stop the commission of alleged crimes in Xinjiang?
I am not aware of any, but I also, again, don't have access to all of the policy directives that the center is giving down to the regional level.
And my final question before I hand you over to the panel, can you explain why Han Chinese cadres rather than Uyghurs serve in the highest level party positions in Xinjiang, and to what extent do Uyghurs themselves have autonomy to shape their own policies in Xinjiang?
That's a great question. As far as I know, this is not explicitly stated anywhere. We just know that this is what happens because people who track Chinese leadership have noticed over time that it is Han officials holding the high party level positions, and Uyghurs or other ethnic minorities, depending on the area, hold the highest state or government positions. This is a practice that is long-standing. It's actually a slight reversal on the Russian practice, which is how the Chinese government used the Russian system as the Soviet Union system as its model. So there is no explicit statement of why this is. My interpretation is that the Chinese government views these individuals as less trustworthy. They don't view them as the same as them. And they feel like they can better ensure compliance and that their directives are being followed when they have, quote unquote, one of their own in the position. There was a second part to that question, which I've now forgotten. Sorry.
And the second part was, to what extent do Uyghurs themselves have autonomy to shape their own policies in Xinjiang?
I would say very little. So while there are Uyghurs in key government posts there, as I mentioned earlier, we know that there are individuals in the government who have been sent to prison or to camps for trying to ameliorate some of the harsher policies. I think it's very hard once you are in the government system, particularly higher up, so like looking towards the top of the regional government, to shape a policy that would be more open and inclusive and allow Uyghurs to have more of a voice in their governance. This may be different at the most local levels, but if we're talking about regional policy, it would be very, very difficult.
If I might hand you over to the members.
Before Professor Osler asks questions, Mr. Sabi, can you confirm two things, please? The larger document referred to by this witness was the document also referred to by Dr. Tobin this morning.
Yes, it's the same document.
And has this document yet been made available to the People's Republic of China's ambassador
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
If I might clarify, Dr. Tobin was referring to the sorry, bear with me. He was referring to the de jure organogram.
Yes.
Ms. Batke is referring to the de facto organogram.
Well, thank you for that clarification. So that because Dr. Tobin didn't need the other document, that has yet to be displayed in public. Thank you. We better put that right at some stage and in some way, if not today, soon. Both documents could be provided to the People's Republic of China via their ambassador for verification or comment. Has that been done yet?
Not yet, sir.
But it can be done so that they can, if they choose to contribute to these proceedings, they can identify error or confirm accuracy in the time between the end of these proceedings and the time when judgment is delivered. Thank you.
Ms. Batke, thank you for your report on policy and power structures and power flow. I'd like to begin by asking you, in your opinion, has Xi Jinping's thoughts on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era and the linked cult of personality, has that impacted on policy in Xinjiang?
I would not attribute policies currently being enacted in the region directly to Xi Jinping's thought on Chinese socialism with Chinese characteristics or to any sort of makings of a cult of personality. They're not completely separate. However, the issues that the Chinese Communist Party sees in Xinjiang are beyond just this one person. And that is that they are very concerned about any idea, structure, force that citizens would view as more authoritative than the Chinese Communist Party. And in this case, they are very concerned that Uyghurs and other Turkic peoples, ethnic identity or their own sense of ethnicity or their religion constitute something that they believe in and has more authority than the Chinese Communist Party. And I think that is the root of what's happening, and not as much Xi Jinping's publicity campaign.
Okay, but can we assume then that President Xi has overview and oversight of policy as it's developed in the region?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And in relation, following from that, could you say a little bit, please, about what the specific contribution of Chen Quanghao as first political commissar is in relation to policy?
Chen Quanghao is the party secretary of the region, and he is also as you said, the first political commissar of the Xinjiang Production and Construction Corps, also known as the Bingtuan. He has a lot of leeway, I would say, and is the highest authority in the region. It's been an open question to what extent he himself formulated any given policy in the region. A lot of what we're seeing implemented, or I shouldn't say a lot, some of what we're seeing implemented mimics what was happening when he was party secretary of Tibet from 2011 to 2016. So it is likely that he has had a large influence in the particular policies here. But I can't say with any certainty exactly, what policy he individually formulated, or whether he tasked others to do that and he signed off on it. In any case, he has a large amount of power in the region.
Thank you. You referred to dual-hatted individuals with both party and governance roles, and for example, heads of ministries, and also frequently being heads of party committee. Lower down the scale or the hierarchy, is this also the case in Xinjiang? For example, leading a school or a boarding school or a detention center or other facility. In practice, would these roles be overlapping?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to whether individuals in charge of a given prison, camp, or school would have roles, particular roles in the party.
And if there were two individuals involved at any stage, does the party always, in practice, in your experience, take precedence?
In general, yes. I think it would depend on the individuals and what they're, if someone is very high up in the central government, they would probably trump a very low-level party official. But also that person that is high up in the central government would also likely be a party official. So it's hard to disentangle that question simply because the organization system is such that if you are important in the government, you're also important in the party.
Okay. I'd like to turn to the Xinjiang Work Coordination Group. And you referred to multiple organizations addressing counterterrorism and counter-extremism, and you remind us in the report that these terms cover everyday activities being labeled as extremist or as terrorist. In your judgment, is this the criminalization of Uyghur ethnicity in the region or wider in China?
Yes, it is the attempt to stigmatize and, in some cases, to criminalize behaviors which are seen as traditionally associated with the Uyghur ethnicity or other ethnic Turkic peoples, and that also includes some aspects of religious faith and practice.
And looking at the education, Xintong, is this the body that is supplanting Uyghur language with Mandarin?
Yes.
And so the references that we find in documents to bilingual education policy in your reading of policies, is this always a euphemism for actually ridding schools of the Uyghur language?
All the cases I am aware of, yes.
Okay. And with relation also to young people, you talk about boarding schools as designed to hold children whose parents both have been sent to re-education camps or prisons. Could you say something about how, because we know across China there are boarding schools and an emphasis on increasing boarding schools. So could you tell us how you understand these boarding schools in the region to differ from elsewhere in the country, first of all, and secondly, how they might differ from what are labelled orphanages?
Right. I'll first say that this is not my area of expertise. So I may not be able to address to your satisfaction, particularly the second part of your question. But from my understanding, these are different in as much as, first of all, these schools, these boarding schools are for children both of whose parents have been detained in this campaign. And as far as I am aware, there are not boarding schools elsewhere in China specifically set up for children both of whose parents have been swept up in a campaign in this manner. Secondly, again, from what I know, one of the explicit aims of these boarding schools is to break generational transmission of Uyghur language and culture, and instead inculcate a strong sense of identity with China, as opposed to with the Uyghur or other ethnicity, to ensure that the children speak Mandarin first, and that they have fully understood and enact the behaviors that the Chinese Communist Party believes make you a good citizen.
You refer also to the 2017 Xinjiang de-extremification with leading small groups. Is this the body with overall responsibility for the observation and monitoring of the population in Xinjiang?
I don't believe it is. I don't want to say anything with too much definitiveness because I'm not sure, but just based on where that sits in the hierarchy, it's a provincial level body. These small groups are usually policy advisory bodies. They're not usually sort of day-to-day implementation bodies. And perhaps as this incredibly complicated chart shows, there would be a number of different institutions that would have some hand in surveillance, although I believe the vast majority of surveillance is undertaken by public security officials. I'd be happy to have someone else tell me that's incorrect.
Thank you. And you refer to the mission to keep sufficient Han Chinese in Xinjiang relating to justice, prisons, re-education camps. So do you understand the re-education camps, the prisons, the justice system in the region to be part of this mission to move or change the ethnic balance in favor of Han Chinese? That is, to disperse the Uyghur population within the region and from the region?
I guess I'd like to ask a clarifying question. Do you mean the running of those institutions? I'm confused. Do you mean the appointment of individuals to those entities, or do you mean the way that they are being run encourages Han immigration?
Yeah, I mean that you're talking about policy, and that the policy, that the principle underpinning the policy, as you understand it, is more about the ethnic balance in favor of Han Chinese than it is about justice and prison in more general terms.
I don't know that I would say that. There are certainly campaigns and institutions which very much try to alter the population makeup, and one good example of that is the Xinjiang Production and construction corps, the Bington. They do definitely try to encourage Han settlers to move into the region. I wouldn't say that, for example, the Justice Department in the region is primarily trying to change the ethnic balance population of the region. It is formulating laws and regulations that, as was mentioned before, effectively criminalize some aspects of Uyghur culture, identity, and religious faith.
Okay. And the focus of policy implementation in the region, you say it's obscure to find the origins of certain policies, but do you perceive a colonial relationship between the region and Beijing, or do you see the region as having, the regional governance as having any direct say in that?
I would say it's much closer to a colonial relationship. I don't believe that, as was hinted at in a previous question, I don't believe that Turkic peoples or others living in this region have any effective say in how the government runs as a group.
Okay, so would you say that there's, I'd like to explore the extent to which there is space for regional interpretation of policies. You've talked quite a lot about that. You've talked about one, the formulation of policy, and then secondly, the enactment. And I wonder if you could say the degree to which you think that there is space for interpretation at the highest level in the region.
That's a really good question. So you're talking about, for example, the party secretary of Xinjiang. Okay. I think at that level, any sort of quote-unquote interpretation that would be happening will likely not be in favor of greater inclusion or tolerance or respect for Turkic peoples. Any sort of innovation that's happening at that level is likely to make things harsher for people. And there's a number of different reasons for that, but one I believe our previous panelists sort of mentioned is that if you want to continue moving up the chain, you want to be seen as a voracious practitioner of the sort of policy guidance you're receiving from above. So to the extent that there is possibilities for innovation or leeway at the provincial level, it is most likely going to be to make it even harsher than perhaps what people at the central level might have envisioned.
And my final question really is, following on from Council, just to be sure that I've understood properly, you've talked about alleged crimes taking place at a low level that are possible without reference to Beijing, but could you estimate or say at what level alleged crimes can be committed without reference, or what amongst senior officials, how much reference would there be to Beijing?
I'm sorry, can you please reframe the question? I'm not sure I understand.
We've heard details of many alleged crimes in the region, and these alleged crimes can take place at a very low level by local police officers or prison guards and so on, and they can also potentially take place at a very senior level. I'm wondering at what level, at what high level that they could happen without reference to Beijing.
In terms of overall, again, large-scale policies such as opening up a camp or sending people to factories, I don't think that sort of high-level policy would happen at any level without reference to Beijing. But again, if you're talking about really specific implementation in terms of, okay, this village, we're going to round up X number of people and send them along, they may not be saying, Beijing told us we had to round up 20% of the township and send them to camps. But they would be saying, we're getting directives from above to make sure that we are, I think the quote is, locking up everyone who needs to be locked up. if that makes sense. It's a matter of specificity.
Okay, thank you.
A few questions, please, partly rooted in the second of the exhibits. We don't need to look at it again, but I need your assistance with it for our deliberations. Before I come to the document itself, would it be sensible for people assessing how things work in China to avoid altogether drawing comparisons with Western democracies? There is no comparison, nor need there be. No similarity, nor need there be.
I mean, it's hard to say that you can never draw any comparisons between any governments at all, but generally in terms of how the party is embedded in state organs, it doesn't have a parallel that I am aware of elsewhere in Western democracies.
Western democracies are often inheritors of states organized and led by omnipotent monarchs. And the democracies came from that, and they have linear lines of control from a president and a cabinet, or a prime minister and a cabinet, down through the lines of control. And to that extent, are relatively easy to imagine conceptually, visually, or however. And that simply doesn't apply in a communist state like this.
I'm not an expert on the history of Western democracy, but no, I do not believe it applies.
And so, when that diagram, first of all, suggests there are three pillars, state, government, and party, you accept that there are three distinct pillars of that kind?
As specified in the PRC Constitution, yes, that is de jure how those institutions are set up.
And the diagram that does not show a conical or triangular line of management to the top and suggests a diffuse management pattern is, in your view, an accurate representation of reality?
I would not take the diffuse pattern, as you describe it, of this chart as the be-all and end-all for how power flows through the PRC. The real problem here is that, as you noted, already it's too complicated, and I was unable, if I were to make it readable to any humans at all, I couldn't draw lines between all the different entities in all the ways that they interact with each other and between all the people that they share. So what this was trying to represent was the institutions and individuals that may have had some direct involvement in policy formulation and implementation in the region. This diagram, however, does not attempt to show how power flows.
I understand that it's drawn entirely from constitutional and formal documents of the PRC. And sorry, go on.
This document is not. So the de jure one that I believe you were mentioning from earlier today is drawn from the PRC Constitution and the CCP Constitution. This document is created from my best estimate of those organs of the party and the state and government that I think are most likely to be involved in policy. So this is not drawn from any formal constitution.
That's the first exhibit, and I'm talking a little bit about the second one still. The second one shows how people are common, or people have multiple functions in different parts of the three columns. And we've heard from several witnesses that even if there aren't clear lines that can be drawn in a diagram, the reality is that power concentrates and centralizes in the position of the president. Do you accept that?
In the position of the CCP General Secretary, not in the position of the president.
Completely my mistake, and I apologize. Yes. President Xi Jinping, yes.
General Secretary Xi Jinping, yes. It is his power derives from the fact that he is the head of the party. Because he is the head of the party, he's also made the president, but he does not derive his key power from that position.
My question betrays the danger of thinking of one culture in the terms of another. Thank you very much. I haven't any, further questions I think are coming from my communist colleagues, probably stimulated by my failure to understand, but let's see what they are.
Can I just ask you one question about the Bean Tuan, which you use that formulation, a state within a state. We heard from another expert today who took the view that since the advent of President Xi, it's actually been much more formalized and institutionalized and clearly under the control of the party. And so it's really enmeshed now in the party state. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
The second question is, well, I'd welcome your description of fusion doctrine.
I am not an expert on the fusion doctrine, and I can't speak to that.
All right, thank you.
Do you have any sense in regard to political policy being subverted to some degree to motivations driven by personal gain and enrichment? So it could be by the appropriation of land and property or benefiting from forced labour. I mean, put simply, is Chen Quango getting rich?
I don't know, is the short answer. I do not know if Chen Quango is personally enriching himself from this. I think it would be less likely than in the case of his predecessor. Wang Lequan, who's in power for a very long time, has long been suspected of making a lot of money from what was going on in the region. I think that it's certainly not impossible that he is getting rich off of this, but I would assess that his primary motivations are not personal gain, and they are political in nature. Certainly, there are a number of other people throughout the system that I'm sure are getting rich. One thing that is not shown in this chart and that we haven't talked about are state-owned enterprises which function in the region. And I'm sure you've heard from others about so-called poverty alleviation programs, which aim to employ Uyghurs and others and pay them well below market rates. So those sorts of institutions would be well poised to find monetary gain in what's happening. But I would assess that for higher level leaders, their goals are political. They are not personal enrichment.
Thank you. You use the metaphor of water filtering through this organogram, which I found quite helpful, but I need more clarity in terms of who's making certain decisions. So we've heard from various people about their experience of detention. Would that body who made that decision, would that body be the Department of Public Security? I've got 4 categories. This is the first.
That made what decision to detain someone in particular? Again, this is really difficult to know, and it may be different in any given situation. I've heard I'm sure others can speak to this in more detail than I can, but I have, I've heard from Radio Free Asia reporting that in certain areas, local leaders will give in quotas of people that needed to be sent to camps. Whether that was the public security officials that were going over lists and deciding who that was, whether that was the local party committee, or whether that was someone else, I don't know. Certainly, I do not believe that public security is in charge of the camps themselves. They're in charge of initial detention stations, but I believe it is the Justice Department that is running the camps. So in any given individual's situation, depending on where they were and who was making that decision, it could be someone from any of those bureaucracies.
Okay, so if someone was to go to prison, from your knowledge of this system, which body would be immediately responsible there?
For someone going to prison, that's going to be the procuratorate and the court system, because they're the ones that are trying them and then making a decision about their jail sentence.
So they would go to court?
For the formal prison system, I believe that's the case. There may be instances now in the current campaign where perhaps people are being sent directly from camps to prisons, but my understanding is that in general, if you're going to a prison, you do have some sort of trial through the formal justice system. Yeah.
So the third category is who would be, which body would be making a decision regarding labour, whether it's forced or described as voluntary?
I don't have a good answer for that. I think that in the case of these poverty alleviation programs that we spoke about, or that I just mentioned, that's a larger government policy. And from what I understand, although I am not an expert on poverty alleviation, the poverty alleviation campaign in particular, work teams go to individual villages and attempt to convince people to go to factories and things like that. That's only one aspect of forced labor. Another aspect is people who were put in camps and then sent to factories. So in that case, it may be the justice officials. I think, again, it really depends on what forced labor you're talking about and where. There's so many ways that it is permeated throughout the system.
Would it be a similar answer for my fourth category, which is the death sentence? It's a court, but it could be someone else standing in for the court.
For the courts, I mean, if you're getting a formal death sentence from the court, it will be the court. Yeah.
Okay, so we've heard testimonies where they talked about death sentences, but there wasn't mention of court. So in the cases that we're considering, is it the same system that's followed in Xinjiang as in the rest of the PRC?
So technically, yes. If you are being tried and given a death sentence throughout China, you will be going through the people's court system. Whether or not there are additional extra legal sentences handed out in some of these camps, I am not aware. My understanding is that if you are given a death sentence, you are going through the formal court system.
Thank you.
I wonder if you could help us to perhaps make the diagrams with which you've presented us a little bit less static. So I'm thinking about not so much how power flows through them, but a different kind of kinetics would say, faced with these structures, if you hold the institution stable, how would an individual flow? So what would an ambitious individual looking at this say to themselves about how to climb? What would they need to do? So you might, for example, give us an example of an individual. What would they need to do? Would they need to be zealous in their implementation of policy? Would they need to show off excellent work in relation to poverty alleviation? What sorts of things cause people to climb up? And might they climb up might they be cross-posted as a way of climbing? So might they leapfrog, for example?
This is a very good question. Yes, so there are a number of different ways that you can climb up, and your question about leapfrog gets right to the point, which is there is a system by which, as you climb up the ladder, there are ceilings on your age. So if you want to get up to a certain level, you have to be younger than a certain age to be able to take that post. And there really isn't a good way, if you start at the very bottom of the ladder, during one's natural lifespan, to work your way all the way up to the top. And so people who are at very high positions in the central government generally have leapfrogged. There's two mechanisms by which they do that. I won't go into it in great detail, but I can talk about it more if you like. One is through the Communist Youth League, and one is simply by being associated with other leaders that have moved up, and they bring you along with them. That's similar to almost any place in the world. The way that you would get in a position to be able to be leapfrog in such a way is indeed, like you suggested, you need to show performance on measures that the party and state have decided are important. I'm not up to date on the exact percentages of each category of performance measure, but I know, for example, that local leaders are judged on economic growth in their area. They are judged on poverty measures, how much of, have they brought people out of poverty? More recently, there's been other measures that have been added in terms of, pollution or other environmental factors. Certainly, leaders are judged on how much unrest occurs in their area. So it's things like that that would mark you out as, being a star. And then, you would basically slowly work your way up the chain. At some point, you would get noticed, and then maybe you could leapfrog up to a higher level, but you would almost never make it all the way up to the top without some sort of leapfrog mechanism.
So almost a matter of interest is how far up the hierarchical tree are there women represented?
Yeah, so there are women on the CCP Central Committee, and I believe there's one woman on the Politburo, which is a 25-member body, although I'd be very embarrassed if I just said that and it's not true. There are no women at the CCP Politburo Standing Committee, which is currently a 7-member body, nor have there ever been.
Two other things, make sure I've understood it correctly. The question, looking at your first example of the parallel CCP and, for example, state government entities, if you were hungry for power, would you choose the left hand or the right hand ladder?
Yeah, so that's somewhat of a false divide, because the entire CCP organization department exists solely to put people in positions. And usually when you are assigned a position, it goes along with a state position. So if you are deputy party secretary of your province, you are going to be governor of that province. And so you don't, in many cases, you do not choose. You are given positions on both sides.
As I was wondering how anyone would choose the left-hand ladder. So no. They've normally got, I understand that. I'm reminded that at the beginning of your evidence, you may not remember this, and I'm not sure I did, but I was reminded that you said there's something you'd set aside and might come back to. Can you A, remember what it was you set aside, and B, would you like to come back to it?
We can. I don't know that it's particularly germane here. It was just the point that on paper, the Chinese government is set up so that the party is separate from the state and government structures. And the major exception to that is the People's Liberation Army. The People's Liberation Army is overseen by the party and nominally also by the state, but in practice it is a party army.
Anything further?
Nothing from me other than to thank Ms. Vatke for her report and very clear and precise answers.
Thank you very much for coming and giving your evidence today. And you're now free, you've always been free, to leave us. But
thank you.
There we are. Mr. Sabi, before we break, and hopefully before people leave the room, because this affects them, I want to deal with tomorrow's timetable. But before I do, there's something I omitted to say this morning that I think is correct, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong. All expert witnesses giving evidence to this tribunal are doing so pro bono, aren't they?
Yes.
No gain of any kind for them, working on the same principles as the senior members of the tribunal itself.
None of the witnesses have been paid except for the costs
of travel. Thank you. Now, as to tomorrow, I just want to check on the timetable. There was a slot which was to be filled between 10 and 10:40.
It is still vacant, yes.
At the moment, it's still vacant, but things may change.
Unlikely.
Right. Well, I'll have a discussion with you about that privately afterwards, but it's probably not convenient to ask Mr. Dixon, who's coming at 9, at this stage, to put back his start time, as he may well have got something to do after 10 o'clock. So, should I warn people?
It's Christian Tyler tomorrow morning.
Christian Tyler, same. What time is Mr. Dixon coming?
Mr. Dixon is due on Monday.
He's gone back to Monday?
Yes, it's in the afternoon on Monday.
As you can see, I'm well informed. My mistake for not having read the documents, I expect. So have we still got the risk of a gap in the morning?
Yes.
But is Christian Tyler coming in person?
Yes.
I think we're just going to have to live with the possibility of an extended break, unless anybody thinks otherwise. Risk putting back the start time is, I think, probably slightly risky. Otherwise, the evidence tomorrow includes two fact witnesses, expert witnesses dealing with various matters, including quite a focus on children, I think, and education. Yeah. So for those viewing online and for those here, it's a 9 o'clock start. There is a possibility of an extended break starting at about 10 o'clock. See you tomorrow.
Assalamu alaikum, hörmətli görürmənlər. Görüyotqanlar, Erkin Asiya Radiosu Uyghur bölümünün naq meydan taqtışı. Bugün ئەنگلىيەنىڭ paytaxtı Londonda içilgan Uyghur Sot kollegىيەسى rasmi şekilde ahırlaştı. Şunda busma en ahırda Amerika'daki iki mütehassıs ispat bergen boldu. Şunda busma Mehmetcan.
Hörmətli görürmənlər, ekranımıza hoş geldinler. Londonda işləyətkan ikinci nöۋەtلىك Uyghur Sot kollegىيەsinin naq meydan tarqıtışı davamlıq diqqətinizdə. Biz yenə bugün aldı bilən guvahlıq bergen iki mütəxəssisinin sözlərdəki mühim nöqtələrini düşündürüb, qısqartıb sizlərlə həmbəhrləşimiz. Tövəndə Alim Əfəndi mündəqdə aldı bilən guvahlıq bergen Maya Wang xanımның ki guvahlıqdakı mühim nöqtələrini bir düşündürüb ötken bolsanız.
Oldu. Maya Wang xanım etdigini degende ki Maya Wang xanım bolsa bu Amerika'daki Human Rights Watch, kişilik hukuk küzetiş teşkilatının baş tədqiqatçısı. Bu xanım uzun yıllardan beri Uyg'urlarning vaziyati bo'lib 2017dan beri bo'layotgan shu vaziyatni nihoyatda yaqindan diqqat qilib shu kishilik huquqni kuzatish tashkilotining bir qancha dokladlarining chiqishda muhim rol o'ynagan bir xonim. Bular bo'libmi IJOP, ya'ni Xitoy hukumat davlatgan yitxua zong lianhe zo'rdan pingtay, ya'ni birlashma jang qilish supsi. Shu appni bular masalan 2019-yili shu appni bular qo'lga tushirib, ya'ni Xitoy hukumatining sun'iy aqli bilan Uyg'urlarni qanday tutib solaganda solashda rol o'ynagan bu appni. Bular qaytadan reverse engineer qaytalab buni tekshirib, bu to'g'risida bir cho'ng doklad e'lon qilgan. Andan keyin o'tgan yili masalan bizning radio bilan Uyg'ur bilimi bilan birlikda Aqsu tizimligini e'lon qilgan. Chunki undan burun bizning qo'limizga, ya'ni Xitoy hukumatining Aqsuda 3000 dan ortiq Uyg'ur yosh ayollarni tutgan, ham ularni so'lgan bir muhim hujjat qo'limizga tushgandan keyin biz shu kishilik huquqni kuzatish tashkiloti bilan birlikda buni keyinga kirib, oxiri buning rostligini ham bunun ait muhimligini o'tirib qo'yib, o'tgan yili 12 oyda bu kishilik huquqni kuzatish tashkiloti buni rasmiy shakl e'lon qildi. Bu ya'ni attigini bizda o'tib ketgan Aqsu tizimlikdan keyingi chiqqan nihoyat muhim ikkinchi Qarqash tizimligidan keyin chiqqan nihoyat muhim tizimlik Aqsu tizimligi. Shuningga bugun bu Maya Wang xonim yana o'zlarining bo'libmi shu birlashma jang qilish supsi shuning chiqargan dokladi ham uning rolini bu sotqa alay tushuntirib berdi. Ya'ni u qandasiga masalan shu Uyg'urlarni tutib solashda rol o'ynaganligi, uning nima ekanligi. Masalan, uningda deyilganda, masalan, uningda normalda Uyg'urlarning milliy va diniy alaylikka ega an'analari, urf odatlarining hammasini Xitoy hukumati uni jinoyatlashtirgandan keyin bu birlashma jang qilish supsi shuningga oid ba'zi omillarni tepib chiqargan. Masalan, ma'lum bir Uyg'ur bu uyning oldi eshigidan chiqmay, keyin eshigidan chiqsa bu gumonliq bo'lar ekan. Uyda tokni jiqroq ishlatib ketsa, ba'zi oylari umugumonliq bo'lar ekan. Yoki benzinni jiqroq olib qolsa, umugumonliq bo'lar ekan. Albatta, chatdanning applarni, mayli WhatsApp bo'lsin, Facebook, ubular bo'lsin, yo VPN deganlar bo'lsin, unda narsani ishlatsa, avtomatik bu gumonliq bo'lganligi. Hatto buning xotirlanadigan Uyg'urlarning ismi, jismi, egizligi, chechining ko'zning rangi ubudan sirt, hatto ularning uy adresidan sirt, mashinasining qanday rangdagi mashina aydab nega borgan, nada tug'an, kunni kim bilan paranglashmagan shu narsalarning hammasi shu birlashma jang qilish supsiga cho'ng big data shunga kirgizgan. Bu orqali bu sun'iy aql bilan shu atalmish gumonliq, shu Amerikada bo'lsin, dunyoning har qanday yerda bo'lsin, bir normal faoliyatlarni bular saqchiga bildirgan. Ma uyda tokni jiqishilib ketib bordi, oldi eshikdan chiqmay, keyin eshikdan chiqib ketdi. Ma uydan teshig'i chiqmay, qo'shnilar bilan ko'rishmaydigan bo'lib ketdi, jimib ketdi degandek va hokazo mushundaq. Qanday saqchi berib pulni tutitgan, opirib solaydi ekan. Andan keyin bu buningda hamda o'ynaydigan roli mushundaq. Xitoy hukumati ammo bu birlashma jang qilish supsini atalmish, ya'ni Xinjiangda biz terrorizmga, bölgünçilikka, asabiylikka qarshi turyapmiz deb ishlatgan bilan bu kishilik huquqni kuzatish tashkilotining chiqargan yakunda bu dokladda, ya'ni bu Xitoy hukumatining bu birlashma jang qilish supsidan foydalangan bu appda amaliyot bularning hech zamon bu terrorizm, asabiylik va yoki bölgünçilik bilan bir munosabat yo'q ekanligi, faqat Uyg'ur xalqining an'anaviy, milliy ham diniy urf odatlarini jinoyatlashtirib shu faoliyatlarni qilgan Uyg'urlarning so'lg'anligini alohida sharhlab o'tdi bugun. Uningdan sirt shu biz bilan birlikda chiqargan Aqsu tizimligini alohida so'zlab o'tdi. Qanday ega bo'lganligi ham buning ishonchlik emasligi hamda bu sotning ham qiziqadigan yerimi? To'g'ri, sizlar bunda da'vatsizlar, bunda dokladlarni chiqaribsizlar, qo'linglarga bundan materiallar kelibdi. Endi qanday keldi, kim tarafidan keldi, nima uchun buni rost deymiz degan o savollarga nihoyat chiroyli shaklda qoyil qilarli qoldi. Buningki ishonchlik, o'xshash bo'lmagan manbalar orqali dalillaganligi. Bu faqat bizning radiodan olgandan keyin bu rostgan deb emas, o'zining manbalari orqali, o'zining odamlari orqali, ya'ni g'arbdagi muhim Xitoy tadqiqotchilari orqali buni ko'rib boshdan oxir buning rostligi ham shu yerdagi insonlarning bu kimlik nomeri, telefon nomerini silishtirish orqali haqiqatan bu Aqsu'dagi Uyg'urlar ekanligini dalillab chiqarib, o'tgan yil 12 oyda bu dokladni e'lon qilgan edi. Hamda bu Maya Wangning asosan degan nuqtalari mushu. Unda biz Mehmetcan Efendi siz bu Amerikalik tadqiqotchi Jessica Batki xonimning muhim
bo'ldi, rahmat. Darvaqa bayon siz deb o'tdingiz, shu Maya Wangninki bu Uyg'ur davasida yaqindan buyon o'ynagan rol haqida masalan bir narsani qistirib o'tgim keldi meniki, bu kishilik huquq tashkilotidagi, ya'ni kishilik huquqni ko'zitish tashkilotidagi bir oliy tadqiqotchi bo'lish sifati bilan o'z vaqtida tunji bo'lib, mening esimda qilishicha, shu lagerlar qamalgan Uyg'urlarningki 800 ming ketganligini o'tirib qo'ygan bir tadqiqotchining birisi bu. Bular shu bayamsiz degandek birlashma jang qilish supisi va saqchi app va har bir Uyg'urning telefonida saqchi app majburiy qashlash tegishli bo'lgan, qashlimiz jazolanadigan bir app. Shu app siz degandek bayamliq Uyg'urlarning jo'rabiylik o'rni, qaychishdan kirganligi degandek nurg'un narsalarni xotirlab, u nimaga birlashma jang qilish supisiga yo'llab turdi. U supi shu orqali Uyg'urlarningki bexatarmi emasmi, mas'ullik odammi emasmi degandek hukmlarni shu aqliy sun'iy idrok bilan chiqaradiganga ishiltirganni shuni tadqiq chiqqan bir yaxshi bir doklad, haqiqatan xayrli bir doklad bo'ldi, yaxshi bir o'tirib qo'ydi. Endi biz bu Jessica Batki xonim kelsak, Jessica Batki xonim hozir China File, ya'ni Xitoy OJT nomli bir tor jurnalninki bosh, ya'ni oliy muharriri. Bu xonim haqida yana alayda ta'kidlab o'tish tegishli bo'lgan bir muhim bir nuqta. Bu xonim bu jurnalga bosh muharrir, ya'ni oliy muharrir bo'lib kelishdan ilgari Amerika Tashqi ishlar ministrligining axborot va shu media, ya'ni tadqiqot analizi bo'lganda, axborot va matbuot tadqiqot analizi bo'lgan, informatsiya analizi bo'lgan bir tadqiqotchi bo'lgan. Tadqiq qilish jihati tajribasi, metodologiyasi har jihatdan yetishgan bir tadqiqotchi. Buning ustiga shu Xitoyningki ijtimoiy va siyosiy vaziyatini tadqiq qilgan tadqiqotchi ekan. Xitoy tilini obdan bildigan, Uyg'urlar haqida jiq maqolalarni yazdimi yaqin yog'i qilgan bir tadqiqotchi. Shunlashqa Stanford universitetininki sharq tili fakultetida magistrlik qilib ekanda. Unda bo'lgandan keyin demak bu mayli o'zininki ma'rif tarbiyalanish orqa ko'rinishi bo'lsin, mayli xizmat tajribasi bo'lsin, har jihatdan yetuk bir tadqiqotchining birisi. Bu tadqiqotchininki o'tirib qo'ygan deganki muhim temasi hamda Xitoy Kompartiyasininki rahbarlik qurilmasi, qatlami, ularninki ishlash mexanizmi, prinsiplari haqida to'xtalgan bo'ldi. Buningda muhimi hamda Xitoy qonunida yerlik bilan qog'oz yuzida yerlik bilan hukumat bilan yoki hukumat organi bilan Xitoy markaziy hukumati bilan Kompartiya ayrilgan bo'lsa-mu, əməliyyatda o undaq emasligi, Xitoydagi eng oliy huquqlarninki hammasining partiya rahbarlarining qo'lida, bu markazini tortib yerlikcha partiya rahbarlarininki qo'lda bo'lganligi, ya'ni markaziy siyosiy byurodan tortib yerlik partiya yachaykilargacha bo'lgan oraliqda bu partiya rahbarlarininki huquqninki oliy o'rinlarda turadiganligi va buyruqlarni shu partiya organlari chiqargan buyruqlarni yerlik hukumat organlarining bajaradiganligi, ijro qiladiganligi haqida to'xtaldi. Ondan başqa atalmış Şinjan xizmat korpusininki mexanizmi, funksiyasi haqida to'xtaldi. Endi yana muhim bir nuqta, yana deydigan bir nuqta ham Tongbiyo apandim shunaq degan, o'xshab ketadigan yeri. Xitoyda har qandaq bir vaqa, har qandaq bir buyruq, har qandaq bir siyosiy ijroat Xitoy markaziy kompartiyasininki oliy rahbarining xabarsiz bo'lmaydi. Tongbiyo apandi degan chaqda o'tib ketib qoldik, mushtaq bir gapni dedi. Hozir deydi. O adamның tili bo'yicha ilib ketgan vaqtida Şinjangda deydi, yuz berayotgan irqiy qirg'inchilikda Xi Jinpingning bevosita mas'uliyati bor. Ishtaxtadichu. Demak, nima uchun desangiz, bundaq bir cho'ng bir voqeaning bo'layotgan bir 1 milliondan ortiq odam tutilgan yerda bu markaziy hukumat Xi Jinping bilmay qolmaydi deydi. Unda bo'lgandan keyin bevosita vazifasi bor, buni bevosita majburiyati bor degan rasmiy kesib aytdi bu odam. Jessica Batki xonimmi mushtaq bir cho'ng bir voqealarda mayli bu yerdagi biografiya bek murakkab bo'lgan taqdirdami, ularning cho'ng tarafdan bergan yo'l yo'riqsiz bular ijro bo'lmaydi dedi. Bu muhim bir nuqta bu. Demak, biz Xitoy Kompartiyasining mexanizmi, funksiyasini nihoyatda oddiy tillar bilan sharhlab tushuntirib o'tdi. Bu yer yana biz diqqat qilmasak bo'lmaydigan muhim bir nuqta hamda. Yana shu Xitoyning Uyghur diyarıga yürgüzüvatkan, Uyg'urlarga yürgüzüvatkan siyasiniki qandaq siyaset haqida savollar so'raldi. Bu savolni ham Audrey Olser degan xonim Angliya Leeds universitetining fuqarolar va kishilik huquq ma'rif markazining mudiri so'radi bu savolni. Muhim bir savol. Deganda Xitoyning Uyg'urlarga yürgüzüvatkan siyosati mustamlik siyosati. Uyg'urlarning hukumatga tish botmaydi. Endin bu şu Uyghur atalmış, şu qo'shtil atalmış, hozirgi şu yataqlıq məktəblər siyasətinin həmmisi siyliqlaşdırıb eğitilgan, güzəlləşdirib eğitilgan atalğılar ikənligi əməliyyatda qoştil deganning mövcud emasligi. Bu atalmış yataqlıq məktəblərinki Xitayning böləkirdi bolsunmu, o deyə özü xalab ata-anasınınki ma'qulligi bilan öyrətildigan məktəblər ikənligi, bu yerdəki balalarınki ata-analarınınki həmmisinin lagerdə ikənligi. Bularni bu lagerlik, yəni bu yataqlıq məktəblərinki Uyghur tili, mədeniyeti və kimlik tuyg'usini avlodlar ara yetküzüş, riştini buzuş məqsədi qurulğan bir məktəb ikənligi. Bunun da balalarınki başını tartıb Xitayca tildə çoğ olduğanlığı, demək Xitayninki şu atalmış dövlət kimligini qəbul qıldırıb çoğ qıldırğan balalarını assimilasiya qilish aparatının bir qismi ikənligini nəhayət güclü şəkildə örtüb ötdü. Bu xanımdan bayan biz degəndək Audrey Olser və Arif Abraham qatarlıq kişilik hüquq advokatları kəskin konkretniyə və çunqur bolğan suallarını sordu. Xulaslab aytqan vaqtida bu Jessica Batki xanımninki bu guvalıq beriş jarayoni bilim xarakterlik, uçur xarakterlik, ufqum xarakterlik. Məsələn, Qərb dünyasında biz özümüz Xitayda bir məzgil yaşayan boğaçqa, u yerdəki kompartiya, hökumət orqanları, u yerdəki cəmiyyət qurulma deganlarni bilimiz ma'lum dərəcədə. Bək çonqur tədqiq etmizikmi? Amma nurgun adamlar bilməydi bunu. Çaynalam deydi, tügüdü. Çayna degan qandaq ya, bunu bilməydi də. Manında
Amerikada imzaladım gedəydi.
Şu da bunun da bunun qandaq olduğanlığını bu şu xalq düşünələyən amabab tili bilan daha yaxşı düşündürüb bədi deyə oyladım. Ən axırda yana Xitay Azadlıq Armiyasının rol haqqında toxtalıb ötdü. Demək Xitay Azadlıq Armiyası deganimiz əməliyyatda o Xitay Xalq Azadlıq Armiyası degan atalmış armiyanın əməliyyatda Xitay Kompartiyasının bir partiyanın əskər ikənligini, armiyası ikənligini til qılıb ötdü. Bunu nurgu adam bilməydigan bir nöqtə şu bu. Əməliyyatda bizimki xəbərlərdə görüb atımız nurgun şirkətlərinin Xitay armiyası bilan çetilganlığı. Demək bu qanda oldu dese yanılam Xitay Kompartiyasının armiyasını qüvvətləgən boldu ekende bu işler. Demek bununki mahiyetini, bunun nə görüb tutuşduğanlığını bu tədqiqatçı xanım özününki şu tədqiqat bayqaşları bilan, yeni bayqaşları bilan addilaşdırıb ambab tili bilan anlaşlarga sunğan boldu, zastatlılarga sunğan boldu deyə oyladım mən. Navasının qoşumçu qılğan yerləriniz olsa qarşı.
Mən qoşumçu qılğan cıq yapım yox, amma şu siz deyəndək bu Jessica Batki xanım, yəni bugün ətdigini bu Tangbyo, advokat Tangbyo özü Xitay nəslindən bolğan, Xitayına aid yaxşı düşünən, Xitayda əlbəttə Beijingki Chongbi Universitetinin professori bolğan, Amerikada məşhur bolğan bir insan. Bu qararның Xi Jinping mərkəzindən kelib kelganligi üçün bu Çinçəngu Abdum rayonunda yürgüzüb atqanlığını, bu mandalam kep qaladigan öz aldığı qılğan iş emasligini o'tirib qo'ygan bo'lsa, bu Jessica Batki xanım şu qurulmani nəhayətli grafiklar bilan ilmiy şəkildə düşündürüb, advokatlarni, soçlarni yana bir qitim qayil qilgan bo'ldi, ham Tangbyoning degan gaplarni muayyanlashtirib bergan bo'ldi. Shun bunun kuchi texim yaxshi. Xuddi bir odamning gapini desa, yana bir odam to'g'ri, bu rost shundati degandek. Shundan menimcha bu soçlar, advokatlarning qalisidan bu narsa oydinlashdi deb o'ylayman. Shunga bugun tushdan keyingi bu ishki mutaxassisning o'tirib qo'ygan muhimlari nihoyatda muhim. Hem bu sotmu çok albatta muhim rol oynaydı.
To'g'ri aytasiz, bugun vaqt munosabat bilan meningcha müşahada to'xtasak deb o'yladim. Navada sizning qo'shimcha qilgan yerlaringiz bo'lmasa, bugun shu erta deganda bu so'tga o'xshash shaklda davom qiladi. Shuningdek so'zlaydigan odamlarni bir tushuntirib, vaqt tartibini bir tushuntirib o'tgandan keyin bugungi bu guvohlik berish yig'inini tartiblashtirimizni oxirlashtirsak.
Shuna qilaylik. Unda bo'lsa, hurmatli ko'ruvchilar, bugungi naq meydan taqtışımız müşahede ahirleşidu. Bugün bizden naq meydan taqtışımızdan tunji günü. Biz yani davamlıq 3 gün, kiler düşenbe güçe 3 gün Angliya oxşaş vakti yani taqtımız naq meydan. Hem de ettigini sözleydiğanlar asasen bir qancha guvochi bo'lib, bu asasen birincisi Abdusalam Muhammed, ikincisi Rahima Muhammed Nuri Hanım. Şu an ettigini onun nisbat yani işkin namsız guvochi guvoh vermekçi. Şuna bizden yana erteden başlap kela düşenbe günü yana naq meydan huzurunlarga Angliyaning paytaxtı Londonda berivatqan muşu guvahliq berişigini yani davamlı huzurunlarga taqdim qilamiz. Mehmetcan efendi.
Muhterem görürmenler, ondaqda bugünkü faaliyetimiz, bugünkü tarqıtışımız müşahede ahırlaşıdı. Ama tarqıtışımız ertə radyomuzun tor beti, radyomuzun sosyal media kanallarından YouTube, Facebook ve Twitter'da naq meydanda paralel şekilde tarqıtıldı. Ertə görüşküçe aman boğaysızlar.